A whoa. A whoa. Hi. Hello. Greetings from the archive. How's everyone doing today? Chat, y'all ever been eepy before? Hey chat, hey chat, hey chat. Y'all ever been eepy before? Y'all ever been oh, you know, that has been me the past couple days. And it fucking sucks. Chat, I'll have like free time for the first time in weeks, and my body will decide that actually, no, that free time is nap time. Hello, Fuse, thank you for the sub. Lovely to see you. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Last night, I decided around 6 p.m. because I was having trouble focusing, I was gonna head over to a friend's place and try to co-work with her for a while. Kept falling asleep. Kept falling asleep. It wasn't great. I ended up having a bunch of nightmares. I feel so bad. Because I was like at her place. I'm trying to take a power nap, and I have a nightmare. One second, let me turn the music volume down. Oh, that I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. Oh no. But I decided to take a power nap. I'm chat. I'm so sorry. I decided to take a power nap, and unfortunately, that was a mistake. That was an error. I decided to take a power nap, and I ended up having like nightmares. I feel so bad because I was just kind of chilling in her bed, and she had to watch me wake up from a nightmare. Whoopsie. And then today I've continued to be eepy. I got like 6 hours of sleep. Why am I still eepy? To be fair, I got high this morning, so you know what? That might be contributing to everything. But I'm here. I made it. I'm alive. I definitely don't want to fall asleep right now. Power naps are a lie. They seem so nice, and then they try to kill you. I cannot take a power nap for the life of me. I cannot take a power nap for the life of me, is what I've learned. If I go down for a nap, it will turn into a 4 hour sleep minimum. And it sucks. Hello, Draconic. I should go through and greet everyone. I should say hi to folks. Welcome on in to Wasteland Radio, to Zavy, to JM, to Fiona Blubber, to Crochet Dragon, to Ollie B, to Dangerous Safety, to Host Gaming, to Omega Scales, Gracie Bacon, Mal, Dragon's Horde, Baphomet, Virgil. Let's see. Finori, Belladonna, Astra Arts, Walnor, Hello Host Gaming. Let's see. Neko Boy Blue. Katie Rady. We're doing our best out here. I'm so sorry for the technical difficulties there for a moment. Hello Banana Tiger. Lovely to see you, Draconic Walker. Hello Monster Kicker. Hello Array of Storytime as well. How is everyone? Bye bye. Today it's such a hassle with buses. Was at college from 9 a.m. to lunch. Missed my bus at the town center. Got the second bus, which took twice as long as it should have. Get my shopping from town center. My bus home just doesn't turn up. Next bus drives by my stop. Jesus Christ. That's hell. Public transport scares me, I won't lie to you. Hello, Sabine. Hello, Jester. It's lovely to see everyone. Wanted to hop in because I haven't been here in a while. I caught you streaming now, and I appreciated Virgil. It's lovely to see you even for a moment. I know life. Oh, big yawn. I know life keeps us busy a lot of the time, but hey, we do the best we can. We will be playing some Vintage Story later on the community server if you're interested in playing Vintage Story with me in a couple hours. But of course, we have our obligatory Just Chatting segment first. And I think tonight I have Silent Hill with Safi. Or rather, on Safi's channel with the Prince. I think. I believe so. Y'all know just how many worms there are in the animal kingdom craze? Yeah, there's a lot of them. Many worms. Literally downloading Vitch's story right now. Hell yeah. Hope to see y'all on there in a few hours. It will be fun. It will also be hell. How are you, Nekuya? How is everyone? I hope everyone's doing absolutely incredible. It's been a weird 48 hours for me, I'll be perfectly honest. Not for any particular reason. I My body has just decided that it hates me, which nothing's new there. I am known to be quite physically ill. I This is not a surprise. But like, oh, you know, don't know why crabs get all the evolution news when there's way more worms slash noodles. It's cause like things keep becoming crab. It's not too often something like has limbs and then loses those limbs, you know? It's not very often that that animals have limbs and lose limbs, but a lot of things want to become crab. Been a very hectic week. Helped out with the from some mental health stuff. Had a lot of chores this week. That's how it goes sometimes. Bark bark bite bite. Nature may abhor a vacuum. Bark bark bite bite. Snakes, legless lizards, caecilians have all lost limbs. Fair point. Fair point. Hello, Zelda player. Bark bark bite bite. Ark's body hates him. Another news: grass is green, and there's a significant queer population in this chat. You're so right. There's also decarcinations for crabs uncrab. I don't know much about evolutionary biology these days. I'll be dead ass with you. I no. I mean like species evolving to have less limbs. Did they fix the mod stuff? I think so. I think the mod stuff is fixed. I think the server is functioning in normal now. Um as normal as it can get anyway. I don't think it's actively broken anymore. You can actually like pick your player model now. Hello, lycanthropic bark bark bite bite. I'm biting you harder, but nah. Last night I was out co-working with a friend, kept falling asleep while at her place. Oh my god. I get home around midnight after like sleeping for 4 hours at her place. I end up staying up until like 6 a.m. Working on shit. Go to bed until noon, and I've just been so eepy sneepy ever since. I got up to get high with a buddy of mine, and like just be silly with this friend of mine, and I fucking kept falling asleep in VC with this friend of mine. If he's so eepy, splash him with water. Side effects include infuriated biting. Have an escape route. There's a floor with how weird she gets in the server. True. Yeah. No more force fop on the server. Don't worry. You're no longer forced to be foxes on the server. I had my fun. You're now allowed to be normal. You're welcome. You are allowed to be normal. Falling asleep on VC with friends is maybe the best thing. I disagree, actually. I disagree. I hate falling asleep on VC with people. I cannot do it. Can't do it. Yeah, we were talking about the Vintage Story server. Yes. I cannot stand falling asleep on call with people. Uh, it is terrible. The sleep I get while I'm like on call with people is like some of the worst sleep that I ever get. I'm not comfortable doing it. Um, no, I hate falling asleep on call with people, and I get incredibly concerned about like whether I have sleep talked at all. Uh, Shit like that. Um, like whenever I fall asleep on call with people, I wake up to a panic attack. I cannot do it without like it's incredibly anxiety provoking. I immediately feel unsafe. Hello, crocodile. Bark bark bye bye. I hate falling asleep on call. Like I have fallen asleep on call with people that like I have been in relationships with and woken up to have panic attacks because I'm not comfortable doing that. Um I think it's an intense level of like vulnerability for me. I don't know. Like literally last night I was hanging out at a friend's place. I take a nap because we are like co-working and I can't focus and I need a nap. And I wake up with a nightmare and it's like I feel fucking terrible about it. That's the kind of shit that I'm so deeply afraid of. Um can't stand that shit. I don't like being seen in that state. Or witnessed in that state or perceived like that. Um But nah, welcome on in, folks. We are doing our best. Hello, Pyro. Bark, bark, my bite. I don't know. I've never quite gotten the like stereotype or expectation like falling asleep in a call is like a good, cute, fun, silly thing. Because the couple of times I have done it, I always just it'll be an accident and I like nearly have a panic attack when I wake up. Hi, Pyro. Bar bar bye bye. Lovely to see ya. Ah, rah, 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 rah. Good, the same thing with alcohol. Deathly afraid of being vulnerable in that way. Understandable. Nah. And it is good to have your own like limits and understanding of yourself and your boundaries. Hello, Peru, Peru. Lovely to see you. By the way, folks, I put out a new YouTube short slash TikTok this morning, and I haven't checked my analytics. Is it analytics time? Is it time to check? My GF loves it, but I hate it. I feel like I gotta entertain. I just can't do that with sleep calls. I mean, to be fair, if you're sleeping on call, like there's no entertaining in that scenario. That's not a scenario where an entertainment occurs. But yeah, I get it. I do understand. It is analyze time. I'm going to be honest, this video has not performed great, but I did not expect it to perform great, given it is not really in the realm of things I normally talk about. On my channel, I usually talk, hello, Mewy Poison, Barber by Bide. At least as far as like YouTube and TikTok, I mostly talk about like queer stuff, HRT updates, as well as like digital privacy. And this was a video about digital archival, which is really a more like deep cut personal interest of mine. If chat, if the username archivist didn't give it away, I really care about digital archival. If the title archivist did not make it obvious, I think digital archival is really cool. Also, hello, one-eyed ghost kid, lovely to see you, and Lord Arkin, bark bark bite bite. It did not make it obvious. I am very passionate about digital archival, and like before my channel really like became a politics channel, before like was focused or more central on like talking about politics, my intention with my work was to primarily cover like older, lesser known games. Uh my like intention with all of my work was to focus on highlighting games that not many people knew, that were relatively obscure. That's why things like Pokemon Conquest were like in my initial like shit I streamed. um so while it's kind of fallen to the wayside in my content at this point, I I absolutely like digital archival was kind of at the core of my earlier work and is a thing I really care about. So things like Miriant going down due to lack of funding, Yeah, that's something that I really deeply care about. So that short was a little bit of a more personal one, I'll be perfectly honest. There was some big archive going down recently, right? Yes, Miriant. That is Miriant. And I'm gonna be so real. Fair bit of what I've done on this channel would not have been possible without Miriant. And while there will be alternatives that come about, there's already, projects underway to preserve the entire collection. Uh, this is a loss for digital archival. Miriant was like so representative of what digital archival is all about. The loss of Miriant is an extremely, extremely sad one. And I also agree, like the process of digital archival or of archival in general is an inherently political one, largely because of like the role that what's it called intellectual property law plays into it, and the abuse of intellectual property law. Chat, fuck intellectual property law. Hello, Mothman's mom. I do remember you. Went to Take Five to try and get their insurance info for my car, but their manager wasn't there today. Good luck. Good luck. You got this, Crocodile. You'll find him eventually. I remember using game archives to get games after I bought on my 3DS. Miriant being one of them. Yeah, because Miriant straight up was like the best archive available on the modern internet. I like Miriant hosted over 400 terabytes of retro game ROMs and similar media. And there are so many things that were available on Miriant that you literally cannot find anywhere else, especially after Vimslayer. I believe Vimslayer is gone now. One sec. I think majority of Vimslayer stuff is no longer available. Oh, never mind. Okay, there is still a fair bit of it that is up and available actually. I know in the past there was some shit that did force like Vim to take some other stuff down. I don't know how much of that is currently true. But Miriam going down is just a massive loss, and there was so much that was only available via Miriam. Won't be able to see the whole stream. Gotta play my high school band concert. No worries. Do what you gotta do. Take care of yourself. I'm never gonna be mad at y'all for like popping in while you can and then heading out when you gotta. I hope y'all know. This is unrelated, but these past few months I felt the most comfortable and happy with my body and how I look. I rarely experienced dysphoria related to being misgendered, mostly because I've mostly isolated myself in spaces where most people who don't misgender me, but it's a start. Hell yeah. And I wish you all the best. Could a Miriam run a crowdfunding campaign? Pyro, I need you to understand that Miriam was quite literally costing its creator $6,000 a month out of pocket. And that cost is only increasing with time due to like the work of AI data centers and whatnot. And I also need you to understand how difficult it is to maintain hype fundraising something for a long time. Sure, a fundraising effort probably could have bought Miriam's maybe like 6 months, but not in the long run. Like trying to publicly fund $6,000 a month consistently, especially when that price is on the way to like going up, it's hard. Saw a guy online saying he thinks the people archiving Myriad are going to share anything and hoard the data for themselves. Literally, no. They're specifically doing it with the intention of having it be available for torrenting. It's a fucking public subreddit. I assure you that the people backing up Miriam are not like gonna just hoard the data and not share it. Like, hello? What the fuck? What kind of conspiracy ass shit is that? No. That's some bullshit. Whoever said that, like, no. Have they ever fucking seen a project like this take part before? One sec. Let me go to Save Miriam. But even the pyro, even in the situation where like prices did go back down, that's still $6,000 a month. That's already $6,000 a month that they would still have to fund. Wonder, thank you for the resub. Bark, bark, bye, bye. Lovely to see you. Whoa, 11 months. That's almost 3 years. I can't believe I've known you for 3 whole years, Wonder. Hello, sweet. Like, something to see you. Are a couple people want to share their work in my experience? 100%. But yeah, so r slash save Miriant is like the place to go if you're interested in helping to support efforts to keep Miriam's collection safe. They actually earlier today have managed to 100% complete their backup of Miriant. And they are currently in the process of generating torrents and getting those available so like the whole thing could be properly mirrored. Um, so yeah, they basically have gotten it done. The work of archiving it is basically already done. Uh, the full collection has been saved. They just need to get the mirror and links up and running to be torrentable. Oh yeah, let me just keep 400 terabytes of old ass games barely everyone cares about to myself. Yeah, like no one would do that. The guy was on Save Miriant if you want to see what he said. The official progress update post. I'm looking at this now. One sec, peeking at this. They're literally just asking that people be patient while they work on getting everything up and running. Like the progress update, the most recent one from yesterday, or rather the second most recent one because there's one from 6 hours ago, but that one literally is just like, oh, please be patient with us because we need to go back and like double check our collection before we work on getting it up to the public. I just feel like there should be Twitch streamers who would want to fund Miriant. Pyro, you think you Pyro, with all the love in the world, you very very heavily underestimate, or rather overestimate, how much money people have and are willing to throw at things like this. Hello, Astro Calico, bark bark bite bite. I appreciate the lurk. Ah, rah, 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 rah. I appreciate you. There are bound to be moments wherein we are demoralized, but I promise, we're making progress out here. We're making change. Thank you for the race up in the community train. I appreciate it. We're currently talking about the situation with Myriad and its archival project. I promise, like they're literally working on getting everything mirrored in a way that will keep it accessible. Uh, but yeah, it's going to be okay. I see the comments. Got it. So there's one person in the comment section on this post being like, they're just gonna hoard it and not share it and make it like invite only. No, they're literally talking about how they're gonna be putting the website up with all the torrenting links soon. They literally talk about in several of their announcements how their intention is to work on generating torrents and having the website up again soon. JM, thank you for the 2 gifted subs. Barber bye bye. Like that's bullshit. That's literally bullshit. I hate one of my biggest pet peeves, chat, is when like people just automatically assume the worst in others with no reason or justification. I hate how unoptimistic the majority of like society is. I So many people seem to carry around this assumption that other people, that everyone around them is a malicious actor. And I'm like, buddy, you're projecting. So if hosting a website costs so much, wouldn't a new one just shut down everything too? So here's the thing, Jester. No, because they're not directly hosting the files. The reason why the cost of running Myriad was so high is because they had all of the files hosted online for direct download. Um, its replacement is going to rely on torrenting, so they are not actually hosting the files or having you directly download them off of the website. Everything is peer to peer, and that eliminates like fucking 75% of the cost. What's the difference exactly? It's peer to peer. So okay, torrenting is a peer to peer connection where instead of like connecting to a server online, you're connecting directly to someone else's computer. Um so essentially with all that the website is going to be hosting is those torrenting links. So they have to be prepared for the traffic of you hopping onto the website, but they don't have to. Torrenting is not complicated or hard. It's literally fundamental. Chat, I torrent shit all the time. I learned how to torrent when I was like 16. It's not complicated. um, but essentially, like, they will not have to, as I've already explained, they will not have to pay the intense server costs that Miriant had to pay because they will not be directly hosting the files and you will not be directly downloading them off of the website. You will be given a torrenting link and then you torrent it. That came before the concept of cloud, right? I think so, yes. My mom took out a loan for some extra groceries for her birthday. Hell yeah. The flaws of torrenting is that they require dedicated tools. So you'd have to download a torrenting client, but there are several free reliable ones. A Qubit torrent, I believe, is like the one of the more respectable ones these days. Uh, yeah, the only thing they would have to worry about is a company trying to take down the new website. Exactly, exactly. Uh, it'll still probably cost a fair bit of money to keep online, but not, $6,000 a month because they are not going to be hosting uh 400 terabytes of data on their website. Why wouldn't Myriad use torrent then? I don't know. Probably because they didn't have 400 terabytes in like probably because it's a lot of work to do, and probably because a lot of people a lot of people do not trust torrenting by its very nature, probably because it would have taken a lot of work to fix and change, partially because when you deal with torrenting, you end up having problems with, how do I say, with people automatically assuming it's a scam, probably because you have to worry about what like torrenting clients everyone's using. Usually, like straight up, it's generally because torrenting is less accessible because not as many people know how to do it, even if it's extremely easy to learn. Do you think, like, say Nintendo trying to take it down, they have to worry about? So Nintendo could attack the individual users who are hosting the data, who are what are known as seeders. So anytime that you torrent something, you're relying on seeders, which are people who are hosting bits and pieces of the file in a downloadable format. Um, oh, that's another part of the equation. You basically have to have like a bunch of people who have tiny pieces of the file available. Um, yeah. Uh, but Nintendo could potentially go after those individuals, but the website itself would not be hosting anything. So torrenting is generally a lot more secure than any kind of direct download. They're actually at a lot less risk of getting nabbed by any of the big gaming companies. Thank you for the community train full. Spark by bite. I just feel like someone like Ludwig or Pokemon could afford to keep Miriant up and running. They'd be putting a massive legal target on their back. They'd be putting a massive. I've already explained what torrenting is in the last 10 minutes, like twice. Okay. Torrenting, yes, like Nekuya has stated, is peer to peer. Hey guys, don't ask questions while I'm currently in the process of answering questions. Um, uh, Torrenting is peer to peer file sharing. It is a situation where instead of a file being hosted online by a website for you to directly download, you use a peer to peer connection via a torrenting client or to download pieces of that file from other people's computers. So the file is not being hosted on a big server. You are basically connecting to other people's computers who have the file and getting it from them. Uh, that way, it is not being hosted on a big external server where. Thank you so much for the resub mix over thinger. It's been a hot minute. How are you? Barber bye bye. Lovely to see you. Our PCs kiss each other directly, yes. Um I that oh my god, brain. So you're connecting to someone else's computer and downloading bits and pieces of the file uh from other people's, setups. That way it is not being hosted online and they don't have to pay the costs of directly hosting the files. And to top it off, it is harder for companies to take that data or information down because it is not being directly hosted. Technically, for example, the website that is hosting those torrenting links is not actually doing anything wrong. Um, it is only the people who are hosting the file on their own PCs, so they would have to target those people. Hello, check for Charlie, bark bark bite bite. I. That's basically torrenting in a nutshell. The issue with torrenting, the reason why it is not more heavily used, is basically this, and probably the reason why Miriam didn't use it, is because when people see torrenting, they immediately don't trust it. It is true, torrenting has a bad reputation because you are, directly downloading things from other people's PCs and on, larger piracy websites where people can just host whatever the hell they want on those websites. It's really easy to host malware because there's usually no authenticity checks or verification that, like, the software that you're downloading or whatnot, like, is actually real. So there's a high risk when it comes to torrenting if you are on an open forum where anyone can upload anything they want of encountering malware. Uh, in a situation like this, the risk of malware is low. Torrenting is perfectly safe if you know what you are doing. I'm gonna be honest, I wouldn't trust a link for a free game. Understandable, I don't blame you for that. I can tell you Miriam was an extremely trustworthy resource, and chances are this alternative will also be if people are willing to learn how to torrent. Can they add new things? Yes. They can add new things. They're not going to because Miriam was a near complete collection. So unless lost media becomes unlost, there will be nothing added. Like, Miriam had nearly every single like retro game in existence on there. Hello, Aussie Den. Thank you for the follow. Bark, bark, bite, bite. If they were to add things, it would be like consoles that have never had their collections archived before, or how do I say, like, lost media that becomes unlost. I think, like, in total, chances are from the libraries of, like, all of the consoles it hosted, Miriam was probably missing less than, like, 300 games from like the library of every single console that it maintains. It also acted as an archive as well for arcade games. That's where you're more likely to end up like discovering stuff, honestly, coming across like arcade cabinets for rarer games. So if things were to be added, it would probably be from their arcade collection. Basically everything. One sec, let me go into Miriam's shit. So it was an archive for a handful of things. It hosted old, how do I say, laser discs. It had old, how do I say, arcade game cabinet shit. But it's best known for its other shit. Yes, so there's its arcade collections. You know what? Do I show this off? Sure, fuck it. So this is the major like redump directory, the main file directory for this. This is, if you just go to the files link, this is where you end up. All of these lead to different tools. The main one people are going to be interested in most of the time is going to be redump. That's where all of the ROMs are dumped. It has this is all of the arcade stuff based on like the companies and what particular systems they were running on. You have various audio CDs and shit. You have let's see, Nintendo, GameCube, Wii U. A lot of these things I've never heard of. I'll be honest. You have Xbox. Oh, here's the BIOS images for Microsoft Xbox. So if you were running an emulator in the BIOS image, there you go. Um, uh, Dreamcast. Like I don't know what a Pocket PC is, but they have Pocket PC. PlayStation, PlayStation 2, PlayStation 3, PlayStation Portable. They have in here the where was it? The Sega Saturn. Uh Basically fucking everything. They had nearly everything. Very, very good website. I don't think I'd use Miri mostly because I like playing retro games on original hardware, and that's so real and fair. I also enjoy playing games on original hardware when I can, but we need to consider that there are limited, like, cartridges that were produced for games. So not everyone who potentially wants to play those games can play them in original hardware. We need to take into account the fact that cartridges can break, and so can consoles. Um, we are eventually going to live in a world where, like, there are fewer and fewer functional consoles still out there, and these games are also expensive. Um, One of my favorite Nintendo DS games of all time, Solitarobo, costs $300+ for an English copy. As much as I would love to play that game on original hardware, it's not viable because it is such a rare and expensive game because not many English copies were produced. It's not always viable to play things on original hardware, and as time passes, there will be less and less functional copies that exist. The technology required to produce, new shit's just gonna get rarer. Uh, in order to keep these things around and viable for people to engage with, you either need to maintain these skills necessary to produce more, you need to have these skills as well to repair, or you need to be okay with them existing in digital formats. So you just download the stuff from Myriad and you play. So you have to also download an emulator. These are ROMs that you would use for emulation. That, or you would take the ROM files and you would load them onto a console via an SD card. So if I wanted to, I could take the SD card out of my 3DS, I could load it up with a bunch of 3DS ROMs, and I would be able to play those games on my 3DS. Scalpers are also making it harder to play on original hardware. Yes. Older games frequently suffer pretty severely from wear and tear. Yeah. For example, like Gen 3 Pokemon, near impossible to find a copy of a Gen 3 Pokemon game that has a functional battery these days. So unless you yourself know or are willing to find someone who knows how to replace the batteries of GBA games, well shit, there's almost no functional copies of Pokemon of Pokemon Emerald and like other Gen 3 games out there anymore. Because those batteries are all dead. So you gotta find someone to replace the battery. Trying to hone my electronics repair skills so I can breathe life into near dead history. Hell fucking yeah, that's beautiful work, genuinely. I have a few old GameCube games from my childhood that don't run properly anymore. Nods, nods. Yeah, because like this media will break down. That's why digital archival is so important. I think unfortunately a lot of the like suspicion or complexity a lot of people feel around things like emulation does just kind of come down to a lack of knowledge. Um my own experience with deteriorating hardware would be Digimon World 3, and all three copies I've played don't work anymore. Rest in piss. Yeah, disc raw is real. It's very unfortunate. But these are some of the measures that we take in order to protect the media that we care about. Uh, there's a lot of things on Muriant that until recently, had never been properly saved anywhere else. Uh, Miriam's collection is a near complete one, and that's beautiful because there really aren't many of those, especially after Vim's Lair was forced to take down their entire Sega collection. This has been like the only place to viably get Sega games. Not only, but like the only or the most trustworthy place to go and get those Sega games, and one of decreasing number of places. Runs through the gap of prices when visiting Japan. 10 years, things for like 10 years went from things like $100 to like $200 for a lot of stuff. It bothers me so deeply that you can no longer acquire a or rather, okay, it bothers me so deeply that Solotaro, the game I was talking about earlier, you can get a Japanese copy for under $100, but it's not playable unless you have like a console that you have jailbreak in for like the 3DS, if I recall correctly. Because region locking shit. And to top that off, there's no translation in the game, and that sucks. Or buy a Japanese console, yeah. I'll be so real. I've hacked my 3DS, both hardware and software. Motherfucker has a capture card installed inside of it. I sent that to a friend who cracked it open and installed that capture card. I would like to apologize for saying this site had a bad layout in Discord. After you've explained it, makes a lot more sense. I know it's definitely confusing at first glance, but I'm going to be honest. I think a lot of people, and I don't mean this to be mean, but a lot of people have relatively low digital literacy. Uh, and these things seem really hard to navigate and really confusing when you don't have the media literacy that you need. Um, it can be a lot, especially for folks who didn't interact with early internet too. Yeah. Uh, and it's all built this way intentionally. But I absolutely encourage people to like learn the tools that go into torrenting. Learn what it means to emulate, etc., etc. They're legal gray areas, but they're really important. I'd say even for me when I was a kid, I torrented a lot, but kind of got used to the convenience of streaming services or whatever. Been touching these things again now. Absolutely. The fact that things like streaming services and direct download are so convenient, a lot of people in the modern day don't even really know how to use their file explorer anymore. And that scares me. That's a lot of like lost capacity and knowledge on how to like navigate and use your own device. I consider myself to have like medium computer literacy. I am no expert. You will not catch me working with Linux. I would rather die. Uh, but I have had to realize that I have more computer literacy than an average person because I know how to emulate, you know, because I know how to torrent. And I'm realizing those are lost arts that the majority of people do not have. The rise of easy UI for smartphones and tablets made a lot of what was basic comp skills less common. It bothers me to the end of the earth that you cannot access your file explorer on an icon on an iPhone. You need to download like apps just to access the file explorer, and even then, you cannot directly modify files. Part of why I switched to Android and now swear by Android is because I want access to my file explorer. Media literacy is something that tech companies have very intentionally tried to make less capable. Oh, 100%, 100%. Because it gives them more control over your device. If you don't have the tools and tech literacy necessary to, like, you know, do stuff, then these tech companies have so much more control over how you use their devices. Uh, Apple doesn't let you download software that isn't on their app store intentionally to control your experience. This is both to maintain safety, you know, you're less likely to end up with malware and whatnot, but it is also towards the effort of censorship. Apple forces apps that have any kind of NSFW content off of their goddamn app store. You know how, like, Tumblr took down all NSW content, like, fucking a decade ago? You know why they did that? Because Apple said they would take them off the Apple App Store if they didn't. And there goes half their user base. You know? Android is going that way too. Sadly, apps are going to need store approval. I have not heard about this, and I've not had any issues with downloading external software so far. I'm gonna have to look into that because if that is the case, I've missed the news. I have several pieces of like externally downloaded software running on my Android that like I have installed off the internet. Fuck Apple, fuck Google, fuck tech oligarchy. Oh, 100%. Fuck all of the major tech companies at this rate. It hurts me so much that I can't do file stuff on my iPhone, but finding a new phone and moving everything over or something. See, I started hating Apple a long time before I switched, mostly because I'm very much a use something until it breaks sort. So I got 5 years out of my last phone. It was an iPhone SE. I got 5 years out of that thing. And I did not stop using it until the battery started imploding. Or rather, exploding, not imploding, exploding. The battery was starting to expand. Nah, like we all need to develop more tech literacy. I am begging young folks to learn how to pirate. I am begging young folks to learn these skills to go into piracy. Not even necessarily to commit crime. Not even necessarily to commit crime. But literally just like so you can have the tech literacy to do these things, you know? Knowing how to torrent is so important. This also reminds me of a comment I got on a tweet, or not tweet, whatever the fuck you call a Blue Sky post I made last night. I made a Blue Sky post last night that reads, "Reminder for those who need it. It is extremely cheap, easy, and currently legal to compound estradiol at home. You can literally make it in your kitchen." And someone in the comments goes, "Can you tell us how to do it, or are you just vague posting?" I literally, just to like make sure I wasn't crazy, I went and looked up how to compound estradiol. Fifth result was a guide. Fifth Google result was a guide. Under the obligatory, articles being like, don't do this, don't compound estrogen or estradiol, it's dangerous, don't do it, which is bullshit. It's perfectly safe. Fifth result was a guide. Do I need to spell this out for you? Please learn how to use the internet. I'm begging. I'm begging. Speaking of emulation, there might be new Xbox systems to emulate soon. There's rumors Microsoft is stopping making new Xbox generations, just switching to Game Pass only. That's disgusting. Wouldn't be surprised. But honestly, so be it. It's easier to pirate games that are not on consoles anyway. It depends on how good DRM they have, though. Me when I've got the entire expanse of human knowledge at my fingertips but don't want to spend 5 seconds searching. Yeah, like, I'm sorry, I would rather you, like, go and actually find a guide online and follow that guide than me try to transmit to you over Blue Sky how to compound estradiol. Hello, Melissa, how are you doing? Bark, bark, bite, bite. I'm like, guys, where's our computer literacy at? Google's not your friend, but, like, the information's there. If you're concerned about, like, being tracked by the government, if you're concerned about being tracked by the government, like download a privacy browser. They exist. Go get it right now and found a guide in seconds. Yeah, it's right there. It's extremely easy and also perfectly legal. Is that guide legit though? I'm gonna mute my mic. Why was my desktop audio muted? Weird. It's no longer muted. Anyway. Athletes, yes, that's the word. I can't believe I forgot the word fucking athlete. God fucking damn it. Why did I forget the word athlete? I'm just saying, it's completely, it is as things stand, cheap, easy, and completely legal to compound estradiol at home. And, you know, obviously double check your sources. Don't just read one guide and jump into it, but, like, find a couple guides, you know, check to match them all up, make sure the information you're working with is reliable, but I promise you, it's not hard to find the information either. It's right there. The internet is at your fingertips. Fun fact, some trans femme HRT meds are not completely free for Canadians in BC. Hell fucking yeah, that's amazing. Just find some gym rats and ask to borrow their balls. The temptation to make a very dark joke just struck me. Estradiol topical gel is like $1 a gallon homebrewed, yeah. You can very easily make like a decade's supply of HRT for under $100. Like, at least when it comes to estradiol, you can easily for under $100 make like a decade's supply. It's absurdly cheap. For estradiol, I can almost guarantee there's a trans femme doing it in your community. Also true. Also true. But yeah, the entire point of that post, my second to most recent short, the one I posted before the one this morning, the comment section, particularly on TikTok, was full of a lot of people who felt like really hopeless about the world, a few people who talked about feeling suicidal, a lot of like self-destructive rhetoric about like having HRT taken away, a lot of people feeling like they had no future and like life wasn't worth living because the government had in some way restricted or taken away their HRT. And I want to make it clear that, like, one, there are other options. Don't let the government take away your HRT. Don't let them determine your ability to provide yourself with this healthcare, because DIY is a fucking option. And the coming years are not going to be possible to navigate if we do not start producing this ourselves and distributing it within our communities. I think it is so vital, like, as a community, that we start to create the networks necessary to, like, distribute HRT in our communities. Even if you're not making it yourself, connect with other trans people who might have the know-how and equipment. Start producing it and distributing it in your areas. I promise it is very easy and very important and feasible. You can do it. Beaming all of the estrogen into all the trans femmes I know, all the estrogen in my body to all of them. Real and valid. Real and valid. I practice a lot to just research things when I'm curious and try to find sources when I want to find answers. Real and valid. Good thing to do. But yeah, no, like, DIY is a very real and a very safe option. And I'm not gonna outright tell you to go do it, but like, you can, it's very easy. It's very easy. And it costs fucking nothing. Hello, Lucky Barbar My Bite. Oh god, ad already? Ad already? I'll admit, I'm a little bit brain dead after getting high off my ass this morning, but ad already? Time just keeps passing. I don't like it. I don't like it when time passes. Got a splinter between my fingernail, I'm dying, this blows. That is horrid. I am so sorry, my guy. Oh no, you ate something? Oh no. Oh no. Less than ideal. Alright, I have an appointment at 11:15. Don't mind me, I'm taking this opportunity to, like, set my alarms for tomorrow. Let me... Alright, 11:15, I have an appointment. What time do I have to be awake for that? And then we do this. Hope you're doing well, my guy. I'm sending all my love. It's lovely to see you. Chat, tomorrow I see my cardiologist. And they're gonna put a heart rate monitor on me. And the copay is like $200, and I hate it here. I hate it here. Why is medical care so fucking expensive? I have so many major expenses coming up between Offkai and The Move. It's actually terrifying. I dread my financial stability / instability. It's okay, 11:15. How about's the drive there again? Directions. Okay, 15 to 20, so I need to leave by 11 at the latest, but ideally earlier. Nice. So I'll set my final alarm tomorrow for 11 and a bunch leading up. Cool, 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 cool. I'm not gonna get enough sleep. I know this about myself. Alright, alarm set! I'm so cool and productive, chat! I'm so cool and productive! Winning! Does the FOP needs a tip? I promise, like, I'll be okay. Like, this is, being perfectly honest, why I was stressing so much around my streamiversary. The lower viewership as well as the general, like, reduced income around it had me very stressed, in large part because, like, I am poor. I do not have much money, and I have a couple major expenses coming up that have me, like, worried about my long-term stability. I know that I will ultimately be okay, but I'm definitely scared about, like, what it is gonna look like in a while. I don't know. It's definitely scary, but I don't want to sit there and beg for money. It's kind of where I am often at. I'm definitely in a scary situation. It is one that where I am worried about the near future, but I'm not worried to an extent where, like, I am going to be homeless soon or anything, you know? I have the stability to survive for the time being. I just wish the circumstances were a little bit better. Please take care of yourselves first and foremost, though. I appreciate y'all to the ends of the earth. Bark, bark, my bite. You got this, big man. You've gone through way worse, and you definitely got this. I appreciate it. For me, after being homeless, having to dip into my savings for anything always has me scared. And I acknowledge that, like, part of how life works is you know, save up money, and then you spend that money that you have saved up to either better your life or to deal with emergencies, and that not like the nature of life is that not every month is going to be in the green. There's going to be, you know, months where you're in the red, and that's why you build up savings. But the part of my brain that used to be homeless goes that you need to hoard every dollar you possibly can, because otherwise you'll end up homeless again. You know? So while eating a $200 cost is not something I'm looking forward to, I know I can. I know I'm not going to die or anything. Dumbass capitalist society, indeed. I know I'm not going to die or anything. Even if it's scary. It is certainly scary. Like, it's one of the things I'm worried about with the move coming up, because that's almost certainly gonna be like $1,500 to $2,000 out of my pocket, you know? And while I know I have the resources set aside, that's not gonna kill me or anything, it certainly is scary. Well, now it makes sense you never fell for gotcha. Oh yeah, no. I used to be super into Genshin Impact. I spent a total of $15 on Genshin Impact the entire, like, 3 years I played it, because spending money makes everything in my body ache. I spend as little money as I possibly can. like, or rather, I spend as little money as I possibly can on anything, including my physical fucking needs, like food, because I need to save everything I possibly can. Hello, you take care, Fiona. Enjoy your lurk. Do what you gotta do. Beans and rice, my beloved. God, beans, rice, and chicken. I can't actually do beans too often because they absolutely destroy me. But oh yeah, literally last year I lived off of $100 a month for food. I've actually since raised my grocery budget up to $150 a month, primarily because I was suffering from malnutrition. Okay, I'm gonna take estradiol because I hate body hair, but at the same time, the little amount of hair I have makes me swoon. Complicated dilemma. Rice and chicken is a lifesaver, indeed. Damn, I spent $500 on groceries. I need to teach you some of my saving strategies then, my guy. Granted, that was a bookshop for 3 people. Yeah, to be fair, it's just me that I shop for. Eating your medical disorders? Hee hee. Nah, oh, it's supposed to last 2.5 months. No, okay, yeah, that's great. That's great. You're doing fine, my guy. You're doing perfectly fine. But no, my monthly grocery budget used to be $100 a month. It's up to $150. I think I've spent so far about $60 this month, but I still have like at least a few days of groceries left. So you know what? I'm doing pretty well in that particular regard. I'm chilling just a lot. I get it. Shit hurt, 250 used to be enough, like SMH. Yeah, no, food prices in particular have been like one of the biggest increases that people have been facing. It is actually genuinely scary to me. Never heard the term estradiol before. Anytime it's that I picture a transtonadiol. So estradiol, so okay. Estradiol is, you know, obviously like it's the medication that trans femme people take. It's their HRT. Something bioavailability, I don't fucking know. Thank you for the hydrate. Our hydrate's not throwing at me. Did I fuck up? I always fuck up. Chat, how obvious was it that I got high at like 1 p.m. today? How obvious is it that I got high like 7 hours ago?
Oh shit.
Hi, Chuckling Bird! Thank you for the resub! Bye. My roommate just did a $200 grocery shop for the 3 of us. It's gonna be enough for maybe 2 weeks. Good luck. Yes? How obvious? How obvious are we talking? Because I definitely can see it in myself. I'm stumbling over my words a little bit more than usual and like struggling with making points. Bark, bite. You texted more Discord than usual? Didn't think you was high though? Oh, I was high as shit. A friend of mine and I, we don't get many opportunities to hang out, but they're one of my dearest, closest friends. We made plans to just get high in VC today, and I felt so bad for falling asleep multiple times on VC with them. Whoopsie. Item 10, I'd say an 11. Is it really that bad? Come on. Your no thoughts, only vibes. Hey, I explained, chat, tried to explain what torrenting is while high is hard, okay? Thank you for the hydrate, Ray Arcana. How are you doing? Bye. Probably 6 to 7 out of 10 obvious. Cool, yeah. Unfortunately, doing it like before a stream was probably not my smartest choice, but I really wanted to get high with my buddy. You know. You seem more energetic, to be honest. To be fair, I napped. I napped a lot. I'm definitely a little more scatterbrained, and I apologize if I continue to be a bit more scatterbrained than usual today. We're doing our best. Sometimes, chat, the brain is a tiny bit scattered. I am very excited, though, to today play Vintage Story, a video game. We then on Friday, I do want to remind folks, have our indie horror showcase. If anyone has any horror games that can be beat in like an hour or less, feel free to drop them in the suggestions channel. We'll be checking out hopefully like 3 to 4 little indie horror experiences. I already have one that I definitely want to do, and I'm looking for a couple of suggestions. You're giving me similar vibes to when I wake up and bake when I'm a little scattered, but doing shit real and valid. Vintage Story, very fun. Almost got mauled by a wolf. I'm so bad at Vintage Story, I will get mauled by the horrors. I'm not great at telling when people are high since I've never been high myself, just constantly exist in a state of dissociation and brain fog. Yet, to be fair, I'm always brain fogged. I do think, unfortunately, weed compounds with the brain fog for me. The brain fog does, in fact, get worse. Also very scatterbrained, but that's because when I'm sober, real and valid. Real and valid. I think it's a little bit obvious if you know how, if you've ever seen me high before, that I was high earlier. I think it's a little bit obvious if you've ever seen me high before. Which, if you ever want to see what high AE looks like, come to one of our watch parties in the Discord. I'm trying to do them roughly once a month. I need to look ahead of my schedule and see when I can next do one. But about once a month, usually like last or second to last Friday of the month, I do a watch party in the Discord. And I get high. So y'all get to see very high AE in the little text chat off to the side. I get absolutely fucked in those moments. It's great. It's wonderful. The servers think AE is an angel again and spawns them on the clouds. Can absolutely tell when people are drunk, comes to the territory of working in a brewery in the past. You know what? That's fair. That's fair. Wish I could play Vintage Story right now, but my body suddenly hates me. No worries, take care of yourself. We probably got like at least an hour before I hop in anyway. Oh, chat, I was experimenting with something the other day, and I want to get y'all's feedback. I was experimenting the other day with VTube Studios. Where is it? Visual effects. I've been wondering if I want to put like permanent visual effects on my modeler stream, like semi-permanent, almost always active. If you paid attention to my YouTube short today, you would probably notice that, like, it looked different than it normally does. Because I had, like, the outline and the lighting effects on my model. And I'm not sure if I want to keep it or not. I'm interested in folks' thoughts or feedback. If they think it would add something to the stream to, like, have those visual effects. Like, I do kind of fuck with the white outline. I do kind of fuck with it. You know, I wonder what a black outline would not work, actually. I'd make the gun too hard to read. They're so cute, hi chat. How dare you? Excuse you. But yeah, I'm considering the possibility of like making this just part of how I portray myself with this model, but I'm not sure. Without an off-white, it's not... It's about it not meshing well with the background, because my background's very light, you know? It could also just be for recorded content, also true. But generally, like, I do want to up the visual quality of my content. I've been feeling like visually, my content is a little bit plain, and like, I am not super cohesive with my background. Something bothered me about the short. There was a persistent air noise in the background. That is unfortunately just an issue with my microphone that I don't know how to fix. Or rather, it's an issue with my current like setup. Hopefully that's something I'll be able to change when I move into a new location in May. But until I'm able to move into that new location, I unfortunately can't do much to deal with like the background noise. My current space is very cramped and not well soundproofed. You look like someone drew you on printer paper and cut you out with a very thin line of paper left around you. Real. Looks cool, gives you a hologram speaking from another dimension vibe, but personally, chromatic aberration tends to bother my eyes. Real and fair. Real and fair. To give some examples of like the kind of shit that this is inspired off of, I'm gonna pull out a couple people's content. First being Taihungi. Give me a moment. That's not the Taihungi I'm looking for. I spelled that so horribly wrong. There's a couple people who like are kind of inspiring me to want to do something of this sort and add some kind of visual upgrade. If the chromatic aberration is a problem for people, I'll absolutely turn that off in a little bit. But Taihungi is one of those inspirations. God, that's such a cute model right there. So Taihungi also like deals with the thin white outline and whatnot. And I feel like Taihungi's model meshes extremely well with his stream. The entire visual vibe is very cohesive, and I want a more cohesive visual vibe. That's part of my intention. But the other inspiration I have is going to be my close friend, Celerity Dust. I'm actually just going to go to my own channel here. Don't mind me. And just like hit the link this way. Oh my god, it's so Celerity Dust. This is my close friend Celerity Dust, near and dear to my heart. Can I get like something from like your just chatting segment? So they have like the bloom effects going on and shit like that. Like I want to be able to have like particles and to have like lighting effects and shit that makes the stream look kind of interesting and cohesive, like I'm more a part of the scene, you know? That's the kind of shit I want. I want more visual cohesion where I am like more a part of my background but not. And I don't know how to do that. If you want to flourish your visual effects to put Subway servers in the background, fuck you. One thing I noticed immediately about Ty's stream is the background colors match their model. Oh, absolutely. And I don't think, like, how do I say? I think there's a nice contrast between, like, the color profiles of myself and my background, but I think my red is a little bit garish and I'm a little bit more saturated than my background is in a way that I don't really know how to deal with. Do you know Shoost? I don't think I do. Let me check. Do I know Shoost? Huh. Okay. Interesting. This might be a kind of tool that would be useful for me. Alright, alright. Huh. And this is just a thing you can do with like VTube Studio? And like OBS? Cause holy shit, this might actually be exactly what I'm looking for, thank you. Holy fuck. The one question is gonna be if my PC is capable of running it, but you know what? If I have to like turn down the like model settings, or rather, if I have to turn it off like while I'm gaming specifically, so be it. I'm going to look into this. Where do I acquire you? How do I acquire you? Oh, hello, Stella! Bark, bark, bite, bite! Got chat points at Stella. That's my friend! That's my friend! That's my friend! It's about connected. Alright, I have something I need to play around with later. It's probably gonna have to be a thing I can only mess around with, as far as, like, doing so, when I'm not gaming, but you know what? That'd be cool as shit, because I want my stream to feel more cohesive. I like my stream, don't get me wrong. I don't think it looks bad. I think, no offense to other VTubers, I think my stream looks better than like a lot of VTuber streams. No offense other VTubers. But like I feel like there's a lack of visual cohesion that I do want to work on and improve. This is exactly the kind of tool I'm looking for, actually. I will say when it comes to my next model, which is probably gonna be like at least a year out. Give me a moment. One of my great inspirations for my next model is going to be the art style used in a lot of depictions of Spider-Punk. Particularly this particular style here. Like when I do a new model, I want to take a lot of inspiration from like this kind of art style with like the harsh blacks, the dithering effects, the cartoons and thick outlines. I want to lean into that very like punk comic aesthetic. So this image is like very much going to be the inspiration for my next model. Can you tell he's high, Stella? Okay, I'm not high anymore. I was high like 2 hours ago. Fuck you. No, I'm sleep deprived. My observation skills are kind of nerfed right now. No worries. You were up really late playing Pacopia and shit. Which I'm so jealous. I'm so jealous. But yeah, my next model is gonna be based off like this kind of art style. I think honestly a part of my brain is just like, damn, I want this art style now. Give it to me now. Been wanting to use shoes, but I'm sort of just a blorbo of a model. Oh no, understandable. To be fair, your model's adorable, Nekuya. I really like your model. Guys, go check out Nekuya. Extremely talented artist and rigger, by the way. All my love and support. But like, you're adorable. But no, I love like Spider-Punk's visual aesthetic and like some of the art styles used. So like this is gonna be one of the major references for when I make a new model. I adore like the kind of punk comic aesthetic with those harsh blacks and the like grainy dithering effects. I think it's fun. I think it's fun. And it makes me happy, and it's punk as shit. And I'm punk as shit. So I need to get more practice drawing in that sort of art style. I also, like, I'm absolutely in love with, like, the kind of comic, and montage elements used in a lot of, like, punk media as well, and I want to bring more of that into my branding, too. Even like my current schedule, which in my current way of doing my schedules, one sec, I do try to like, you know, do the ransom note punk poster kind of thing. I don't think I pull it off very well. I really need to sit down at some point and try to master that sort of stylistic aesthetic, which is not fucking easy. But I really want to try and exemplify this kind of, or you know, that kind of montage, piece together punk visual vibe that I adore. I don't know how I'm gonna do it, but I'm gonna fucking try. I need to sit down and do a lot of art studies of this kind of style. So don't be surprised, honestly, if you see me doing more art study content come in the coming while. We'll see. I really just adore these sorts of visual aesthetics, and they're going to be a big inspiration for my near future stuff. Hehe. Me, when I look at cool art styles, walks away with Spider-Punk shaped lump in my throat. Please do art studies streams. I love doing art studies. See, I have not done art studies in the last few like years, which is part of why I'm like, I need to do art study content. I need to do art study stuff. Ah, rah, rah, rah. Also, I'm sleepily biting you, Stella. Bark, bark, bite, bite. I literally woke up an hour before stream because I'm a freak. I need to do some more research on like, or not research necessarily, but more thinking what an art study stream would look like. But when I am a little more recovered from my recent bullshit, I definitely want to sit down and do an art study stream, particularly with the focus of trying to master my own branding. Because I love my streams, but I think my branding can be a little more solid and thought out. So, you know, things to do in the near future. I also owe y'all a ton of little stream events, which are things I'm gonna work on trying to get done in the coming months. There are so many fun events and whatnot that I really, really owe you guys. So hopefully near future will see me get a lot of that done. I'm actually currently saving a couple pieces with the intention of poking at them for some art study stuff later. There was another piece I saw that I wanted to include in this. Where was it? Where was it? Where was it? I love punk visual aesthetics. I love being punk, chat. Hot take, being punk rules. Have a pretty hard time with cohesive stream theming. Completely valid. And I totally get that. I think I've definitely figured out where I sit as far as like the topics I cover and the general like energy of what I want my streams to look like, but the visual cohesive aesthetic and branding is definitely really hard in an area where I'm lacking, but it's something that I want to piece together. Because I want people to be able to look at my streams and with a glance know what my deal is. I want people to be able to look at my content and have a strong idea of like who I am and why I do the things I do. I want you to look at my stream and be able to tell that I'm punk. And you can definitely tell that better with my stream now than you could a year ago. Or not a year ago, rather, like 2 years ago. It's definitely a lot clearer who I am and what my vibe is now. But it's something that I still need to, I think, grow and establish and work on. I have a hard time between like the ideal versus who I am and how I exist. No, I get that. I absolutely get that. And when it comes to the live performance elements, do I oftentimes reach my expectations of like how I want to be performing? No, not really. I think more often than not, the vibe that I want to put out is not the vibe I end up necessarily putting out. But try to get where I can in the meantime, I guess. Oh, this guy's into biting people and cannibalism. Punks are so hot and sexy. This is true. This is true. Catter Patches gets it. Catter Patches fucking gets it. I love being punk as fuck. Or are there any other things here that I want to save as like potential resources? Because I want to art study soon. That'd be a fun stream to do in the coming weeks whenever I can. I actually, fun fact, chat, I have a branding guide. I actually do have a branding guide. I don't think I've ever shown it off publicly because it's not finished, but I do have an actual, like, legit branding guide. I don't use it, or rather I do use it mostly for just like the colors and stuff, but my tastes with my own branding have actually shifted quite considerably like since I made it, so it's not perfectly like consistent with my current vibe and style anymore actually. Alright, I've saved a couple things for future me to look at. That's gonna be fun and exciting. But yeah, I really need to put some thought into what I want my my future presentations to look like. And I do have thoughts. I do have thoughts and feelings. Hee 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 hee. All right, let me close a couple things. Let me keep Shoost open because I need that. Even if I have to pay to get it on fucking Patreon, hell fucking yeah. You know what? That's gonna be such a worthwhile tool for me to have in my arsenal. That's gonna be badass. Thank you so much for telling me about that. I admittedly am not the best at keeping up with, like, you know, developing tech in the VTuber scene, mostly because I don't check Twitter anymore. I fucking hate Twitter. And at this point, anytime I open Twitter, I don't even see like VTuber related shit anymore half the time. It's literally just like the most popular post because Twitter doesn't know what to show me anymore. I open Twitter to post my schedule and then I close Twitter. I don't use it anymore. I fucking hate it there. And it doesn't even, I'm no longer really aware of like up and coming tech in the VTuber scene because I don't fucking use it anymore. Branding guide. For those who are unaware of what a branding guide is, give me a moment. So, a branding guide is usually going to look something like this. It is documentation wherein you basically lay out the acceptable means by which you your brand is portrayed and expressed. For example, the fonts that you tend to rely on, your logo and secondary logos, because most people do not just have like one logo. There's going to be a To be fair, most of the people who watch me aren't actually VTuber enjoyers. I'm like the pet VTuber of a bunch of people who don't normally watch VTubers. Or rather, aren't super invested in the mainstream scene. I don't know, I also don't actually have that many VTuber friends. Being perfectly honest. I don't have many VTuber friends. But in any case, most people will have like a handful of different logo options depending on the context. Like their primary colors, the fonts they use, different design elements, and whatnot. These are branding guides that you're gonna hand off to anyone who is doing visual design for you, or use yourself as a reference as you're like building out your shit. I do have a branding guide. I've never had to send my own branding guide to anyone else because I do all of my fucking visual work and aesthetic. I probably should in the future as I'm commissioning more people. But like as things stand, I don't have I have a branding guide that I need to update because I'm not happy with my current branding. It's a thing. It's a thing. Like pretty much every company is going to have one of these. No, Pyro, you're an exception to the rule. You're an exception to the rule. I actually have done quite a bit of research into social media advertising and shit. Social media management, etc., etc. I have a fair bit of knowledge, not background, mind you. It is certainly not background, but I have a fair bit of knowledge on like social media advertising and management because I have done a fair bit of research into that for my own purposes. I'm not good at it, but I've blown up or gone viral enough times that like I've definitely learned something. I don't really pay close attention to the VTubing scene. I just find cool people that recommend cool people and end up here, and it's genuinely appreciated. I think that's like how most people interact with the VTubing scene these days. VTubing used to be a genre, and I would argue that VTubing is no longer a genre. In the past, when you like approach the concept of VTubing, there was a very specific vibe that was expected. You were expected to walk into a stream wherein people like leaned into character and anime tropes, where people there were a lot of rules and expectations where it was a attempt at recreating idol culture even in the indie scene. A lot of it comes from corpo VTubers because, you know, corpo VTubers being based around the concept of Japanese idol culture, leaned into a lot of those tropes. They're very polished, particular spaces where people oftentimes played into specific characters, tropes, and behave and like, you know, anime-esque behavior wherein the intention was basically you get parasocial with what feels like a character out of an anime. For a while, a lot of indie VTubing followed suit by leaning into those same things. And for a while, I would have argued that VTubing was a genre. VTubing is no longer a genre, it is now a medium. The majority of people in the indie VTubing scene, and even a large number of people in the corpo scene, no longer bother sticking by the traditions and expected behaviors of VTubing. And I'll be honest, I have mixed feelings on that. I kinda miss when VTubing was more about character. But also, fuck corpos. You know? I just saw a cute redheaded furry, clicked on it. I was pleasantly surprised. You know what? I'm glad. Hello, Shy Lion. How are you? Burp, bite, bite. Here through the trans streamer and YouTube pipeline. Also real and valid. That's where a lot of people found me. A lot of people found me for my queer commentary or my leftist commentary these days, which certainly makes me an anomaly in the VTuber scene. But no, I definitely miss when VTubing was more about playing a character. I'll admit, like, it endlessly frustrates me these days how, like, especially in the indie scene, you're heavily discouraged from exploring and portraying character in your work anymore. People don't really have much respect for immersion anymore. People don't have much respect for, like, your ability to engage as, you know, something fictional. And I think that's unfortunate, but I do appreciate the fact that, like, VTubing is becoming a more open and accessible place that people can just, it's something that people can just do because they want to. And I'm glad that it's not this heavy corpo thing anymore. I am honestly really glad that corpo VTubing is largely on its way out. That most of the scene is more interested in, you know, indie shit these days. I think that's genuinely kind of lovely and beautiful. Finding the rate from another trans-mass VTuber? Hell yeah. Saw the Ice Out stream announcement, was like, hell yeah, fuck guys, found you through the Shiny campaign. From there, found a bunch more people to engage with. Hell fucking yeah, absolutely. Like, the main sources people have found me through are going to be, one, the I Don't Regret Girlhood, my video essay about trans-mass perspectives on girlhood, as well as my HRT announcement, my coverage of digital privacy law, and the Ice Out campaign. That's where most people have found me. Some of my favorite indie VTubers are actually leaning more to their character. I'm glad. I wish it was more common and acceptable these days. Don't like the rise of right-wing VTubers as of recent. Unfortunately, here's the thing. That's not recent. I would argue that, like, historically, VTubing was very right-wing. It's very difficult to talk about the history of VTubing without acknowledging the fact that, like, a lot of its roots are in right-wing anime culture. A lot of, like, the fandom's roots are specifically on 4chan. And if you've come to VTubing more recently, you're probably, and you haven't, like, interacted much with, like, you know, that side of the anime fandom, you might not recognize that, but that very much is where, like, a lot of early VTubing culture started. To act as though right-wing VTubers is a recent thing, is really blind to its history. I don't mean that derogatorily, but, like, it lacks a lot of historical context, I think is a better way of phrasing that. And very much, how do I say? The right-wing VTubers have gotten louder and more overt recently because, you're not really expected to hide your political ideology in the scene anymore. For a lot of VTubing history, you know, there was this big focus on escapism alongside all of the character stuff. So people never really, you know, said the quiet part out loud. People didn't really address their politics, but the majority of fans and enjoyers were right-wing anime enjoyers. And so it is those, you know, right-wing anime enjoyers who became VTubers themselves, who are now those right-wing VTubers. They've always been here, and now that a lot of, like, left-wing people are entering the scene and being more loud and accepting, now that the scene is shifting away from that right-wing anime culture, becoming queer, etc., those people feel threatened and are feeling more comfortable being loud and are, like, hoarding that OG VTubing fanbase. Hello, pizza! Bark bark bye bye! Stoner mushroom VTuber, real and valid. The number one VTuber for a long time is from 4chan? Yeah. Right-wing VTubers, have shown up on my feed for some reason, fuck them. Saying your political beliefs out loud wasn't really a thing until relatively recently, yes, because honestly, this is not even a unique to VTubing thing, but in content creation more generally, like, you're kind of expected to stay quiet about your political leanings because it, like, distracts from the art, it makes people uncomfortable and drives people off. I'll admit, even I hesitated to be super loudly political in a lot of my early career because I was scared of driving people away. I eventually realized that that was fucking stupid. In my defense, I was like an early 20s cringe and anxious disaster. I am very glad that I have gotten a lot more comfortable being loudly queer and political on the internet. And to be honest, the last nail in the coffin for me, like, showing any amount of restraint in my political coverage was getting investigated by the FBI. I realized that, like, how do I say, I realized in that moment that I was going to get doxxed and harassed even if I wasn't as loud and overt as I, you know, could necessarily be about my beliefs. Even when I kept quiet about, like, the ins and outs and depths of my leanings, I was going to get attacked and targeted by assholes and by the government. So you know what? Fuck it. I might as well be as loud as possible. Oh yeah, no, Gura, like, 100%. So much of her fan base was rooted in 4chan. 100%. Like, she is from that side of the VTubing sphere. I have a lot of feelings on VTuber culture. Hello, Dusklight Navigator. Bark, bark, bye, bye. Fairly certain the current VTuber is a. I'm not saying my politics, but you know what I am. But I don't follow any other VTubers, such especially super popular ones right now. Completely fair. Very recently, a lot more VTubers have been coming out of the woodwork and being open about politics in the wake of, like, all of this ICE shit, as well as the digital privacy shit. That has pushed a lot of people to actually talk openly. Which I'm honestly really grateful to see. It has been really nice being able to, like, go on the internet and see a lot of other VTubers talking openly about this shit. I despise, for example, the way the VTuber scene is super chill about AI still. You'd think one of my biggest frustrations with the, like, current VTuber scene is the way that other VTubers, like, oh, if it's visual art, sure, yeah, like VTubers, you know, by and large, don't fuck with AI art because I think they recognize the value of visual art. A lot of them are artists themselves or have paid artists a lot of money for their work and recognize that stuff. So many VTubers are so chill about text-based AI. The number of VTubers I've seen online who will absolutely disavow a image generation AI, but are using Frosty tools? Fucking shame. I'm gonna be dead ass. Absolute fucking shame. I don't understand, like, I think a lot of them don't even realize that it's a generative AI tool because people don't understand what generative AI is? Question mark, question mark, question mark? But I'm gonna be so real. If I see what's it called, Frosty tools, in your bots list, I never raid you again. If I raid you and you give me the little, like, Frosty tools thingy-majig, I'm never raiding you again. I was so shocked at the amount of people who use Frosty. Yeah, it bothers me. Alright, Frosty tools, give me a second. Have you ever noticed when like someone you follow raids someone and it gives the little like automated, oh, here's this person, here's a cute little summary of what they do. It is typically like the bot being used for that is going to be Frosty Tools. Frosty Tools is an AI based Twitch bot, which most people use specifically for its silly little shout out shit. So someone raids is gonna do it here. Yeah, you hit the shout out command and it gives this little automated response based off their like recent activity, stream names, categories, etc., as well as their like own description that kind of summarizes who they are. It's Gen AI. It's Gen AI. If I see this in your chat, I never raid you again. I'm gonna be so dead ass. If I raid into you, I see this, I never raid it again. That they were just commands or bots for that? No, it's generating new text based off of all of the data on someone's profile. That's definitionally generative AI. Any chat, if you have a tool that you give it an input and it automatically generates new data that has never existed before, be it images or text, that's Gen AI. There's a couple tools like that, never seen Frosty before. Frosty is the one that I see most often. Can people just summarize their own work? Yeah, literally. When people raid me, I go, hey, how are you? Feel free to tell me a bit about yourself if they're new. I try to anyway. Also generates responses when someone lurks based on chat history. Yeah, and a lot of like VTubers, I'm gonna be so dead ass. If the AI isn't, directly AI art, I don't take it seriously and don't see the issue with it, which is part of why I'm against the AI art isn't art argument. I hate the AI art isn't art argument, not because it's not true, but because it is so easy when that is our primary tool of fighting back against AI generative AI for people to find excuses or acceptable use cases. Hello, Mr. Bookboy, lovely to see you. Bye bye bye. Thank you for the sub.
Oh, shit.
Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well. Now, I want to be clear. If someone like does the exclamation point shout out and it just goes, oh, this person was last seen playing this category, etc., etc., like that's just retrieving the data. This is generating new text that has not been written by anyone. So say I will raid someone and it'll go, oh, introducing Archivist, a loud punk VTuber, who talks about politics while playing XYZ video game, etc., etc. They've been chatting up a storm. That is Gen AI. But if it is just this is XYZ last seen playing this category, don't worry, you're safe, you're chill. Frosty Tools is a particularly notorious one because it is explicitly used for this purpose. I love when he talks about XYZ. Disclaimer, just a message written by AI and hooked up to a command. Yeah, not all commands are a problem. All of my commands, I can tell you, are pre-written that maybe have like one or two variables that like draw on specific pieces of data. So when you hit the lurk command, it is a pre-written message that just has like the username like variable plugged into it. Have you seen the Scary Movie series? No. What do you mean by Scary Movie series? Which one? There's a lot of those. reject AI generated content, use AE generated content and said, "You're so right, you should commission me. My art commissions are not open." But in any case, fuck generative AI. I hate the generative AI or AI art is not a art argument, not because it's not true, but because when it is our primary argument that we rely on, it leaves open so many avenues for acceptable AI usage. For example, in text or for silly little memes, because you're not actually quote unquote making art in those situations. In the eyes of a lot of people, you take care, Mr. Booker Boy, Barker by Bite. There's a reason why when it comes to conversations around generative AI, I focus more heavily on its environmental consequences and on its psychological consequences and in the way it constantly spreads misinformation, you know? Because as things stand, like it's not a useful argument to focus on the value of art. At the very least, like, I don't know much about Gura's personal activity. I just know that like 100% her fan base is the exact kind of folks I'm talking about when I talk about like right-wing anime culture, and she's perfectly content feeding into it, you know. She's perfectly content leaning into what those people want to see. And actively does so. You can even produce your own AE content. True! Chat, you can produce your own content using my image. I literally have no problems with this. I give people full permission to make whatever the hell kind of fan content they want. My only requests are don't depict me engaging in hate speech and don't fucking, or how do I say? Not misgender, that's not the right word. Thank you for the hydrate, Reggie. Barber my mind. Don't gender bend me, that's the one. Google Scary Movie 1 through 5, give me a second. I don't think I've seen them, though. Oh, okay, horror parody films. Got it. Yeah, I've never seen them. I am a horror enjoyer, and like, if I've watched a movie, it's probably a horror movie. I do enjoy me some horror movies, but I have not seen these. AE human fursuit, disgusting. I produce AE content on the regular, and it's appreciated. Gonna learn how to draw to put AE in a mobile suit? You can. It's the cutesy, the white blob characters that right wingers go crazy for, so not surprised with the following, yeah. No gender bending, I'm keeping the typo, I'm doing my best. We're all doing our best out here, alright? We are doing our best. My first video essay is gonna be half an hour about why you should watch AE. Someone should absolutely make that, I'll cry. Sing my praises. Sing my fucking praises. Ah, rah, rah, rah. Oh, made the tip of myself real and valid. We're all doing our best out here. Listen, I verbally typo all the time, so I wouldn't have been surprised. You can do that. You can do what Catterpatches says. You have the free will to do that. Thoughts on Eldritch as cosmic horror? I am an enjoyer of it. I haven't engaged with all too much of it, but I do enjoy me some Eldritch horror. It's good. I'm just a big fan of horror in general. I will say my particular favorites are going to be like body horror and horror that like makes you face the worst of humanity rather than any kind of cosmic threat. I think the real horror is the worst that people can be. It's part of why I love like mouth-washing and what's the other one? Silent Hill 2, because they are games that kind of force you to face the worst that people can be, and come out the other side understanding it to some extent. That to me is such a deep, deep horror. I adore that. I love Silent Hill and I love Silent Hill and mouthwashing for like forcing me to come face to face with the worst that people can be and in a way that makes my gut fucking wrench understand it. That shit's beautiful. Big yawn. Big yawn. Someone should definitely make kinky horror. Where's that one meme? Oh my god, chat, wait, can I be so petty for a second? I released a YouTube video a couple weeks ago wherein I talk about how, like, genocide scholars have started classifying, or have started, like, quite literally debating and redefining what genocide is on a fundamental level in order to recognize what's happening to trans people as genocide, because many believe that trans people are in the early stages of genocide, and nearly every comment on that video is, actually, trans people are in the mid to late stages of genocide. And I'm like, guys, I was quoting the article. I'm just quoting the article. Anyway, I hate how I can't say anything on the internet without immediate critique if it's not literally perfect. I want to find that one meme though. Where's that one meme? Where is it? I know I sent it to my mods. I sent it to my mods. Where is it? But quote unquote kinky horror, it's already out there. I have a perfect image for this if I can find the image. When did Moz, I did send this to you, correct? There it is. I adore this image right here. I adore this image right here. Mothmans, you are not one of my mods. It is not relevant to you. You missed an element of nuance in the YouTube video. I missed an element of nuance in a minute-long TikTok. I'm just putting this up on screen for a moment. Oh, you're totally good. Have a recommendation for sorta kinky horror visual novel, but I'm hesitant to mention it because of how NSFW it gets. I will absolutely not be playing it on stream if it gets like overtly NSFW in any capacity. My channel is not 18 plus. This is just a hee hee ha ha silly. The cycle continues forever. I promise that any piece of like horror content you've ever engaged with, there's someone who finds it hot, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Whatever kind of weird like body horror or horrific content you're thinking of, there's probably someone out there that finds it hot, and I think that's cool. I think that's valid. Hello, Good Humor Gaming, bite. Pictures of my wife get weird comments, so you can definitely post something perfect on the internet and still post something, and so it gets stupid sent your way. Oh, absolutely. This is real and valid. I love how much you love your wife, by the way. It's beautiful. Notice the white outline in your latest short was like, wait, have they always had that? Nope, nope. It's some new visual effects I'm messing with. I'm experimenting. I like her a lot. That's adorable. I heard something from Hank Green before that went like, putting stuff on the internet is volunteering to misread. I don't know the exact quote. Literally, one of the things I hate the most about being on the internet Hello, Fenry Flames. Lovely to see you. Bye bye. One of the things I hate the most about like being a content creator on the internet is like I'm not allowed to say anything without people immediately needing to nitpick me. you know. People are going to put words in my mouth or misread me or like find the one little break or flaw in my statement. I posted a Blue Sky post the other day that was, just talking about how frustrated I was with how difficult it was to open a PO box, and how difficult it is to be anonymous, and how this is particularly hostile against homeless people. Because it is basically impossible to open a PO box if you don't have proof of address and like 2 different forms of documentation that prove your address. Which makes it really hard to, open a PO box if you are actively homeless, which is a problem, especially when people so often suggest opening a PO box as a means of like easing your life as a homeless person. The kind of part of the point of the tweet was or part of the Blue Sky post was to point out that like this common solution people suggest for homeless people literally does not work as it requires you to not be homeless. And someone goes, yeah, but it also hurts anarchists and anyone with ideals that don't support the government. And I literally responded, I have been investigated by the FBI. I know. Not relevant. And I understand people are well-intentioned when they do that, but Jesus Christ, it is so difficult to like express a thought or opinion on the internet as someone with any amount of traction, because you will immediately get some kind of pushback or critique or nitpick, because people need to be better than you or have the moral high ground, and it sucks. It sucks. Gonna be so real. I love content creation. I love talking about politics. It does really suck sometimes when I share an opinion or thought or anything and immediately need to be nitpicked because like nuance is hard, you know? The worst part of it, I will say, it is so difficult to enjoy things on the internet. I swear sometimes as a guy who creates content on the internet, I can't say that I enjoy something without someone needing to tell me why they don't like it, you know? And I understand, like, people do it in part because they like me and they want to share their opinions with me. Sometimes it's because they want me to agree with them. Sometimes it's because they just want to share their opinion in my space. And there are times where I am more receptive to that than others. And I did kind of go off in my Discord and get a little bit pissy this morning, and I apologize for getting a little bit pissy in my Discord this morning. It's really exhausting for me as a content creator when I have genuine joy in something and someone feels the need to tell me that they don't like that thing, you know? I certainly understand that it is out of a desire for people to share their opinions with me because they care about what I think and they care about how I view them, etc., etc. And I think there's a difference between cases where like I am genuinely talking about, you know, my interpretation of a piece of media or something of that nature. But sometimes I'm just genuinely exciting, or sometimes I'm just genuinely excited about something. And people feel the need to tell me that my take is bad or that they don't like the thing, you know? I've been feeling that a lot in regards to like Pokopia and Pokemon and Nintendo more general recently. I recognize that Nintendo has done some fucked up shit and I'm very frustrated with them as a company as well, but it sucks that sometimes I feel I can't talk about how much I want to play Pokopia without someone telling me that Nintendo is shit, you know? It kind of sucks that any time I've talked about wanting to play Pokopia or you know, being excited about this, people need to immediately tell me that, like, but Nintendo sucks. Hello, Captain Audrey, thank you for the follow. Bark by Bite, how are you? Reminds me, some days ago I was rushing to see some nuanced takes on military stuff in your Discord server. Hell fucking yeah. One thing I do honestly really appreciate about my space is that, like, I'm able to express those nuanced opinions. It's a lot easier for me to do so some days than others, and like, I'm glad that I have fostered a community, that my core community is receptive to that. It does get really frustrating sometimes posting things on TikTok, especially because TikTok cannot do nuance, and I need to stop reading my TikTok comment section. You know what also sucks? Capitalism. True! Nintendo bad, but Nintendo not uniquely bad. Exactly. Myself and another friend got hassled a lot recently for expressing empathy for, by POC drafted folk. Yeah. I'm gonna be dead ass, like, ACAB, fuck cops. If you're like actively a goddamn cop, I hate you. But people who are in the military, like literally there are whole ass systems that are dedicated to taking young underprivileged folk and brainwashing them into joining the military because they don't have much of a future otherwise. I do not blame folks for falling for that and getting involved in that. And some of the most badass leftists I know are people who like joined the military and got abused within the system. Fuck cops. But I feel bad for people in the military. You know? So tempted to yell ACAB when I leave. I'm also postponing leaving for a few days since it's raining tonight and I can't go. Please take care of yourself, Vox Marinix. I'm really scared for you. I heavily recommend against what you're planning on doing, but I can't stop you. My choices were homelessness, Walmart, and the military. Fuck the military? Yeah. I don't blame people, though, for ending up in that situation. A lot of people do it because they desperately want to, for example, afford college and healthcare. I do have an amount of empathy for folks in the military because a lot of people just don't have a future otherwise. And like I said, there are whole systems that are dedicated to brainwashing people into that situation. They target young, vulnerable, typically AMAB folk, you know? Some people think they're superior because they didn't fall for it and deem everyone who fell into that as horrible people who can't use their imagination or empathy at all. Yeah. I am someone who acknowledges that I'm very lucky to have had a future, you know? Fuck the like military as a power structure. I feel genuine empathy for like the young folk who have been conscripted into it. They target your channel with ads even though they banned us from joining. I will say I do find it endlessly hilarious when the US military runs like ads on my channel, and there's a lot of folk on the internet who get like really upset when causes they don't support run ads on their channel. I don't mind it because they're wasting their goddamn money. I think most people who watch my channel are smart enough to say fuck the military. You know? They're literally wasting my money. They're not gonna get anyone to join by running ads on my channel. Congratulations, you've given a trans leftist on the internet your money for nothing. No, you're good, Pyro. You're good. Thank you for the hydrate, Captain Audrey. Hope you're doing well. 1 trillion plus and they wasted on ads, yeah. Like, you know what? If the US military is gonna run ads anywhere, they might as well run them on my channel where they're not going to convince anyone. It's a lot of water. It's fine. It's necessary. I'm dehydrated. Where's my water bottle? To prove the point of how dehydrated I am, where's my water bottle? I have been sipping on energy drink all stream. I can barely survive average jobs and the military would consume me outright. Hope. Somebody touched my leg. That was my own fucking cable. Why am I like this? The US military is possibly the single most evil organization on the planet, but also fucks over people who serve it way harder than the police. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Kelp monster. I just find arguing over stuff that doesn't matter cathartic, hence why arguing about media is fun to me. And that's fair, Pyro, and like I said, I think it's about reading the room and the context of the conversation. There are absolutely times where, like, I'm down to have casual, chill, silly debates about, like, content and its media and its interpretation and whatnot. That said, when I'm just genuinely excited about something, or genuinely care about something, it really sucks having people feel the need to nitpick or critique that thing. When I just want to enjoy it, you know. Something touched my leg. Oh shit! It was my hair. Like it's really sucked in regards to Pokopia and Pokemon more generally. Every time there is like a new release of Pokemon news or like new leaks or anything of that nature, I feel like I need to reduce my social media usage for a couple days, because seeing everyone be angry is so exhausting. I do like also have critiques about modern Pokemon, don't get me wrong, but people are so unnecessarily angry and mean to like an extent they don't need to be. No worries, you take care, like, and do what you gotta do. I feel like so much of the anger that is pushed at, like, Pokemon and Nintendo these days isn't fully warranted. I do think we should try the pressure for most people in general, not serve the military as much as possible. Most people who are actually in our spaces already know it's bad. Yeah. Like, you know, I definitely think we need to counteract the military brainwashing being instilled in, like, young kids and teens and shit, and try to push them out of that scenario as much as possible, don't get me wrong. But, like, people aren't bad for falling for it. It's hard these days when most of the large whatever media things has some bad company behind it, and it's hard to just find balance when you critique things and when to just back off. See, here's the thing. A lot of people critique Nintendo and act as though that Nintendo is horrible, while ignoring the actions of companies that are doing, like, even worse shit. Like, yeah. A lot of Nintendo's modern business practices are extremely consumer unfriendly. They are stripping away a lot of, like, ownership rights. Nintendo has always been terrible when it comes to media preservation. That sucks. Absolutely, all of that's horrid. However, Microsoft is currently funding genocide. You know? Like, don't get me wrong. Hello, Sage, lovely to see you, how are you? Don't get me wrong. What Nintendo is doing sucks. But, like, at the very least, they treat their employees well and they're not actively funding genocide. Let me like my Pokemon. Nintendo's unfriendly to creators, some companies are unfriendly to humanity. Yeah, literally. At the very least, Nintendo treats their employees really well. Like, fucking hell. It could be... There's so many worse companies to be engaging with. Just texting my Wi-Fi because it's being shitty. No worries, Sage. Lovely to see ya. How do I say? But yeah, like, it's so hard being a Pokemon fan these days because you're just, like, not allowed to have fun as a Pokemon fan these days. If you like a Pokemon, everyone on the internet needs to tell you why modern Pokemon sucks and you shouldn't be having fun. Like, I'm sorry, Pokemon Legends Z-A was a good game. Do I have my critiques? Absolutely, but it's a good game. And I have hope for the next generation. Stop being mad and angry. Stop making your dissatisfaction my problem, you know? Do I prefer older Pokemon games over modern games? Yeah, sure. I'm no longer the primary target audience. And I'm still having fun. That's okay. I promise the kids who are playing modern Pokemon are having a great time. You know? Sylveon. As long as I've stayed connected, so I think I'm good. Hi, it's lovely to see you. Bites you. I think it's fine hating him, because yeah, fuck him. Only sort of brought up the convo for like every horrible Nazi military person. There's probably some abused leftist vet too. Exactly. No, I feel so bad for veterans because they get so horribly fucked over by the system. You know, they're promised that they serve their time and they will get the medical care or like college payments that they need. Instead, they get horribly abused both while they're part of the system and then when they exit it, it is a horrible fight to try to like access the very services they were promised. You know? I like Pokemon upgraded their lighting graphics a lot from Wind and Waves. Feels a lot more alive. Yeah, and I'm excited for it. I also missed the fashion contest, White Flower Black Song God. I miss it. I like Pokemon. My grandfather went to jail instead of joining the military. Good for him. Genuinely. But you know. Hey, stop being angry for 1 second and let me give you a friendly wave. Hi, Furinator. Sorry, I'm being angry at people being angry at me. I apologize. In my eyes, my choices were corpo or government, and I chose government with the AF, and goddamn, I have no idea if I chose wrong. The thought makes me incredibly sad. It's a difficult situation you're in, Crocodile, and I hope eventually you find a situation that is better. But I don't blame you for being in the position that you're in, you know? I also think it's really important to keep clear and focused really important problems because convincing your average person to boycott a few companies, they can handle saving every company overwhelms them. Yeah. Like, I think we need to focus on where the pressure is most important. And you can't ask everyone to boycott everything. At the very least, not at the start. You can open them up to more possibilities in the future. Hey, I'm gonna be so real. I'm not going to encourage my my viewers to harm themselves. Mothman's mom, I'm not gonna do that. You literally in your message before this one talked about your grandfather shooting his own leg. I'm not going to encourage that. Hell fucking no. Absolutely not. But yeah, like. You're not gonna convince someone to boycott everything. It is best to start with a few small things that can be easily removed from one's life. And you know what? You can eventually, how do I say? You can eventually, you know, get them to do more as they grow more comfortable. But I think it is best to start with the most important things. We boycott the companies that are like actively supporting genocide or which have very easily accessible replacements within reach. You know, we boycott Starbucks, we boycott Microsoft games, etc. We can expand that as time goes, but like I think Nintendo as things stand, as while they are extremely consumer unfriendly, is like honestly one of the better AAA gaming companies, and I like Pokemon. You know? Should have mentioned you moved to the middle of nowhere. Got it. That was not any of your most recent messages. The mill wouldn't draft most of you, I'm being honest. Maybe Neko Way Blue, but I hate circumstances. He's Canadian, he's safe. Yeah, like, as trans people, we're also pretty safe from the draft, you know? I am on testosterone, and am extremely physically ill. You know? Hello, no eyes for you. Lovely to see you. Bye. Yeah, I think if the U.S. military tried to do a draft, I think the current administration would like lose a lot of its fucking support. A lot of right wing folks love the military, but would never actually serve. A lot of right wing folk love the military in concept, but believe they should never fucking have to serve and would never actually want to be a part of it. I would absolutely drop their goddamn support if they were forced to. It's a very hypocritical kind of love. It's suffering for thee, but not for me. Um, Unfortunately, I think a lot of the ideology of the right wing, you'll have definitely at this point in your lives heard the leopards eating faces thing before. I'm sure everyone here is at least vaguely familiar with leopards eating faces. A lot of their ideology is along those lines. They believe that other people should be the ones to do that dirty work. Some of you may die, but that's a sacrifice I am willing to make. Have you even heard songs about the face-eating leopards? For those who don't know the face-eating leopards, let me pull it up. This is from like a viral text post if I recall correctly. Yeah, okay. It's from a viral text post. I never thought leopards would eat my face, sobs woman who voted for the leopards eating people's faces party. If the political party or organization or company outright says they are going to do the thing, assume the thing also applies to you, you know? If a political party says they want to start stripping people's rights away, assume that includes your rights. Because more often than not it does, and then people end up somehow blindsided by this shit. That was a Twitter post. That was a Twitter post that has gone viral on multiple social media websites, literally everywhere. Most people are at least familiar to some extent with the leopards eating face party because it's been like memed on a million times. Bark bark bite bite. I need another playlist. Hello. Pokemon music. I love Pokemon. Chat, I will say. Oh, didn't mean to turn that back on. I don't be surprised if you see a lot of Pokemon content in the near future. I'm extremely Pokemon pilled right now. I'm extremely Pokemon brained as of late, largely due to the release of Pokopia. I'm going to be putting up a poll in the Discord sometime soon to like pick the next game I play on the channel. Don't be surprised if at least 2 of those options are Pokemon games, and don't be surprised if like when I pick new games coming up soon, they tend to be Pokemon. I want to play Pokemon games so much. Pokopia is a new Pokemon spin-off that released a few days ago. Pokemon Utopia is what it stands for. It's basically Pokemon plus Animal Crossing. Eepy, why specifically is your love of Pokemon? I know you begged for one as a child, but what attracted you to it? I don't know, I stumbled onto the anime one day and I fell in love with it. Literally, I was like surfing the web, surfing the channels on the television one day, and I came across an episode of the anime and I just immediately fell in love with it. Something about it clicked with me. I really aggressively wanted to be Ash Ketchum. I saw this like adventurous, stubborn teenage boy, or not teenage boy, he wasn't a teenager, but you know what I mean. I saw this like really brave, energetic, but dumbass young boy, and I was like, I want to be that. I want to be that. I thought the monsters and animals and critters were very cute and engaging in a way that I enjoyed. Something about it just captured me at a young age. And I mean, it captured a lot of people. I don't think that was, you know, any particular accident. Pokemon captured a lot of kids for good fucking reason. I can't articulate the exact reason it happened. I can't articulate to you exactly why it captured me so dearly, but it did. I think some of that was, you know, for gender reasons. I was really attached to this, like, you know, male character that I felt some amount of, like, fulfillment within and desire to be. But I saw, you know, Pokemon on the television. I was like, I need this. I need this. I need to understand this thing. And it has become, like, one of my favorite pieces of media in the years since. Getting the extra seeds from the limited time event so you can hopefully have them, and hopefully that means you can get the Pokemon from the event. I appreciate that, Good Tempered Gaming. Good news with that, according to, like, sources, you can literally just set your Switch's date back in time and you'll still be able to access the event going forward, but I do appreciate it, thank you. Is the Pokemon Utopia anarchic? Good question. It is kind of in, like, a post-apocalypse world. Describe the magic of Pokemon in 10 words or less, thank you. Critter. Adventure. Unconditional love. My first episode of Pokemon was the Doctor episode. I don't remember what mine was. I don't recall. Holy shit, is that a fire dog? It's mine now. I think as a kid, there's an amount of magic to the notion of, like, being able to venture around a world on your own terms, to be and explore yourself and get up to shenanigans, and to do so alongside, like, a bunch of silly little animals that unconditionally love you. Love the episode where Ash is held at gunpoint by several senators. Remember the gun episode? Vaguely, yes. Thing is, I never had for 200, Alex. Guys, we should do a watch along of a Pokemon movie. If so, which one? My favorite is Pokemon 2000. I do need to figure out what the next watch party is gonna be. I know we talked about potentially watching the TV show for How to Train Your Dragon together, and if we want to keep doing that, we can keep doing that. I like Pokemon for the same reason I like How to Train Your Dragon, I'm realizing. Whoopsie. Whoopsie. But, like, maybe after we finish the How to Train Your Dragon show, we could potentially go and, like, watch some of the Pokemon movies, because I actually haven't seen most of them. I've seen a few of them. I've seen the Lottie Twins one. I've seen 1 and 2. I've seen the Jirachi one. But there's a lot of Pokemon movies I definitely haven't seen. I know there's a show. Yeah, I know. Watch the uncanny 3D reanimations of the Mewtwo movie on Netflix. Yes, I wanted to be Ash. I wanted to be him so badly. I also wanted to be Hiccup so badly. No! Pyro! Yeah, there's a show. There's a few animated shows, actually. Big stretch. I wanted to be Misty. You're so valid, Jibbery. I wanted to be Ash Ketchum so fucking badly. I tried to do the impression of his voice so many times. I wanted to be Hiccup and Ash as a kid before I even knew. Yeah, same. I'm in Vox Moranix's boat here. I wanted to be both of them so badly. I wanted unconditional love. I wanted unconditional love and, like, to be good and special at something, and I also always loved animals, so, you know. I wanted to be Nurse Joy, real and valid. What I also have always, like, really idolized was the notion of Pokemon Rangers. Not even necessarily because of the Ranger games. I just thought, like, the role of Rangers as, like, you know, protectors of nature really, really appealed to me. You had this capacity to, like, bond with so many Pokemon and work directly with wild Pokemon, and no wonder, I love the Everglades. Ecap includes Officer Jenny. Real. Chat, we need to free the Growlithe that the Pokemon police force are using. We need to free them. This is animal abuse. Thinking about Pokemon has some crazy lore that just gets ignored by the Pokemon company because Game Freak was doing whatever sounded cool when they made Gen 1. Real and valid though. Did any of you want to be one of the wild Krats? I don't know what that is, no. AE is Android 17 pilled from Dragon Ball Z. Never watched it. Wait, I didn't get into Pokemon or anime, so I low-key can't vibe with 75% of the population. Listen, you're totally valid, Napalm Iguana. I love Pokemon though, and I will be playing a lot of Pokemon stuff in the coming future because oh my god, I'm so Pokemon pilled right now. I'm so Pokemon pilled right now. It's a PBS show, never seen it. My brain, I need the Pokemon. I need it. Do you remember the Aloha Sun and Moon ones? See, I never actually played those. That's part of the generation I didn't play. I missed out on Gens 7 and 8. And I honestly am really sad that I did. I want to go back and play them eventually. To be a bit of a nerd, Wild Cross is hosted by the guys who did another show called Be the Creature, and before that, Zabumafo. I was a Zabumafo kid. Interesting. I know nothing about this. Just imagine the AE mowing the lawn of the neighborhood for money for more Pokemon. I never did anything like that, but it's a very silly image. I like Sun and Moon. See, I've heard good things about them, and I do want to eventually play them. Only played Violet, understandable. I have a long history with Pokemon. I really want to go back and play the Pokemon games that I never got to like finish at some point, because I think the only game I ever actually finished was but before recently anyway, was Gen 4. So I want to eventually go back and like replay the older Pokemon games and properly get to experience them. And I'll probably do that on stream. It's just about finding the time, you know? Like, I've been really itching to play Gen 5 recently. I've never finished a playthrough of a Gen 5 game. And I want to. I know how the plot goes, because like I'm so tuned in with Pokemon and all that. I know the lore, I've watched the videos, etc. But like I never finished a playthrough myself, and I want to fix that. So that's like a project for the coming while. Please let me help you with the Gen 5 games. I love them so much. I mean, how would you help? Question mark. But in fact, 44 years ago, I came into this world during a thunderstorm. Aw, congratulations, Mizutaku, and thank you for the follow. Welcome to the archive. One sec. I have something for you. Alright. It's so lovely to see you, Mizu. How are you? Bye bite. Alright, 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 alright. Where is it? Where is it? There it is. I found it. I found it. Alright, alright, I got something for you. I got something for you. Alright, 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 alright. I'm gonna do something so cool to wish you a happy birthday. And you're gonna love it so much. Happy birthday! Happy birthday! That's your present from me. You're welcome. That's your birthday present. Chad, if you come to my stream, tell me it's your birthday and I'm not too busy. I will play you Happy Birthday on the harmonica. Once your PO box slash alternative form receiving package is set up, I can send you sign another games to you. Don't feel any pressure to, like, I feel so bad taking things from people, but also I do have the PO box set up. It's a small one, so gotta be mindful of that. Good night. Take care. Get sleep. Also, this will be your actual birthday. True. If you do it multiple times in the year, I will eventually notice. You know what? I'll take part in accepting the birthday gift. Mine was yesterday. Oh, I'm so sorry I missed your birthday, Baphomet. An unfortunate consequence of the birthday ritual is that sometimes your birthday does not fall on a stream night. If I'm not too busy, I try to give as many people happy birthday harmonicas as possible, because I think it's cute and silly. It's something I won't be able to do forever, so I like to do it when I can. But no, I do have the PO box set up now, which I will perhaps trust with a handful of folks. Now that I think about it, I think Pokemon helped me realize I was a furry. Oh, 100%. 100%. Pokemon made so many people a furry. Pokemon is responsible for so many people's furry awakening. My birthday falls into Tuesday this year, so no harmonica for me. Probably not, unfortunately. I mean, we'll see. Maybe I'll do a weird Tuesday stream on the exact week that happens to be your birthday. We are coming up on the 3-hour mark relatively soon, which, Jesus Christ, time passes so quick. At which point I'll be hopping on the Vintage Story server. IP is already in the Discord, but I'll make sure to pin it in a moment. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome on in, Bark by Bite. Also, you usually stream for a bit after midnight. True! I usually do stream for a bit after midnight. This is true, this is true. I'm very excited to hop on the Vintage Story server again. It will be fun, it will be chaotic. I don't know what I'm doing in Vintage Story, I'm very bad at the game. We'll figure it out together. We will figure it out together. One of my family's cats is a 15-pound gluttonous monster, real and fair. I also need to poke Safi and see if we're doing Vintage Story, or not Vintage Story, Silent Hill.
Oh shit.
Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome on in. Bark Bye Bye. Hello. Greetings to make. Greetings. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. That's the word I was looking for. Been trying to teach myself how to play Vintage Story. It's very hard, but I really adore it. It's a good time. It's bedtime for me. Good night. You take care, Puppin. Just googled when my birthday was this year, and apparently the world is supposed to end according to a 1960s population study. I'm not really a furry, but bark, bark, bark. Listen, you don't have to be a furry to enjoy the space. Sometimes we're allowed to just critter. You know, you can critter without being a furry. I hope you all know that. I don't even currently have a furry version of my model, though I have in the past. I am a furry, I just don't look the part. Hope you're having a wonderful evening, though. How goes it? Welcome on in, Mana. Ah, rah, 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 rah. Alright, alright. I should make sure the Vintage Story server is, like, working. Give me a moment. Meow. Let me make sure that's working. Hello, hello, server. Looks like things are fine. Damn, there's 6 of you already online. Jesus Christ.
Oh,
Look, Tiefling, thank you for the raid. Welcome on in. Hello, hello, hello. Mods, if we can get a shout out. Hi, everyone. Hello, hello. My hotkeys are broken. Hi, I'm Archivist. I'm your resident chaotic Enfield. I stream not cool retro games and do art here on twitch.tv. I'm a loud punk bastard on the internet talking about queer shit, leftist shit. Pleasure to make your acquaintance, mods. I already said that. Everyone go give some love to Book Tiefling. How was your stream? What were you up to today? Were you playing the one card game with Spire in the name? That one. I've definitely played it before. This is a lie. But no, it's lovely to see you. Hope you had an amazing, amazing stream. I restarted the stream just for you guys. Thank you so much, anonymous gifter, for the sub to Book Tiefling. It's appreciated. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Hope you all had an amazing, amazing stream. I send all my love. It's so wonderful to see you. It's so fun, but super lock-inable, real and valid. It's Slay the Spire. Right. That's what it's called. That's what it's called. I have memory. No, hell yeah. I hope you had a great time with it. I've never played it. I probably should eventually give it a shot, just for the hell of it. I know it's a very, very popular game. But hell yeah, hell yeah. Imagine a joke video that is an expose on AE. A Floridian Commonwealth. Deep cover OP. And the evidence is just AE being attacked on Vintage Story that is friends with a Fed and an academic. You know what? Real. Something like that. Something like that. Actually lied about food and want to eat a sandwich. I want food. Chat, we have an ad break in like 15 minutes and I might make myself food. Could never get into Slay the Spire 1 for whatever reason. It's a genre that I am not super familiar with. It's a genre that I'm not super familiar with. Hello, Lore Keeper. Lovely to see you. Barper bye bye. Slay the Spire is definitely something I should eventually look into and try to play. Sorry, I was poking the prince to make sure we were still on for the night, which it looks like we are, but it will be an hour later than usual. So at 3 a.m. EST. I'm gonna be up late, but you know what? So be it. Here we are. :3. :3. Thank you, Andy, for the raid as well. Mods, if we could get a shout out. Enjoy your lure, go get your food and rest. I appreciate the hell out of you, Book Tiefling. Mods, if we can get a shout out for Andy. Hello, everyone. Welcome on in. I'm Archivist. I'm your resident chaotic Enfield. I stream not cool retro games and do art here on twitch.tv. We are currently causing some problems, committing some chaos as we're off to do. We're gonna be playing some Vintage Story relatively soon, but beforehand we're getting our obligatory yapping out of the way. Because God knows I cannot shut my fucking mouth. He just keeps talking, chat. Me at myself. Why doesn't this bitch ever shut up? Another bunch of goobers. Nah, everyone give some love to Andy, lovely friend of the channel. Hope you're able to figure out some of that tracking stuff. I send all the best. I will admit, V2 being like the tech underlying it, a little bit scary, little bit terrifying. I say this is a live 2D rigger who knows way too much about how all of this works. It's not easy. But no, hope you're doing absolutely incredible, and I send all my love. You know, okay, one sec. I kind of want to play around with these again. I'm thinking, because some people were saying that the chromatic aberration was a problem, and I could absolutely turn that off. I like what it adds to the model, but I could maybe either turn it down to be really low or just turn it off entirely. So it's like a very slight amount of aberration, maybe. Because I like it, and I think I need to make the outline thinner, but I kind of even if I'm gonna be eventually messing with that other stuff, what if I just like a little bit mess with this? 0.15 maybe. Oh! Hello! Chef Lahorn Chen, welcome on in. Barbara Bye Bye. Lovely to see you. Welcome to the archive. Finally turned up the quality so I can see the outlines in full glory. I'm debating if I want to like keep these around as a part of my model going forward, you know? But I also need to mess around with that other tool that was shared by Nekuya. Which I'm gonna have to do like sometime off of stream. It will require me to spend a little bit of money, but you know what? Here we are, so be it. We when they give him an outline. I'm experimenting, J Crispy. How are you? Lovely to see you. I hope you're doing quite well. Thank you for the bark boy bark for the arp arp arp. Made the model feel like watching a comic book character, which like I was talking earlier about how punk comics particularly are an inspiration I want to take for my next model, which is not going to be coming out anytime soon. I have so much work on my plate, but eventually, one of these days. Damn, they put his ass in a low-going lion cage. Ah, rah, rah, rah. What of it? Maybe I'm enjoying the glowing lion cage. You wouldn't know. Who would you be to judge? Huh? Who would you be to judge? Are you really in any place to judge? Chad, did I talk about how tomorrow I'm getting a heart monitor put on me? Tomorrow I am going to the dog door again. I'm making another visit to the dog door. And they're putting a heart monitor on me for a week. Which is going to be expensive and a little bit terrifying. I'm a little bit scared, to be honest, to have this heart monitor on my body for a week. They make the perfect model of his body by filling him with silicone. It's scary. It's a little bit scary. Who's making your heart flutter, broski? My blood pressure. Yeah, they're putting me on a heart monitor for a week to try and figure out why I've been having issues with fatigue, dizziness, and fainting. It's most likely an issue with blood pressure, but I'm scared, partially because it costs a lot of money. Medical care costs so much fucking money, Chad. The forces of gravity on your body, gravity don't work. Gravity don't work very well. My blood doesn't work very well. His heart too feral? Oof, medical expenses. Yeah, I'm gonna have to spend like $20 soon, which is not gonna be fun. not $20, like $200 tomorrow for the copay for this shit, which is not gonna be fun. I'm not looking forward to that, but we'll see. Chat, we need to have the False Play Hades 2 to have Naked Odysseus on record. It's how it goes. Lovely to see you next, Does. Thanks. I hope you're doing well. Point just being, that's scowy. That's scowy. Chat, medical care scowy. But hopefully it means we're further along the way to figuring out what the hell's wrong with me and how I can, like, better exist without hurting myself, you know? We'll find out together. We'll find out together. I know I update y'all a lot on my medical bullshit. Partially because, like, it's a big part of my life right now. I've been dealing with a lot of, like, very scary medical issues for a hot minute, and I appreciate y'all's patience as I learn how to navigate them, because Jesus Christ, that shit sucks. We live existing without unwanted pain? Real, true, and valid. It's about what I have to pay for my yearly eye appointments because insurance no do eyes for some reason. Chat, I've never understood why that's the case. Because, like, you know, you have your medical insurance, but for some reason you're also expected to have, like, separate eye insurance and teeth insurance? Why have we decided that teeth and eyes... Like, okay, of course you need specialized doctors for the teeth and eyes, but, like, every other body part is covered under, like, your normal medical insurance, and they just kind of decided that teeth and eyes are different. What's up with that? Well, as we all know, teeth and eyes are not a part of the body. Capitalist bullshit. It confuses and frightens me. Why are tooth and eye not medical care? Also, hello, Captain Bo. Because capitalism decides that teeth are luxuries and that vision problems are worth discriminating against. This is true. Chat, like, one of, if not the most common disabilities, is... like, you know, vision problems. And glasses are one of the most common accommodations. Now, I will admit that, like, it is an issue that is barely disabling in the modern day because, like, care for it is so commonplace and acceptable, but it's still a financial burden on those who have it, you know? Like, there is something to be said for disability partially as, like, a measure of how well a society is willing to accommodate a particular issue. And from that lens, like, vision problems such as, you know, needing glasses, nearsighted, farsightedness, etc. are, like, barely disabling, but they are still a heavy financial burden on, like, anyone who needs them. And it pisses me off how often, like, folks who need glasses struggle to grasp or wrap their heads around the concept of disability and, like, the medical issues there within. 'Cause, like, motherfucker, you're paying hundreds of dollars a year so you can see. What are you getting? It's one of those, if you're poor enough, you get help for free, but everyone else just gets told to take the L. I think it's something to do with where the roots of professionals are, I think. Still stupid and annoying, but hello Sacksmith, hello Catbos, hello everyone, lovely to see ya. It's dumb and stupid. I hate insurance. I like my socialist medical care at the cost of my mental health. Real and valid, honestly. I'm gonna go out on a limb and make a guess it's because at one point dental care was given by barbers. It probably is something to do, yes, with their, like, actual roots, but it is at this point just being used to, like, further drain people's finances. Oh, thank you for the hydrate and stretch and awesomely epic guy. I'll get those in a moment. Going to my all-in-one eye, ear, throat, nose, butthole, finger, skin, vet mortician. Capitalism discriminates against those with vision problems the same way it discriminates against those with periods. I mean, yeah. It just particularly bothers me when, like, folks who require glasses don't understand the difficulties of, like, you know, people with other disabilities, because, like, It is one of the few cases of disability which is actually adequately accommodated by a society and acceptable socially to have without question in the majority of scenarios, but which still is like, you know, a financial drain to have. And the lack of empathy I see out of a lot of people with glasses because they can't wrap their heads around that. Like, this is shit I was thinking about at the age of like fucking 5. I was thinking about this shit as a child. Never been happier to live in the Pacific Northwest. Actually having decent access to care has been such a win. Honestly fair, and I'm glad you have that, genuinely. My eye appointments are type 1 diabetes related, just to check if the diabetes are impacting my eyes. Evil. Me and my mom had eye appointments together today. The total came out to like over 300 after insurance. I hate the medical care system. I hate it. It's evil. It's evil. Oh, you're a good person, AE. Most of those aren't. I mean, I do believe most people are naturally good or have the capacity for good. I'm very much an optimist in that regard. I think that, like, bad is a learned behavior in the majority of scenarios, but you know. My favorite childhood thought was, you know, it really sucks that communism doesn't work, because it would be so much easier. Me to my capitalist landlord father? God, real. No, I remember being like a kid and thinking, huh, it's kind of messed up that some people have to pay for the ability to see. Why? That's just a thought I casually had as a child that no one ever dared to even like try to address. Hello, Ty the Tarnished. As someone who's extremely nearsighted, it's actually really real with that glasses. I probably would struggle a lot in day to day, but it's a largely solved issue. Unlike a lot of other disabilities. Yeah, exactly. It's like straight up, I would argue that having glasses is one of, if not the most socially acceptable and most easily resolved disabilities out there, but it still sucks that people are like expected to pay to live. And I wish more people who like were glasses wearers recognized it for what it is and had more empathy like thereby for other disabled folk. Why on earth are you even paying insurance if you still have to pay your doctor? Co-pays, whatever the hell. The insurance system and medical system is so fucked up. I'm not looking forward to shelling out $200 tomorrow to have a heart monitor put on me for a week just so that they can like rule out shit before they properly give me like a diagnosis, but here we are. Welcome to the medical care system. It's fucked up and evil. It's fucked up and evil. Jesus goddamn Christ. Like, I'll be honest, the medical system is one of those things where, like, I don't even necessarily know how we fix it. Yes, like socialized healthcare, blah blah, etc., etc. But like, even those systems, how do I say? Even within that, there are so many other issues that need to be addressed on such a deep level that I don't really know how we address or fix it. And to be honest, part of the reason I don't know is probably because like I'm not an expert in those fields. You'd probably be better talking to like leftists who have big work experience within the medical system. And I probably should seek out those opinions and thoughts. But here we are. My brain was shattered when I realized the US healthcare was for profit. It's evil. It's genuinely evil. And it incentivizes keeping people sick for a longer period of time. Like, okay. Obviously we hate those like pharma conspiracy types who talk about like big pharma as this massive scam, like, oh, all modern medicine is actually like, you know, poison type folks. Like, screw that. That said, big pharma is real in that, like, there's so much medical abuse that does occur and inefficient practice and intentional efforts to keep you sick for longer because it's more profitable to give you short-term solutions rather than actually, like, you know, curing you, for lack of a better term, in a lot of cases. One of my conspiratorial beliefs, I do believe everyone believes at least one conspiracy. Mine is I am convinced that we do have, like, really good, effective treatments for cancer that are not on the market purely because it's more profitable to keep people sick for longer. And I think the same goes for a lot of other conditions. Like, I am convinced at this rate that there are so many, like, that there are multiple known effective means of treating cancer that are literally not put into practice because it's just more profitable to keep people sick for longer. That's my conspiracy. Ad break's gonna hit any second now. I'm gonna go grab myself a snack because I have not eaten in like 6 hours. But bark, bark, bite, bite. Thumb up. Beebs are delivered by storks. Big Storky is giving us autism. Alright, ad's gonna hit literally any second now. I'm gonna go, like, microwave myself some food real quick. I promise I'll be back. Y'all take care of yourselves in the meantime, alright?
Oh shit.
I'm an idiot. Thank you so much to the man who of Theseus for the follow and the hydrate. Chat, I'm dumb of ass. I am dumb of ass. Hello, Neko Boy Blue. We're gonna hop into Vintage Story in a minute. I'm just gonna eat my burrito first, so I'm not like eating while I'm in the game. But thank you everyone for being here and hanging out during our obligatory just chatting segment. I feel good about this one. There was some good convo in there. Listen, pro Twitch streamer, alright? Alright, this is the real pro strat, actually. I'm just forcing engagement by pretending to leave myself muted. I'm not an idiot. I'm not a dumbass. It was totally an intentional move, and not me fucking forgetting. Pro Twitch streamer chat. What's in the burrito? It is a breakfast burrito. Meat lover breakfast burrito. Because I love meat. Ayo, ayo, ayo. Do with that as you will. It's egg, bacon, sausage. You know how it goes. Enjoy your lurk, Epic! All the best! Mouthful of meat on stream, wild. Yeah, totally planned scuff. I do actually sometimes insert scuff for the bit. That is a thing I occasionally do. It's about a 50, no, it's about a 75 to 25 ratio of like unplanned scuff to planned scuff. About 75% of the scuff is unplanned. Burrito. It did get people to chat. There's a greater than 0 chance I'll be attending a con this weekend. Hope it goes well, Napalm Iguana. All the best. I wish you well. I haven't been to a convention in a while. I'm really excited for Offkai over the summer. Alright. God, chat, why are breakfast burritos so good? My fucking god, I love fucking eggs. I swear to god, egg and sausage is all you need to make me happy. Hello, egg priority. You certainly are my priority. I love egg. Too bad I can't eat beef due to religious reasons, which is completely fair. To each their own. I will say a lot of sausage is pork, but I'm imagining if you can't eat beef, you're probably also not a pork eater. Egg sausage to make you happy. You can congratulate them when they come out, I guess. But nah, to each their own. I personally am very lucky to actually have a lot of dietary restrictions, but they're all for medical reasons. But like, meat, not on the list. I actually can't eat most plant-based proteins because they're too high in fiber. When I hunger my sausage until I egg. Alright. Chat, he egged. Chat, he egged all over that sausage, whatever the fuck that means. My hunger has been quenched. It is time to vintage that story, whatever the fuck that means. No, I don't know what my own sentences mean. OV position? No. Doesn't even make any sense. Also, I really need to figure out how to add pronouns to Twitch. So there is like the pronoun extension thing. I need to add that to my chat widget. The issue is I've been planning to make a custom chat widget for nearly a year and I keep just not having time. So I keep putting it off until I finish my like custom chat widget, and then I keep not finishing my custom chat widget. What about storing the vintage? We're gonna be storing some vintage soon. I love the part of stream where E said it's egging time and then egged all over the place. Alright. If one of my mods can grab the IP for the server and post it in chat, that would be beautiful. Thank you so much, AE moderation team. Category has been changed. I'm opening up the game now. If one of my mods can post the IP for me, because I am lazy. Let me also turn off my Pokemon music. As much as I adore my own Pokemon music. AE community server, there we go, that's the correct one. Yes. If cholesterol didn't exist, I would be comprised mostly of eggs. I'm very lucky that all of my body biological levels are all really solid. Hello, Celestial Muffin. Covering myself in bran so he stops biting me. Your loss. Alright, we're good. We're good. We're chilling. I'd be interested to look at that science is true. Seems unlikely to be that empty to be entirely genetics, and some studies have shown actual reduction in psychological empathy based on people having positions of power over others. I mean, okay. It's worth noting that everything in regards to human behavior is actually a mix of, like, genetics and, behavior. It is worth noting that, like, there is no, one element or side to that. Your how you act, who you are as a person is half your genetics and half your behavior. There's this entire thing called epigenetics, which is the ways in which your lived experience changes the ways you behave. And also like other forms of genetic expression, but like behavior is what we tend to focus on in terms of epigenetics. It is a very, very complicated thing. However, I am very much someone who firmly argues that like the majority of people are by their nature empathetic and altruistic. It is like literally written into like human biology that the majority of people are going to be empathetic. And hello, Noivrin, lovely to see you. Enjoy your lurk. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Most people are going to be altruistic. That is literally how humans survived for so long. The nature of humanity is that they band together in groups and they help each other. And I argue that things like greed are learned behaviors and taught behaviors. Things that are occupied by a minority of the population, but are pulled out by desperation and are taught. Yeah, humans are pack animals. They're like, altruism is naturally incentivized by human social structures, historically. Alright. There we go. The thing should now be pinned, so if you'd like to join the community server, you can hit that link. I'm joining myself now. I'd argue that altruistic nature is present in most animals. So, okay, not in most animals actually, but that's because like the majority of animals are bugs, which like don't have complex social structures and shit like that. Like the majority of animals out there do not have complex social structures. But that's because like most animals are worms and bugs. Greed largely declines when you got a group of 50 people in the community trying to survive because they all hit the one guy who hoards the bananas. That's okay, Furnator, that's not how genetics work. That's not how genetics work. Oh my god, hi Baphomet. Lovely to see you. How are you? OMG, hello. Vegetable pie. Delicious. I don't really know what you mean. Welcome on in, everybody. Draconic Walker, I will happily take my gear. I love that we're no longer in winter. Last we played it, we were in winter. I don't know what people keep giving me. But like, saying that, oh, empathy is a gene that can be recessive like any other, contains the implication that, empathy is like a singular gene and not a much more complex, like, you know, set of social rules and shit. That it really cannot be so easily categorized as such. Like, that is... Unfortunately, it is a far more complicated matter than that. It's gonna be complicated. I don't know. It's worth noting in this conversation that like I am someone who has like looked at and studied genetics on a very in-depth level. Like, genetics is very important to me. And I have some amount of professional background in. So anything I say is with a lot of context or knowledge that an average person just might not have. So do take me, or rather... I don't know. I understand that, like, I am coming from a pretty different perspective on a lot of this shit. So we have the tin bronze scythe. I do not currently have an axe on me. Okay. I want to keep building my house, even though that's definitely not the most productive thing I could be doing. Right, you were a biology dork? Yeah, I have background in this. It's not like, you know, there's one gene that defines how empathetic you are. It's a very, very complex series of behaviors that we don't fully understand. We know that behavior is to some extent genetic and some extent learned, but not in a way that we really have the ability to document or articulate or trace. The only, you know, biological traits that we know tend to reduce people's experience of empathy are, like, having antisocial personality disorder and therefore the genes related there within. But, like... And I want to be clear, that does not make those bad people. Someone is not bad for their experience or ability to experience empathy. Like, that does not in and of itself make someone bad. It is, you know, the actions they choose. All that said, though, how do I say, generally speaking, it is going to be altruistic behavior that the majority of people are incentivized and whatnot to perform, and that is something that is like genetically written into the majority of people because that is how humans survived for so long. Also influenced by what a person would consider an empathetic act? Okay, well, that's... no, actually. No, we're talking like instincts. We're talking like your instinct when you see someone in pain is to help. It doesn't actually matter what your subjective, belief, empathy is. That's just literally like instinctive. I don't know. This is really complicated, nuanced shit, and it's really hard talking about anything genetics from like a layperson angle. Like, sure, if we're talking about morality and writing and shit, absolutely. But we're not talking about like the way people write about these concepts. We're talking about the ways in which they are lived. ASP might be correlated with certain genes by levels of correlation that do not mean they are caused by it, blah blah blah, high school bio, yeah, yeah. And even so, it's a very, like, complicated condition that I do not claim to fully understand because I have not taken the time to study it. No, you're totally fine, you're totally fine. It's just really hard talking about, like, genetics and biology with folks who haven't studied them in a professional environment. For me, because like I do have that background, and a lot of people, it's hard to express these things to people who haven't like engaged with them professionally because there's just so much background to set up. Me trying to read studies about things and look into it all, but having to spend most of the time trying to learn the things I need to properly understand the studies, yeah. That is unfortunately also just a problem of engaging with studies and doing research. You do spend a lot of your time just trying to understand what the hell is happening. That you were teaching so wise one. I'm just a guy. I'm just a guy. I don't know everything, and I do my best to try and make information accessible, but I'm not perfect. Like, take anything I say on anything I talk about with a grain of salt. But you know. I wasn't trying to say that empathy was one gene, rather referring to it as a trait as a whole. No, you're totally fine. I was honestly nitpicky on terminology there, but like the default state for people just based off how human social structure functions, like on a genetic level, the traits which have been encouraged by like evolution and all that shit are going to be empathy existing as units. I am someone who believes that human nature is good. And I know there's a lot of leftists who disagree with me on that take, but I do very, very firmly hold the belief that, human nature is towards good. Fuck! It is so hard to get blocks to place in the direction I want in this goddamn fucking game. Try to just understand how a multiplex wiring system is so annoying. There's so much you gotta understand. I get the knowing so much background. I also have the knowing too much about too many things background. I feel you on in that particular regard. I have the knows too much about too many things background as well. I'm trying to figure out how I want to handle this because like I'm thinking I want to put a basement. Okay, what do I want to put where? Because my main living spot is probably going to be like up here. I'll have like my kitchen and whatnot. I'm probably going to have storage down here as well as a basement for like long-term food storage. Um, Initially I wanted up here to be like some form of bedroom, but I think I might actually put my bedroom back here. And have like back here be the space where I primarily live. So I think I might tear down this big tall structure here. Honestly, really don't like the textures of Vintage Story, even if they're meant to be older looking, just piss me off for some reason. I mean, that's fair. I like it. Sorry for liking things. You know? This is a wild house designed in the best way. I try to build houses that, like, when I play games like this, I want to build houses that aren't just boxes and look like they've been, annexed and built upon. I really like, in a game like this, a build that feels kind of alive in that, this is, something that has been modified multiple times to fit liver's or user's needs. Hello, Sangheli, how are you doing today? Multiplex means it sends multiple signals over one wire, by the way, so cool, it gets so annoying. Physics is not my wheelhouse. My wheelhouse is entirely in biology. Physics, not my area of expertise. At all. I am realizing I need more sticks. Fuck. Stick. Time to grind 2 days straight on COD to be a real gamer? I've never played Call of Duty. Never played it. Leaf. Stick. Alright. Something, stick. That's why I always do cave houses like this. Mining out my own space feels so good, but I can make it as easy as possible. Real and valid, genuinely. I'm hoping eventually we can turn this area into like a whole bustling town. I have some thoughts. I want to put like a big wall with an arch that like, okay, one sec. But you see this like wall here of this cliff. I want to build this out and have like a big arch, on a giant wall and like build a path that leads towards spawn so it's easier to get here from spawn. But I want to turn this into a big village that's like occupied by many people, you know? I want eventually for this to be a space that is so obviously a home to different civilizations and groups. Hello, call me Snow Kid. Thank you for the raid. Welcome on in, folks. Bark bark might bite. How goes it? Welcome on in, Ampers and Snow Kid in the flesh. Mods, if you get a shout out. Hello folks, hello, I'm Archivist, I'm your resident chaotic Anfield. I stream not commercial games and do art here on twitch.tv. We're currently playing some Vintage Story on the community server. If you'd like to join in, IP should be pinned. But no pressure. Lovely to see y'all. Hope you're having a wonderful evening. Hi, 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 hi. Welcome on in, Dusklight, as well. Oh, one sec, there was something from Darkwood that I wanted to read. Reminds me, an IRL friend of mine did throw my conception of human nature into a loop by saying evil behavior is the animalistic part of us. I don't agree with that. No. Because most mammals have social structures. Most mammals also experience altruism. Like, dogs live in packs and experience altruism. Even turkeys do altruism. Like, when we talk about animals that don't do altruism, we're talking about, like, most reptiles and most bugs and shit. Which, you know, it's gonna be the majority of animals, but, you know, not animals that are, like, mammalian. Most mammals have complex social structures and experience altruism. Yeah, even feral cats do it. Did a short bonus stream today? I don't normally, but doing celebration finally getting on me. Oh, congratulations! Hell yeah, I'm so proud of you. Also, hi, Draconic Walker. I see you right in front of me. I promise I'll talk to you in a moment. But congratulations! I love this for you. I'm so proud of you. It's lovely to see ya. I'm so glad you're doing great. I hope E treats you well. I have never, you know, taken E. I am trans mask, so I can't offer a whole lot of insight, but I'm wishing you so much support and luck. You got this. You will do absolutely incredible. Thank you, Draconic, for the tools. It's lovely to see you. Hi. Thank you so much for giving me the tools. Thank you. Got my first call back from Senator Center, interview on Friday. From Senior Center, rather. Good luck, you got this. Genuinely hoping everything goes well. I send all my love. I send all my love. I'm getting a job. I hope it goes well. I hope you end up being able to have financial stability and gain joy and fulfillment from that financial stability. Fuck capitalism, but like, we all deserve to have the money to live and to do so in a way that, at the very least, fulfills us to some extent. You know, if we're gonna work, we might as well do things that bring us some amount of joy. Gonna eat, not eating much today. Please take care of yourself. That goes for all of you. Self-care is vital. Chat, if you don't take care of yourself, I'll be very disappointed in you. Fork, my friends didn't even congratulate me. The people who did in my chat, you and yours. Did I tell the wrong friends into my virus? I think, unfortunately, a lot of cis people, like, don't get it. I am assuming in that statement that you have a relatively cishet friend group. But I think, unfortunately, a lot of cishet folk just don't really get it. Because it's really hard these days to access those resources. I am happy, though, to provide a chill and safe community, you know? Lucky enough to have a partner who can provide pretty much everything I'll ever need, only with a job so I can do the same for others. Honestly, valid. And you're really lucky to be in that situation. There's many hits I don't get, you'll have to be more specific. Don't get, like, how important and difficult getting on HRT is. Neko Boy Blue, I don't think you've ever had to access HRT. Boss makes $1, I make a dime, that's why I listen to freaky ASMR on company time. One of my friends I told is actively on Etho, then they're just kind of being shitty if they're not being congratulatory. That's kind of shitty on their part. That's weird to me. I don't know. In my general circle, people have always been really happy to see others getting on HRT because it's not an easy journey. I'm so sorry that your friends aren't being more like excited for you. That sucks. I bought a pink shirt once. Does that count? Yeah, sure. Sure. Big stretch. Problem with capitalism that it denies so many people the chance at happiness and stability. Doing well just under the system isn't inherently upholding it. Yeah, I agree. This might be a hot take, but hey, leftists in my community, fellow leftists who like have jobs and work at places, even if those places are shitty. If you have the opportunity to become like a supervisor at your job, you should do it. This is gonna be a hot take. This is gonna be a hot take that I feel like some people are gonna disagree with. But if you are, you know, an anti-capitalist working a job, you should try to become a manager or supervisor in that space. We need more like leftists running these sorts of places to help us advocate for and fight for things like unions. To help us more easily navigate situations that like our managers and bosses are not going to be friendly to. If you can be like that force in your workplace, do it. It is not a crime to be comfortable, and it is in fact a good thing to take what privilege you are able to gather and use it to help out your fellow leftists. You know? Hot take, keep as much power as possible in the hands of the little guy? Yeah. If you have the opportunity to become a supervisor or whatnot in your workplace, that means you could potentially have the power to advocate for your coworkers and better the situations of all of you collectively. It means that they can have an empathetic voice, fighting for your general rights. And I know that's a hot take that I'm gonna have some disagreements with, but it is a take I do hold. I stand by it. I became the de facto training guy at my job because I got sick of people doing stuff wrong. Real and fair. Being a supervisor to assist in creating good situations workplaces is important. However, not gonna lie, quitting my job as soon because small family town business people in a less than good way. Understandable. The issue with small businesses, like obviously, if your choice is between supporting like Walmart and supporting a local business, you should probably opt for the local business in most scenarios. But the problem with local businesses is like they're working under limited resources. They're pretty often like not great at paying their employees. They're still oftentimes complicit in a lot of worker abuses. I would rather support a small business than support Walmart in 99% of situations, but unfortunately those businesses are not going to be run by saints. Why would someone disagree with gaining power to supplement? It's a common enough idea in leftist spaces that if you are succeeding in a capacity that you must automatically be like an abusive shitty person, which is a take I don't fully agree with. Like, sure, you can't really be a billionaire without being a shitty person, or even a millionaire necessarily. But like, you can be a manager at your local grocery store and not be a jackass by like fighting for the rights of the people who work under you, you know? The horror stories of management I have had a boss who did not want to call an ambulance when a bartender who overdosed in the car because he felt if people knew she worked there it would look bad. Evil. And evil is a term I do not wield lightly. Okay. I'm trying to figure out how high I need my roof to be. Because we have the 3 high here. And I might want to go up 1. That might be the move. Gotta drop? No worries, you take care, Chuckling Bird. All the best, all the best. Oh. Nope, hello, sir. Oh, hi. That's a lot of you. I'm gonna get the hell out of here. I'm gonna get out of Dodge. Peace. Hi, I'm running for my life. Shit, fuck, shit, fuck, shit, fuck. Lol, Lamau. I left the bandages. Oh no, I left the bandages in my chest. Whoopsie. Thank you. I'm so good at video games, chat. Another bear situation, don't worry about it. It was the start of my catchphrase working there. Fire me, I fucking dare you. I have never been fired. Congratulations. Proud of you. I am too scared to stand up to authority figures, in when it might impact my ability to, like, make enough money to live, I'll be perfectly honest. When it comes to the government, yeah, no problem. I'm not scared of the government. Well, I am, but, like, not in that way. I am, however, definitely scared to stand up against, like, capitalist interests sometimes. Full-time job babysitting this guy? Listen! I'm doing my best. I had multiple jobs when I was in college. Fair point. 20 minutes time off work. Congratulations, Omega Scales. Not a big fan of the government. Not a big fan of the government indeed. Don't think I'm bad for the government? Yeah. Listen, I'm an anarcho-communist, so welcome aboard. Okay, AE, you could be afraid of authority figures, but should stop you from asking for more napkins or ketchup. Hey, fuck you. Fuck you, Nico Boy Blue. How dare you call me out like this? Rude. More than a bit miffed at the establishment. Alright, chat. I'm trying to figure out what the hell I do until it's daytime and not storming outside. Trying to figure out what the plan is, because I'm not equipped to deal with the horrors. You know? I am not, in fact, equipped to deal with the horrors. Not gonna lie, I just don't eat my burgers with sauce. Real and fair. Gaining more power is usually a good thing if you use to benefit those less fortunate, though this does only work in institutions that don't directly serve capitalist interests, like the cops, military. We obviously need ways of holding you accountable, but the point still stands. I'm trying to, like, figure out your statement, because the thing with the cops is there literally isn't any such thing as, like, trying to be a good person and change the cops for the better. People who do usually get punished and forced out. So that doesn't really work, but... Hey, here's the plan to take down the Floridian Commonwealth. Also, Ethan, can you ask for more ketchup, please? Yeah, the thing with, like, being a cop is, like, it is, basically impossible to be a good cop because the system actively, punishes you for doing good. Like, the only good cop is a cop who has committed to police and prison abolition after seeing the flaws of the system and has actively made the choice to leave it behind. You know, shout out to That Dang Dad, a YouTuber who for a while made he's a former cop who made YouTube content for a long time. About police and prison abolition, talking about his experiences as a police officer, how it impacted him, and about strategies for resisting, you know, police. Beautiful shit. I know the potential thing to occupy yourself in times like these is sieving or panning. How do I do that when I'm indoors? I am indoors. Something that continues to piss me off is the misunderstanding of the word communist. 9 out of 9 times out of 10, someone will think things like the USSR, China, or North Korea. Those countries, by definition, are not communist because power is not in the hands of the people. This is true, but also, like, it pisses me off how often I critique right-wingers and people automatically assume that I must be, like, a Democrat who loves the government and wants to, like, hand all of my information over the government and shit, and I'm like, literally no. Literally no. I mean, like, there are so many right-wingers who cannot wrap their heads around the idea that there is such thing as people who hate them and also hate the government. It is wild to me. Fucking love chicken Alfredo. This is true. Football mentality? Hello, Sean Hades. Welcome on in. Barbara Bite Bite. We're talking about politics, which is pretty standard fare around here. I need, like, people who only pay attention to like mainstream politics to understand that there are more than two options. The options are not conservative and conservative light motherfuckers. You know. Uh, there are these things called leftists, and they're pretty cool. I like them. May I ask why you have like a ghostly effect? Oh, I'm experimenting with like the model effect stuff. Mostly the outline. There's like a slight chromatic aberration on the model. It's also on my main one. I'm not sure if I'm gonna keep it around, but I wanted to mess around with some like cool visual effects. Politics? Well, I'd never. I love being the loud punk that the VTuber scene desperately fucking needs. Do I have anything in the way of weapons, actually? Whatever the hell this is. That looks like a weapon. Hehehe. I have a weapon. He's chromatically aberrated and outlined for real, I know, right? Oh, hello there, sir. I should not walk into you. That would be what we in the business call bad. Oh no, there's one inside my house. Oh no. Chat, it's in my house. That's not good. Oh no. Chat, what do I do about it? Oh, your house belongs to the rust now? No! We're trying over here with my content, just don't have the spoon's articulation skills for political commentary. You know, and that's so fair. Like, and I'm not saying that, oh, there's no such thing as, like, other people who talked about leftist issues, in the VTuber scene or anything, but, like, I recently have gotten a lot of comments on my TikTok, particularly, along the lines of, like, oh my god, I've never seen a VTuber who talks about politics before. And, like, it has honestly given me a lot of pride that, like, I am one of the most prominent, like, leftist VTubers out there. And I'm still relatively small. I am not a big name content creator by any means. But I'm very honored to be one of the largest, like, loudly leftist folks in this space, because it is needed. That's not to say that there aren't others, or that others aren't doing great work, or that the work of others is not valuable, because it absolutely is. I'm just very glad to offer what I can to the space. I'm also very lucky that, like, politics is straight up, like, part of my special interest. I am a loud punk, and politics is genuinely, like, part of my fucking special interest. So for me, I actively love talking about this, and it is no drain on my ability to deliver my spoons. I actually get really excited and happy and get energized by talking about these things and being aware of these things and researching these things, rather than, like, feeling any kind of hopelessness or drain. You know? Oh, you're the first VTuber I've seen that's so openly political on the left, and I'm happy to be, genuinely. God knows we fucking need it. Oh, hello. Huh? Huh? Excuse me? Host! Motherfucker, get back here! Motherfucker, get fucking back here! I'm not going. You know what? You know what? It's your funeral. It's your goddamn funeral. Fuck you. Can you, Mel, can you believe this shit? Can you believe this shit? Can you fucking believe this? Fuck you! Can you believe this? Motherfucker. I'm watching my back. I don't trust it here. What did host do? Oh, host punched me. Host punched me and I'm being a piece of shit. Crime on my Christian Minecraft stream. It's not even Minecraft. The ghost of the punks in your room. No, the funny part is, host is one of my locals. Alright. Alright. House time. I need to figure out how I am doing house. And I think I might make Fortall, question mark? Is that going a little bit too far? Probably, but like, you know what? I want to make it Fortall, so we're gonna make it Fortall. I've decided that Fortall fits my vision, and it is my vision which matters in this particular endeavor. I want to be happy with my house. Huh? Teleports behind you, question mark? I keep fucking up my placement as well, give me a second. Host, I'm killing you with my teeth. But no, like, there aren't enough people who talk loudly about, like, leftist issues in the VTuber scene. And it is an honor in my mind to be one of those few. That's not me at all claiming to be the only one, but, like, I also do acknowledge I am one of the, like, larger, or one of the most prominent, like, leftist, viewpoints in this space, and, I do carry an amount of pride in that. I will not pretend otherwise. It makes me hee hee ha ha a little bit to know that I am honored to be like one of the larger voices around here. Where the accordion sound's coming from? Oh, that's the damage sound. That's the damage sound. Your damage sound in this game is an inch. Fuck you. Get away from me. Motherfucker. Motherfucker.
Oh shit.
Thank you for the resub, Stella, heeing my haw. I have a Vintage Story community server going for at least the whole month. How are you? It's lovely to see you. I'm currently killing my friend because he's being mean to me. Bitch. It's lovely to see you, though, Stella. Lovely to see you. Have you considered adding the Lupines mod too? I should do that. That'd be smart, Lorekeeper. I don't know how, but I would be happy to. Should I find the mod? Lupines sounds like a fun mod to have on here. I see that I'm preparing Poke D&D stuff. Hell yeah! I hope the prep's going well. I send all my love. I hope Poke D&D stuff goes good. You deserve good, my friend. I send you all of the best energies that I can muster. Because you deserve nothing but the best. Especially in this capitalist hellscape we call home. Alright. We're figuring it out. Thanks so much for the hydrate, Mannequin of Theseus. I appreciate it. I'm gonna have to refill my water during the next ad break. Remember, chat, prep is very important. Be safe, kids. Indeed, chat. Be safe. I made a map. Nice! We like maps. Maps are cool. I really miss playing D&D. It's been a couple of years since I've had consistent opportunities to play D&D. I very, very much miss it. I hope one day I have opportunities to make it like a consistent part of my life again. I've not had space for it for a while. But I want to one of these days. I wonder... This'll probably do. It's a weird, very organic house shape, but I think it'll get the job done. It'll be clear enough what is going on at the very least. I fuck with it. So this little raised area here I think is going to be like my bedroom area. I'm just trying to figure out how exactly I want to lay it out. Nope. I don't like the vertical slabs. I don't like them. I cannot be the only person who has always been an anti-vertical slabber. I'm sorry. This is hell right here. This right here is hell. At the very least, if you want to have vertical slabs, they need to be a separate recipe. I don't fuck with it. Alright. That's so hell to place. So the political VTuber space is very small. My first political VTuber I saw was Cirrus, but I think Miss Peep was before Cirrus. There are, like I said, there are definitely others, but I acknowledge I'm one of the larger ones, and I'm very honored to be that, you know? I'm far from the only, but I am still very honored to be one of the larger ones. You can force the slabs to be vertical or horizontal. Can I? Interesting. Did not know that. I like the options very difficult to place, yeah. Like, I don't know. It could definitely be a fun option, but it'll take me some getting used to at minimum. Currently, I definitely find them a little bit too hard to control to be useful, but that is just me. And ultimately, people should be allowed to enjoy the game and build to their heart's content. Part of my issue is definitely that, like, I haven't, unlocked, like, some progression that I'm going to need eventually, but we'll get there. Have you been a DM for D&D in particular? I have, actually! I used to DM a lot. I used to be one of, like, the main DMs in my old friend circle. But unfortunately, like, you know, friendships end for one reason or another, people move away. I have not had space to really play D&D for a few years now. Astral Calico, thank you for the raid. Maz, if we could get a shout out. Hello everyone, lovely to see ya. Welcome on in. Hope you're all having a wonderful evening. If y'all don't know me, hi, I'm Archivist. I'm your resident chaotic Enfield. I stream Naku retro games and do art here on twitch.tv. It is lovely to see y'all. We are currently playing some Vintage Story on our community server. If you're interested in joining, I hate you. I don't hate you if you're interested in joining, to be perfectly clear. But welcome on in, it's so lovely to see y'all. Take care of yourselves. If you need some food, some water, some rest, self-care is absolutely vital. But I hope you're all having a wonderful evening. Whatever your stream was up to, everyone on my end, make sure you give some love to Astro Calico. Good buddy of the channel, absolutely deserving of your love and support. Aww. Lovely to see you as well over on. Alright. Ad will also be hitting soon, and I will be refilling my water. I'm lurking, but I realize you have no CC links. I indicate that's always been the case, or if it's off for some reason. Or I have no CCs. What's CC? I don't know what CC means. Oh, closed captions. Oh, I have not found a closed captioning app that kind of works for my purposes. I need to look into, like, better ones, but it's one of those things that, like, I keep meaning to establish but haven't, like, found one that, like, works well for me, more or less, you know? It's something I want to have, but none of the options I have found thus far have really, like, satisfied me. Because I don't want to have them baked into the video, and I need to do more research, basically. It's just one of those things that, like, I want to have, but I need to do more research, and I haven't had the opportunity or time. Yeah, I was talking to host. I promised that fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, and fuck everything you stand for. If anyone does know any like options for closed captioning that are unobtrusive and aren't baked into the video, please do let me know. My other concern is them like misreading my speech, but I do have relatively understandable speech. So it's something that I need to actually eventually establish, that's just kind of been on the back burner for a while. I've been planning a big visual overhaul of my channel for like a year now, but anyway, I gotta go refill my water. Alright, water. So the issue with that, my PC already struggles running one instance of OBS. I do not have a top-of-the-line PC. I'm running a 2070 Super. One sec, Stella sent me something, I want to peek at it. Steam is what I use, but I don't know if they hard-coded into the video. I will have to look into it, because like I don't want on-screen ones that bake into the VOD. I want ones that you can enable and disable on your own, similar to YouTube, you know? The way on YouTube you can turn subtitles on and off for yourself, I want that. Why did it censor that? That's not what I wrote. Listen, fucking Twitch is weird sometimes. Quick, start World War Anarchy while he's gone, chat. That would literally make me happy. That would literally make me happy. I bit 3 prongs off my plastic fork. That's less than ideal. Chat, I cannot be the only person who regularly has the problem of forks like literally snapping in my hand when I try to use them. I cannot be the only person who regularly has items like fork quite literally like snap in my fucking hand. Am I just weird? Okay. I've had prongs on my plastic fork break off in my food a few times, not fun. I've had like the entire thing snap on me while I'm eating, and I don't know if I'm just using forks incorrectly or something. Like, I don't know if my fork technique is just really bad, but it keeps happening. I don't know if I'm just like missing something, like forgot to spec into some skill for like fork usage or whatever. But it's starting to feel like something's wrong. With my fork usage specifically. Alright. We're gonna figure this out. I'm killing host with my teeth, chat. Host? I'm trying to build over here, buddy. I am building a nice little home. Rah. Dude, you just broke my door. Dude. Are you gonna pick it up and fix it? My guy. You broke it. You're just a boy failure? This is true. I am just a boy failure. Motherfucker's running away with my door! Can you guys believe this shit? Preventing new homeowners real. This chat. This is what the right wingers have been trying to warn us about. This is what they've been fucking warning us about. Host your door is a violation of HOA regulations. Host is part of the capitalism. Host is reducing property value. No, not my property value. I need that. How will I ever prove to everyone around me that I'm better than them? Okay, this is fine, probably. Now I just need to put a whole roof over this. They're here to steal our doors. Vote for the bill that signs the Human Crusher 9000 into service! God, I love my chat. Alright, alright, alright. I have the bismuth bronze scythe. It is time to start cutting weeds. Ugh. He's so grass-pilled, chat. Grass for days. This is so much more efficient than it was with the knife, holy shit. No wonder. Fuck you. I promise I don't actually hate you. Oh, cranberry. You want cranberries? Are you trying to get They're not cranberries, they're red currants. We traded berries. This is beautiful. Alright, we're figuring things out. Guess you could say you're reaping the benefits. This is true. Curse with reading the meow of homeowners. So now I must curse you all with that. How could you do this to me, Omega Scales? I didn't know all homeowners were secretly cats. Chat, the cat boys and cat girls you've been seeking this whole time, they were homeowners all along. You just walk into your local, like, homeowners association and you'll find so many cat people. Who needs government mandated cat people when you could just walk into your local HOA meeting? Don't tell them about my property. Ew, homeownership. Okay, okay. I need to remember how I do this. I need to go into the different thatch roof types. Because I don't really remember how I do a lot of this. Okay. So for now, I think we just make more of this shit. And then we can take some of it and turn it into the top. We'll figure it out. Let's start with just like lining all of this with the slanted stuff. We'll figure it out. About to hit that honk me me. No worries. You take care of yourself, Syrup God. Get some good honk me me's in. I encourage honk me meing in this chat. Are y'all out here honking your memes? Cause you fucking better be. Chat. Y'all better fucking sleep more than I do. Like, I know I'm a hypocrite for saying it. Y'all better fucking sleep more than I do. I know I'm not very good at the whole sleeping thing. That's why y'all better be better than me. Otherwise, I'll be disappointed in you. How much do you sleep? Not much. Really need to fix my sleep schedule? Please take care of yourselves, chat. Please take care of yourselves. I know it's not easy, but I want you to, like, stay alive, you know? I'm kinda, like, banking on y'all staying alive. I'd kinda like it if y'all kept, like, living. So if you'd be willing to do me a favor, if nothing else, do your best. Don't die. Like, just sleep, you know, at least 6 hours a night if you can. Is that too much to ask? Alright. Okay, and then I need to, from there, figure out, the corner pieces. Okay, so that's the outer corners. Got it, I think. So we're gonna need more hay bales. Do you wish sleep was optional? Oh, I as well. I as well. Trust me. I think most of us wish sleep was optional. If I could have those additional 8 hours a day to be productive, I absolutely would. But if y'all are gonna tell me to sleep, then y'all better do the same. Why sleep when I can live the full 25 hours in a day? I wish. I wish. If I had the ability, what is that? I don't trust this. If I had the ability to make, like, sleep completely optional and only, rest when it fully benefits me, absolutely would, no questions asked. I would love to, like, sleep as little as possible for the sake of creating my art. Unfortunately, chat, we can't do that. That's not good for you. So please sleep. Please self-care. As difficult as that may be for some of you. I like it when you're, like, alive and functional. But no, 100%. Like, if I could dedicate every hour of my life to my content and my art instead of, you know, sleeping, that'd be great. Generally, though, finding out folks actually feel refreshed and get energy from sleeping is wild. That is a thing that has been wild for me as well. Like, I've been complaining my whole life that, like, sleeping does not feel restful. I do not feel rested and awake after sleeping, you know, like, 95% of the time. There's that occasional, like, couple of days a month where I actually wake up feeling refreshed, and it's usually, on days where I did, like, nothing the day before. That's usually only when, like, the entire day before I barely did anything. And that is unfortunate. That kind of fucking sucks. But you know, chronic illness, gang. We keep on living and fighting regardless. You need sleep. Please self-care if you have the ability to. I know it's not that easy. I know that capitalism encourages us to be goddamn machines, and I know I have self-imposed the desire to function at that level on myself, but like, rest when you are able. Rest when you're able. The windmill is alive! Congratulations! I was diagnosed with insomnia and narcolepsy. Yeah, that sounds about right. It sounds very unfortunate. I'm sorry. Genuinely so sorry you have to live with that. Hey, what the- hey, host! What the fuck, actually? Hey, my guy, I'm trying to play my video game. Hey, my guy, the fuck? Hypersomnia kicks ass every single day, but I force myself to survive. I get that. I've been having the issue recently where, like, at least a couple times a month I sleep for 12 hours. Which, if you didn't know, is not good.
Oh shit.
Yo, Cass, thank you for the raid. Welcome on in, mods. Can we get a shout out? Hello, everybody. Hi, I'm Archivist. I'm your resident chaotic Enfield. I stream not-cool retro games and do art here on Twitch.tv. I am a loud punk bastard on the internet. It's lovely to see y'all. Everyone go give some love to Cass. Cass is a long-time friend of the channel, someone absolutely deserving of your time and support. Give your attention. Not going to sleep 12 hours on the weekend? Yeah, you should not be doing that. If you're sleeping more than 10 hours, that's like hypersomnia. Chat, if you sleep more than 10 hours, that's called hypersomnia. That is a medical condition. Fuck. Ah. There we go. Alright, alright, alright. There we go. Alright, we're figuring it out. We're figuring it out, chat. Ah! Oh, that's a bear. That's a bear outside my house. That's not good. Alright, I am gonna try and keep building until the monsters inevitably wreck my shit. Let's see how much more of the roof we can get done. The monsters will eventually come to wreck my shit. It is kind of inevitable. Okay, I need so many of these, Christ. And I'm realizing that I need these to also kind of like fall into the pattern. Didn't think about that. Hi, Baphomet. Okay. You'll also need to be this. You match up fine. You match up fine. I think the ones over here are also chill. But let me verify. Yeah. You match up fine. You match up fine. Okay. This seems to work. Got it. So we need 4 more corner pieces, it looks like, or maybe 5 more. In any case, not too bad. Alright, we're making this work. We're making this work. Where are my... I don't have any oak logs. Fuck. Just shy on the oak logs. Got it. Cool. Cool, 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 cool. Alright. I'm on CPAP therapy, but it's probably catching up. They're probably also just stress. Hang in there, folks, please. You take care of Mix Maxie as well. Lovely to see you. My brain does not work like most people's. That's both a blessing and a curse. See, I'm severely mentally ill and physically ill, and it's very rough. But you know what? We keep on living. You take as well next. You take. Oh my god! You take care as well next. All the best. All the best. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Catching up with chat real quick. I am doing well, Cass. It's so lovely to see you as per always. You take care as well, Mew Poison. Good night, good night, good night. Nah, it is, you know, life is life, honestly. Like, I am someone who definitely is very, oftentimes debilitating, mentally and physically ill. Yes, hello. Yes. What the fuck? Thank you for the new door. Appreciate it. New door. I appreciate it. I need to figure out what to do about the gap there, but it's probably fine for now. Okay. We do the corners. No. Why are you not placing the corner that I need you to place in? There we go. This is hell. Thanks, I'll eat those in a second. I saw it, I'll grab it in a second, I promise. I'm kinda busy. I'm kinda busy. With all the love in the world, I'm in the middle of something. Alright. Oh my fucking god! I hate this! I fucking hate this. This sucks. There we go. Beautiful. Nice, finally. Oh right, I also need the corner pieces here. Fuck. I hate it here, 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 I hate it here. Ugh! Welcome on in, Omega Scales. I hate this game sometimes. I'm getting so salty at the game for not placing my fucking roofs right. It's so dumb, but it is so deeply infuriating. Just place my roofs correctly. Hello, Royal Rosio, how are you? Fuck! Why is this so hard? There we go, finally, I did it. I did it, I did it, I did it, I did it. I did it. Oh my god, holy fucking shit. That should not have been so hard. I just need to fully enclose the rest of it, but we did it. Corner is always the top right. No, I managed to get it to place in other directions. I've managed to get it to place in other directions. Minecraft stairs are far easier than that. There's one Minecraft mod with all new kinds of placement directions and a little thingy that tells you how it's gonna place. If you like something for that would be great for Finja Story, yeah. Like, I've managed to get it to place in other directions. This guy is so pretty in this game. It's a very, very beautiful game. Alright, apologize for my anger at the video game for a moment there. Jesus fucking Christ. That was hell right there, chat. That was hell. We lived though. It's fine, it's good, it's chill, it's fine. I made it work. Alright, 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 alright. Turning Vintage Story into the latest rage game, it really is sometimes. As much as I do enjoy this game, it can have rage game-esque qualities at times. I will not lie to you. Vintage Story music is so beautiful, it really is. This game is nothing if not very pretty. I genuinely think that that Vintage Story is a very beautiful game. From multiple angles. Like, of course, its music is absolutely beautiful, but I also think that it is very pretty in its, like, just visual aesthetic as well. Genuinely a game I would recommend people check out if they have nostalgia for other, you know, crafting survival type titles. If you've ever had a kick for a game in that if you've oh I'm hungry, got it. Whoopsie. Whoopsie. Just like in real life. Stop starving, Goobis. Easy for you to say. Hungry instrument sounds, literally. I think the fact that they use the instruments for the sound stuff in here is one of my favorite things about it, low-key. Okay, now I need to figure out how I'm gonna fill this roof in. Because I have this, like, rooftop thing, but I don't know what the rooftop does. Because it's not flat, and I don't know if there's any, like, flat option. Is this one where if I just, like, stack them... Yeah, that's not gonna do what I want. Okay, I might just have to pick a block to use as a roof. Creative sound design is so underutilized in media? Oh, absolutely. I mean, you'd think that video games would be the place where you would most find quality sound design. Unfortunately, I don't think that's the case often as often as it should be, you know? And I want to see more games that make really cool use of their soundscapes. I'm noticing I fucked up. Here, we're fixing it. I need this wall to be sideways. We're figuring it out. There is press H and look up thatch. I already did that, and there was not. Like, none of these do what I want. I want one that's literally flat on top. I don't want the ridge or anything like that. Like, no, I just want one that's literally flat. What I have is the thatch rooftop, and it did not do what I want. It's not doing what I want. Hay bale at the tip, so I just need to use the raw hay bales then. Got it. Alright. Can I break these down with the scythe? Probably not. Yeah, no. I think I can with a knife, if I make a new knife. Where did I put my... There you were. There's my flint. Alright. We're figuring it out. Pretending like I know how to play this game. That's how it goes. It's definitely not a super intuitive game. As much as I do like it, it is definitely not the most intuitive game in the world. And I heavily recommend anyone who has like an enjoyment or nostalgia for like survival crafting type titles mess around with it. But it certainly has its obstacles in the learning process. So I can't turn thatch into hay. Got it. That's lame. I was fine, but okay. You didn't need to give me that, but okay. I was gonna get it myself. He was activating my zomboid instincts. Understandably, I could definitely see why it would do that. Conveniently fancy people's gamer tags in the distance is very funny. Yeah, that is one thing I do always find very funny when I'm playing multiplayer games. Because I have a habit to just kind of going off and doing my own thing a lot of the time, but then only coming back when I'm like, hey, I need something. Because I'm a toxic friend like that, slash J. But because of that, like, I spend a lot of my time playing the game as if I'm playing it solo. Up until I need help. And so it is quite funny, just everyone's names out in the distance, and I'm like, haha, I'm just out here. On the Minecraft server, I actually put myself like really far away from the majority of the server, in part because like I wanted to be able to stream without getting constantly interrupted. But also just because that's the kind of person I am. Because I'm a little freak show. Alright. We'll get this done. We'll get it done. And then I'm gonna need to sort out light, but that's probably just gonna be a lot of torches. Everyone else is doing a society, and you're just out here. See, I'm doing society. How do I say? Like I'm near the major village. I'm just kind of doing my own thing within the major village, which my plan is to eventually get into the tanning and tailoring systems. I think I want to be like the leather worker of the community. So I'm gonna have a setup made for like butchering and tanning of things. Like I think ultimately it would be fun for a lot of us to just kind of fall into roles, not necessarily stick hard and fast to them. obviously everyone master and progress whatever parts of the system they're interested in. But I think it would be cute if this felt like a functioning society with different people who fulfill different niches, and I want to lean into the leather working and tanning stuff. So I'm likely going to be picking up a lot of those skills and equipment. Building the tools necessary for tanning and for whatnot. That was my plan for when I went to join the server. Go off in a cave somewhere, become incredibly proficient at everything I can. Valid, valid. But yeah, I'm gonna be leaning into the butchering, tanning, and tailoring systems, I think. Hello, Jordan. Bark, bark, bye, bye. Lovely to see you. Like, I want to eventually build that giant wall that, like, surrounds a lot of the town and kind of make this feel like a actual city, but that's going to take time to figure out. We'll get there in time. I want to have a giant orchard somewhere on the server as well. I think that'd be nice. We'll get there in time. A civilization, something like that. Oh, I did want to mention, because I forgot to say this earlier, I was talking with the prince a little bit ago, and my Silent Hill 2 hours with the prince will not be starting until 3 a.m. EST, so I will not be raiding in just because I don't want to stream for 8 hours straight. No offense, love you guys, I do not have the stamina for 8-hour streams. So we'll probably close at like 6.5 or 7 hours, and then I will ping people in the Discord when I hop on with the prince. We'll figure it out when we get there, though. The resident forest entity that occasionally comes to town bearing gifts of the forest is a pretty peak experience, not gonna lie. I think that'd be a fun role to play if I understood the game better. For the moment, I'm just gonna be the weird resident tailor and leather worker, I guess. Good luck, Potato, all the best. I hope things go well. I hope that you don't lose power, but if you do, hang on in there, okay? No, storms are difficult and scary. You got this, though. Don't worry about it. That's literally just like a part of life. I hope we all know that, like, there is not an obligation to be here all the time. Like, never feel bad if you need to step away or attend to real life shit or can't be around for a while. I'm always excited to see you guys, and even if you disappear for a period of fucking months or hell years, I will happily welcome you back. I like having you guys here, but real life takes priority always. I hope you all know that. You're supposed to put your like, you know, real material life before a random Twitch streamer. Selling into the baker roll, but I also want to set up the windmill to have automated ironworks. Yeah, real and valid. We will all, with time, I believe, settle into our own roles and niches. Well, damn. I hope that wasn't anything important. With how in-depth it gets, alcohol brewing and cheese making sounds quite fun. Real. I haven't messed around with the systems at all, but they, like, everything in this game is absurdly in-depth. That's part of what's so fascinating about it, you know? And I definitely don't normally play games with quite this level of, like, depth of mechanic. So it's been a real experience. One that I'm definitely enjoying, but an experience nonetheless. Alright, alright. The dead silence of the game is getting ominous right now. Love being the farmer and lumberjack in this game, very fun. Real. No, I imagine we all just kind of fall into the roles that we find enjoyable, and who cares if there's overlap? More than anything, I just visually want this to eventually feel like a town. Because I enjoy when I enjoy when I pick up a game like this, or like I walk around a server or whatnot, and it feels like I am in a cohesive place. And it feels like I am walking into a civilization of some sort, you know? So even if it's not the most like visually cohesive vibe-wise, I think it'd be really cool if this eventually started to feel like a cohesive town. You can change music frequency and audio? Really? Didn't know that. That's actually a really cool setting to have. I will say I really appreciate how customizable Vintage Story is in its experience. The amount of ability you have to just kind of like modify the settings and personalize your own experience is very welcome compared to how little customization a lot of games have these days. My site is getting close to breaking. Super real, collective adaptation such cooperation is fun. Agreed. Hello, little fops. Oh my god, Chad, it's nope, nope, no, 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 nope, 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 no, 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 no. Hello, sir. Hi. Please leave me alone. I am not a succulent meal. I know I look quite tasty, and I don't blame you for your interest. I'll take it as a compliment. But buddy, I don't consent. Fuck, 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 fuck. It's chill. It's chill. Everything's fine. Everything's chill. I'm not getting chased by a bear. Yeah, I'm not getting chased anymore. Yay! Bear Part 2 Electric Boogaloo! Vintage Story multiplayer is just a 3D city builder tycoon? Exactly! Oh, big yawn. And I want to turn this into a giant city. Spears made it really easy to do with bears. Also recommend making a bear pit. I need to look into what a bear pit is. Alright, alright. Huh. Huh. Good work, team. Proud of y'all. Good job, folks. Team witnessed you by new people wanted to give it a try. You know what? Real and valid. Bear pit's a 3x3 hole in the ground, at least 3 blocks deep. You put a ladder on the side that allows you to jump out once the bear falls in after you. After that, you just poke it to death. You know what? We should make a bear pit soon. I think we should make a bear pit. It's really funny that like a lot of folks like things have progressed so hard in this game. I'm still building my house. I didn't do like any of the work for my shit. Whoopsie. It's okay, I'm not the smith of the server. I will not be the city smith. You take care, Crocodile. All the best. Bark, bark, bite, bite. I look forward to that package reaching you soon, by the way. Alright. You ever play a game that makes you feel like an idiot? This one. That's this game. How are you doing, Yargsalod? Lovely to see you. Our mosh pit but with bears, horrible. I do not want to be in the mosh pit but with bears. The bear pit does not sound like a good time, in my humble opinion. I know twinks who would fight God to be there. Listen, bears are not my type. They're not my type. I'm sorry. I'm a twink and I like other twinks. Not much of a bear enjoyer. Just not a big bear enjoyer. I'm a twink enjoyer. I'm sorry, chat. Alright. Alright, I got 25 more bales of fucking hay. Jar. Jar. Alright, 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 alright. God, why is this game so pretty? Like, genuinely, I love the graphics in this game. The lighting effects in it are so good. Nope, not what I wanted to do. Casually falls into hole. Alright, I don't think we'll be able to reach from here, so I'm trying to figure out what the solution is. And it might be climb up on the roof. Actually, we might be able to just manage this. I think we'll focus on getting the rest of this area first. We're figuring it out. Oh, we need more. Alright, alright, alright. But we're making progress. We're figuring it out. AE, are you a hole enjoyer? In what particular context? Played an oldest game, it made me feel very dumb. I don't like having to look up where to go next. See, that's one of the interesting things about playing a lot of older games, like, as a streamer. A lot of what I play is from, like, the late 90s, early 2000s, early 2010s. And the language of video games was still developing during a lot of that. I wouldn't argue it was until, like, the mid-2000s that the language of video games really kind of settled. And it has had some development since, but that development has mostly just been standardization. Um, the language that games use to kind of communicate with you as a player has been relatively stationary or relatively stagnant for the last while, and I have complicated feelings on that. Being perfectly honest, it's one of the interesting things about playing old games, paying attention to how they kind of communicate with you as the player, and how they kind of expect you to come to identify information and play, because they tell you a lot less overtly a lot of the time. You're given a lot less overt guidance in a lot of those older games. Did that break my tool? I think. I don't know what happens when you break tools in this game, being perfectly honest. I don't know if I got anything in return for that. I'm gonna need a new one if I want to finish this goddamn fucking roof. Boy, do I have a game for you, Arx Fatalis? I've never heard of it. Completely unfamiliar to me. Hello. Hi. How are you? Oh, you need the saw. Oh god, I got it. Sorry, my bad. Did not realize I still had that. I... Sometimes this game reminds me of Sky COTL. I'm not super familiar. If you break a tool, bit of a replacement in your package that goes in your hand. I noticed that much. I'm just talking like if this is a repair tools game or a make new from scratch game. That's what I'm not sure of. Make new from scratch? Gross. We'll title Sky Children of the Light. I am familiar vague, like I've heard of it before, but I just don't know much about it, you know. I don't understand the plot of it or anything like that. Alright. God, I still need more of these. Fuck this shit. Also, a lot of fashion designing behavior. Real invalid. Real invalid. Hello. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you for all of the resources, folks. One of the few games that my mom likes to soundtrack, real and valid. I saw a take the other day that was something along the lines of like, it was something kind of dissing video game OSTs and was like, chances are your favorite video game OST is not actually good music, and I actually high-key disagree with that take. I think most of video game OSTs I've been exposed to or consumed in some capacity, like not all of them have been good per se. But I think that like the majority have had things to enjoy within them, and that like a piece of music is good whether or not it's in the context of a video game. Hello Thomas the Tactician, and hello Aves, lovely to see you. Bark bye bye. It was a take I heard on social media the other day. I don't know. I'm not a super big like I don't listen to a lot of video game OSTs because most of my music enjoyment and consumption is like lyrics. But I have enjoyed many video game OSTs, and I don't understand how someone comes to the take or perspective or conclusion that like a good video game OST is not good composition. I feel like when people say that, they're entirely trying to diss Toby Fox. Low-key, I think anyone who like tells you that like any video game composer you like is probably actually bad at composing or whatever, they're probably like the only example they're probably thinking of is like Toby Fox. They're probably just trying to diss Toby Fox. But they don't want to like say it with their whole chest. Love Toby Fox. I agree. I think that Toby Fox, like, how do I say? He's talented, but he doesn't use a lot of traditional composition shit. He doesn't have a lot of music theory, I don't think. But you know what? He makes cool shit regardless, and people get so mad at him about it. And I think it's dumb. Like, man's self-taught, and you can tell, but that allows him to break the rules in some interesting ways. I was literally thinking of the Undertale soundtrack. Oh, hello. Oh, fuck. What's happening? Oh, shit. What was that? Hello? Oh. I see. I stepped in the thingy. I stepped in the thingy. I just played through Undertale again earlier today. Undertale is such a fucking peak game. But yeah, like, I think a lot of people, in the modern era have just kind of decided they hate Toby Fox, probably because they think the Deltarune fandom is cringe. Being so real, a lot of people, they find the Deltarune fandom like cringe or annoying, and they use that as an excuse, or because they don't know really how to separate out their feelings on that, they have to come up with a reason why actually Deltarune itself must suck. Because the fandom sucks so bad, and so they, find dumb arbitrary reasons to be mad at like the work itself or at Toby Fox. And I think one of the ways that's manifesting is the your favorite video game OST is actually bad shit, Got a side quest for you? Find me a Loch Ness spleen? No. I will not be doing that. I think it's because the man is self-taught but still makes some good music is why people are mad about it. Oh, absolutely. But I think a lot of it does come down to just like people hate the Deltarune fandom, because I'll be honest, yeah, the Deltarune fandom's annoying as shit, but so is, or the majority of like fandom spaces dominated by young people. Don't act like we were annoying as shit as teenagers. Like, look at the shit the Steven Universe fandom did when we were goddamn teens. Don't act like we weren't cringe as hell, Don't act like we weren't extremely fucking cringe. Can I show you what I mean when I say it makes me feel dumb? Is it going to force me to take my eyes off of the video game I'm currently playing for, a period of time? Like, I'm gonna be so honest, I understand people want to share things with me and have me react to things, but also I'm in the middle of something right now, I'm playing a video game. And I don't know, I've had a lot of people like try to get me to react to certain videos or clips when I'm live, and I don't take very kindly to that. I've even gotten this from other content creators where they're like, hey, you should watch this short I just sent you, and I'm like, I'm not interrupting my stream to do that, Also, we are going to be hit with an ad in a minute, and I do need to use the rep room. So I will be using the rep room during the ad break. But yeah, no, I think a lot of, okay. I think a lot of us, when we were younger, were also very insufferable, and then people get all, like, ah rah 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 at teenagers in the modern day for continuing to be cringe in the exact same ways that we often were. Like, the thing that's, far more insufferable than teenagers being cringe is adults being mad at teenagers for being cringe in the exact same ways they were. Alright. Ad's gonna hit any second now. Deliver topical relevant memes? Hell yeah. Teenagers these days, every older generation. Yeah, like I promise, we were just as cringe as like the Gen Alphas were when we were kids. Don't pretend we weren't. Do not forget your history. And it's okay. Every teenager, and every generation is a little bit cringe. It's fine. I'm gonna go use the restroom. Oh whoa. Oh whoa. Alright, we're back on it. Welcome on in everybody. Hi Jordan. How are you?
Oh,
Thank you for the
shit.
follow. Welcome to the archive. Hello. We got this. But yeah, no, like every generation had their bits and pieces of cringe. I think it's almost silly how much every generation feels the need to like shame the one younger for them for like being cringe and stupid, as if that's not like a literally universal goddamn trait of every younger generation. And so be it. That's how it's gonna go. It's okay. Let's be better than those who came before us. Let's not shame the youngins for being youngins. Alright, 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 alright. We're chillin', we're vibing, we're vintaging this story. Honestly, I have been a lot of fun because I've been playing on the vintage story when I have free time outside of stream every now and then. It's been a lot of fun just like hanging out on the server and saying hello to folks. Um, it is like on 24/7, so if anyone ever wants to play offline, it is absolutely there and ready to be played. And I've been having a lot of fun with it. I definitely encourage folks to check it out even when I am not streaming. But this definitely is a lot of fun. Kind of how I feel about people going super hard on Skip the Toilet, ruining the youth. Had YouTube poops when I was a kid and they're not better. Yeah. What's this? Is this the bear pit? Nah, I remember being one of those cringe kids that needed to turn everything I enjoyed into a Steven Universe reference, you know? I wasn't like super in tune with a lot of the memes of the era, so I can't say I was like quoting many of them or whatnot, but like I was one of those kids who was obsessed with Steven Universe and needed to like turn everything into a reference. I was also really into the fucking Dream SMP for a bit. It's okay, we're allowed to be weird and cringe. We youngins have their skibbity toilet, we had our own things. It's okay. God, annoying orange. Oh, I sure was a homestuck. Oh god, I forgot for a second that I used to be a homestuck despite the fact that I have been paid to do homestuck voice acting within the last few years. Christ. Oh, one sec, my eye is doing some shit. There we go, fixed it. I was also really into My Little Pony for a while. I unironically told people, let me tell you about Homestuck. I did the same shit. I did the same shit. And that's okay, no shame. Alright, alright. Making Steven Universe sees constantly too. Nah, I was a hell of a homestuck back in the day. Jesus Christ. And I was cringe as shit about it. And you know what? That's fine. Let the kids be cringe. They're allowed to be cringe. Let the kids be cringe. Let them like live their lives a little bit and be embarrassing for a bit. Like they have time to grow up and figure shit out. Let's not, you know, shame the younger generations the ways that we were goddamn shamed. We're literally like perpetuating generational fandom abuse or some shit. Hello, welcome on in. Bye bye bye. My college professor was talking about Homestuck today. Hell yeah. I grew up in the trenches of the Homestuck fandom. I actually used to do like Homestuck VA work. Homestuck was very influential to like everything I do creatively to this day. I would not be the person I am today without Homestuck, but you know what? No regrets, genuinely. It was a piece of media that changed my life in many ways, some for the better, some for the worse, and I don't regret a moment of it. But point just being, like, there's every generation was always cringe, and that's okay. There's no point shaming the kids of today for being a little cringe as if we were any fucking better. The things I worry about the most in like the younger generations is the way they tend to like moralize their consumption of fiction and their, you know, overexposure to generative AI. Those are the things I worry about the younger folks in regards to. But they're skibbity toilets and they're 6'7s. Let them have it. Let them live. I didn't hear about Homestuck until after it was crazy popular. Like when it wasn't as relevant, I heard about it. I was big into Homestuck for a long time. Oh god, around whenabouts was that? So I got into Homestuck I think in 2016, so a bit after its peak, but I was there for like as they liked to call it, the Homestuck Renaissance, when Homestuck started to like gain popularity again in 2020, and I was a relatively prominent fandom figure for a while. I wasn't like one of the big name, fandom bigwigs, but I knew all of the fandom bigwigs and did a lot of VA work for them, as well as like artwork for them. So like if you were in the Homestuck fandom in like 2020 through 2022, you almost certainly have seen my work before, either my voice or my art. Uh, There's a trend having to justify and or monetize everything. Sometimes you can just not like pickles. See, I see it as this issue of people trying to moralize their consumption of things. You're not allowed to just dislike something anymore. You must dislike it because there is something morally wrong with it, or you must somehow morally justify your dislike. And same with liking something. You can't like something if it's morally bankrupt in any way. It has to be morally good, and therefore you are a good person for enjoying it. This whole trend of kids feeling that they need to consume fiction the correct way in order to be a good person, it scares me a lot. It genuinely scares and concerns me. I made myself want pickles now. Congratulations. Yeah, I to be fair, in 2012 I was like 11 or 10. Trying to think that I may have been born to witness your existence long before Howard introduced me to your stream. Probably. I've had like work I've done recognized before. I've voiced primarily to Resi Pyrup and a handful of fan projects. So if anyone ever watched like the Homestuck Alternate Universe series, I was in that. I also did fan work for a handful of projects. I was in The Baby Is June, which was like a fan sequel to The Baby Is You. I've been in various projects run by Funk McLovin. If anyone's familiar with Funk McLovin, I've done a lot of work for her. Moralizing a fiction is one of the ways we get to fascism. Absolutely, yeah, no, like the tendency to write off certain pieces of or genres of fiction as being deviant or inappropriate is absolutely a fascist action. Uh, the whole notion of degenerative art or degenerate art is absolutely one of fascist origin. And fuck fascism, chat. We hate fascists. In this community, we fucking hate fascists. Oh, I'm starving. Okay, I got scared for a second there. Whoopsie. We are not a big fan of fascists. Definitely fall in the trap of not consuming problematic media when I was younger. Glad I grew out of it. Yeah, I'm glad you did as well. I don't know. I worry so much for younger folk. I worry not because of their memes or anything, just because of like the social pressures that are put on them and the ways like God, I worry so much about what the coming like surveillance state is going to look like for younger folk and how that's going to impact their media consumption and ability to like exist online. It's genuinely scary, you know. I worry what it's going to do for adults as well, but I worry especially what it's going to do for kids. To be perfectly honest, I. Yay, roof! I have a roof over my head now. Don't play this game, so I was very confused for a moment by the sudden harmonica noises. Don't worry about it. It's just my damage sound. It just means I'm dying. You know? Alright, I need this and stick. Yeah, it's very dark in here. I need to figure out how I'm gonna like effectively place torches everywhere. We'll figure it out. The younger generations have so many things negatively impacting them. It hurts to see. Thinking of getting a flip phone because social media is making me angry. Honestly, valid. Completely fair if you choose to. I know for me, like as a content creator, I can't really do that. Not really an option for me. But like, if you have the ability to do so, while keeping yourself safe, then honestly, all the more power to you. Torch no burn house down. Torch no burn house down. Not to my knowledge, anyway. I do not believe that torch burned house down currently. Alright, we need more torch though. Okay, alright, we have a house. This corner over here is a little bit dark and gloomy, so I might have to figure out something for over here. But for now, I think this gets the job done. You can find or make torch holders that make torches last forever. Oh shit, alright. How do I make those? Hello, Celador, bark bark bite bite. But yeah, my understanding with the torches that you need to like currently replace them every 2 days. But we have the startings of our home here. I do want to put like windows, so I might have to move the torches around to figure out how to like fit windows in here. I think I have the material for that somewhere. Yeah, glass panes. Nope, not what I wanted. I gotta figure out where exactly I want to put the windows, but I'll put a few around. Vibrating with excitement for Monster Hunter Stories. Hell yeah. I am also very excited for it. Also very excited for it. It is going to be a absolutely hype game when it comes out. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to get it out release just because things be expensive. But I will eventually be playing it for sure. Fuck. It's on my list of purchase when have more money. Monster Hunter Stories looks like it's gonna be great. Agreed. It looks like it's gonna be fucking incredible. God, I am so hyped. Lots of good games coming out in the near future, if I do say so myself. I might actually. One sec, I'm experimenting a tiny bit with the aesthetic. This is gonna be my little bedroom area, by the way, by the by, which I think is gonna be quite cute and fun. I'll have my bed up here. It's simple. I'm trying to figure out if I like that shape better or not. This would be so much more annoying if the glass just shattered than breaking. Oh, absolutely. I'm glad that it doesn't. Thank you for that one thing, Vintage Story. The torch holders are handy, though, because you can put the torch out to light things up in the back. Or pull the torch out to light things up in the back. Got it, got it, got it. Okay, okay. Brass is needed, so we're probably not there yet. And you can find torch holders in ruins. I'm still relatively early on in the game, so I'm experimenting and learning things. Apologies, folks. I'll figure things out as I go. Like, I've only played this game a very small handful of times, being perfectly honest. It's a very new experience for me. It's definitely one that I'm having fun with, though. I have enjoyed playing it. Thank you for the pie. You know how bad I am at feeding myself. I do want to eventually get a cooking setup in here as well. I might put like my kitchen up against here. We'll figure it out. I also need to replace the floors, and I have to decide what I'm replacing the floors with. Because I could just do the birch, but I feel like I want this raised platform to stand out. This is definitely going to be like some kind of stone or like compact dirt. Like I could take a bunch of this and turn it into... No. How do I do that again? There we go. Packed dirt and then turn it from packed dirt into rammed earth. I'm probably gonna do that for the lower level, but I need to decide what I'm doing from there. Because I have all of this, I need to figure out what to do for the thing for. Does this game have monsters? It does have monsters, yes. It does have monsters. There are monsters that will spawn and attack you at night, as well as monsters that come from rifts and certain events and whatnot. They are a bit terrifying, I will say. Vintage Story feels like a horror game sometimes, but it's not too bad. Does anyone remember what the size constraints are for a basement, by the way? Because I want to put my basement under this. My basement's gonna, like, I'm gonna put probably down in the center a ladder downwards that will lead down into the basement. If anyone remembers what the maximum size for a basement is. Max is 7 times 7 times 7, thank you. Perfect. Because I'm gonna do... There's a handful of things that I'm gonna want to do down there. I can either put the drop down or the ladder there, or I can put it like in one of these corners. I think the logical place is either going to be this corner right here or here. Can't be larger than 777 for it to count as a cellar. If larger, can't be more than 250 blocks. Right, yeah. There's a debug menu thing to see rooms, but I don't remember it. No worries, no worries. I'm just trying to make sure that I roughly know what I'm doing as I work on this. We'll figure it out. I trust that we will together figure it out. Method to keep monsters from spawning is to put half blocks out on unused spaces. We'll figure it out. I assume there's also like light level rules. There usually are in games like this. But yeah, I need to figure out what I'm making the rest of these floors out of. We'll figure that out. Hanaki, thank you for the raid! Mods, can we get a shout out? Hello everybody! Thank you for the follow as well, Ball Brown. Hi folks, I'm Archivist. I'm your resident Chaotic Enfield. I stream not commercial games and do art here on twitch.tv. We are currently playing some Vintage Story on the community server if you're interested in joining. IP should be in the pinned message. But in any case, it's lovely to see y'all. Everyone, this over here is Hanaki. Hanaki is my son. I made that model. If you poke over into that stream and you see that pretty handsome face, I made that. In any case, though, hope you had an amazing stream. How are you? Hi, VTuber father. Hello, son. How are you? Welcome back from the war. I hope your stream treated you well. What were you up to tonight? It's lovely to see you. We're vintaging it up. Hope everything is going absolutely incredible. I also need to remember how I make ladders. How do I make ladders? How do I... Okay, I just need a bunch of sticks. Chill. Cool. Actually, I think I can use a bunch of these plus sticks to make it easier. We're gonna make it work. I am sleepy and have terrible addiction to Slay the Spire. It takes another one. Chat, another one falls to the dust. No worries, take care of yourself, get some food, some water, some rest if you need it. Please do take care. But it's so lovely to see you even for a moment. All my love. All my love, son. Son is AE generated? Yeah, exactly. It's the AE generated stuff we keep talking about.
Oh shit.
Oh shit, Vivi, welcome on in. Hello, everybody. Hi there. I'm Archivist. I'm your resident chaotic and field. I stream not quit retro games and do art here on Twitch.tv, and we're currently hanging out on my brand new community server on Vintage Story. If anyone's interested, IP should be in the pinned comment. It's so lovely to see y'all. Everyone, Vivi is a wonderful mad scientist VTuber, a longtime friend of the channel. Make sure y'all give her your love as well. If you like it in the moments where I talk about like bio and science, you'll like it even better out of her. She actually knows what she's talking about. It goes all right. I am building house. I am making house. That down there, that is my house. How was your stream? What were you up to tonight, Vivi? Lovely to see ya. I'm hoping relatively soon that Stella will have her Vintage Story server up properly. There's been a lot of technical difficulties with it from what I hear. But I'm hoping that it is back properly soon. Because I want to play on it with you. Always a pleasure to see ya. Ooh, Battletech, hell yeah! Mask plus Fox equals Mops? I don't think so, but you know what? We're already here. Also, thank you, Phoenix, for scuffing me. Wanted to get a bunch of VTubers together for a vanilla-ish 1.22 playthrough. I would potentially be down. My one thing just being that, like, I'm gonna have, this server ongoing plus Stella's server. I'm not sure how long I'm gonna keep this server running. It might only be... Oh, hello! Huh? The fuck were those animations? Help. It's in my house. The one issue just then being that, like, I'm gonna have potentially, like, 3 different Vintage Story, servers on, or, like, yes, servers ongoing, which would be less than ideal. Part of why I'm probably only gonna keep this around for a few months is just cause, like, there's gonna be Stella's as well, but I need to figure that out. In any case, though, would love to do something with you. I did also see your DM this morning. I was high, though. That said, I would be happy to be there. Apologies, a little all over the place. Glad you had an amazing stream. Y'all make sure you take care of yourselves, whatever the hell it is y'all are up to. It's wonderful to see everyone. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Demon's house, never. My house. They can't take my home away. Am I too big for the ladder? Did I make... Okay, never mind. I'm not too big, thank God. I was worried like the character model I chose made me too big or something. Because that would have been less than ideal. Thank you for the bark boy bark, Royal Rose here for the ARP! ARP! Ladders are finicky to get on unless you have a trapdoor or a ladder stick up a bit. Noted. I can adjust that in a little bit. I may redeem text to E at about time. Oh, my bad, my bad. The big bad fops does not fear any monsters. Didn't see that, apologies. I am doing my best. I do occasionally miss messages, I promise it's nothing personal. But nah, Vivi, we absolutely gotta do something sometime. I have just been like... admittedly going the fuck through it lately, and also absurdly busy constantly. I worry about having like too many vintage story servers, or like, you know, of any one game ongoing at a time, but I'd be down to figure something out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, cool. Find you can space the ladders, you can leave one block free between each ladder. I know that's been the case in like some games. I know at one point that was also the case in Minecraft. I'm not really interested in like bugging out the game or anything like that. I'm just trying to make shit here work. We're just chilling. I've been having a lot of fun playing on the community server lately. It's been kind of fun, partially because I get to just chill and build while other folks do most of the work. Which makes me sound like the exact kind of person I despise, but like I'm still learning a lot of the actual mechanics of the build, so I've kind of been able to like take it slow, focus on like building and chilling and having fun, while people just keep delivering food to my front door, and like I'm not complaining. If people are gonna bring free food to my front door, I'm not complaining. Also, rope ladders are better for mining because you can pick up the whole thing from the top. This is my basement. This is my basement. But yeah, noted. We're figuring things out as we go. Baffo eats is happy to serve. Thank you so much, Baphomet. I make some boar pits, but cat girls tend to fall into them. How many cat girls are even playing on the server? Not sure how many cat girls we have here. Did they turn down boar aggression? As someone who lives in a place where you can find a wild boar, they're pretty aggressive. They're pretty aggressive. They are extremely aggressive. Got killed by boars so many times. Got it. I'm just saying, real life boar, you should be scared of them. You should be scared of real life boar. Alright. I remember the 30 to 50 feral hogs meme. Iconic. There are wild boars even here on Australia because people want something to hunt. That is so sad, actually. The ones here are just invasive, but I guess it's the same over there. They're aggressive if they have babies or if you get too close, yeah. They're also like that in real life. But they used to hunt you down? That's incredible, actually. Wait, I wish they kept that. That's like horrible for like player progression and shit, but that's really funny. I kind of want that. Chat, maybe I want the boars to hunt me for sport. Maybe the boar deserved to hunt me for sport /J. Literally building my house and got sworded by 10 boar. They still chase somewhat. It's if you attack them or get near their babies. Got it. Alright, it was 777, yeah. So I can expand this out to, or one in each direction here. Yeah, that is pretty realistic to boar aggression. They are very aggressive animals. Just speaking as someone who like lives where you can find them, the invasive populations here are a real problem. I said boars. I do not want bears to hunt me for sport. They're not my type. There's one episode we played on where they were basically Minecraft zombies. By the way, finish the bear pit outside your house. Signs and all. Thank you. I appreciate it. Neko on construction duty. Is Leon Kennedy your type? Yeah. He's on the list. The list is very long. To be fair, my tastes are like any man with the slightest hint of femininity and alt woman, you know? My taste is any man with the tiniest hint of femininity and alt woman. I'm like, if a man so much as has long hair, I'm like, hello. Big twink enjoyer, big femboy enjoyer, big just men who have long hair enjoyer, and then like, scary old woman. I'm in the punk scene. I'm surrounded by a lot of attractive people in the punk scene. I like men that look like butches. That's real as shit. I'll be so honest, I do sometimes get gender envy from like some butch lesbians. There's something about the like that particular brand of masculine expression that's like, I don't know, it goes hard. It goes hard. There have been a handful of butch lesbians that I've like genuinely felt gender envy from. But you're also an enjoyer of small twinks and small femboys and small men with long hair, yeah, and Leon Kennedy in a bikini, real. What were y'all's first gay crushes? I'm not sure about first, so I went through this weird thing where for a while I was really scared of like allowing myself or admitting any attraction towards masculinity, because like I went through that like internalized stupid fucking phase where I like associated masculinity with having femininity pushed onto me, and it was a thing that took me time to work through, but I did eventually work through. I kind of started sorting that out when I was around like 18. So I'm honestly not sure about first. Actually, I might. No, there was this one character I can remember I was definitely attracted to but scared to admit it. Hello, little bit. Welcome on in. About to save me from embarrassment. How are you? How is your stream? Bark, bark, bite, bite. Hope y'all are doing absolutely incredible. Welcome on in, everybody. I'm Archivist. I'm your resident chaotic Enfield. I stream not quick retro games and do art here on Twitch.tv. We're currently playing some Vintage Story on my new community server. Love to see ya. Would love to chat, but there's literally a tornado warning in my area. Oh no! Please be safe. Dear fucking God. Do what you gotta do. Take care of yourself. Hope to see you again sometime in the near future, but definitely, do what you gotta fucking do right now. All the best. Take care. Anyone coming on with the raid, hope you are able to enjoy the comfy vibes while we play some Vintage Story. We're chilling, we're vibing, we're causing problems. That's what I'm all about. Of course, happy to share the love. You take care. Chat, do I admit that particular character? There is a character I know I was definitely 100% attracted to, but I was very scared to admit for a while. And it's like pre me kind of unraveling a lot of that shit. Like, I know I was attracted to this guy, but I didn't want to admit it to myself. One sec, let me pull him up. Can I get some official art of him? One sec. Pretty sure this is actual art of him from something. So chat, I'm going to display for a moment the fact that I'm very not normal. This motherfucker. This motherfucker did things to me. This motherfucker did things to me. This motherfucker did things to me. It was not the one slur. This is not a cat boy. He is not a cat boy. He is not a cat boy. This is, he was fan named Kuroha from, Kagero Project. And he sure exists. Rabies pride flag spotted. I have a rabies pride flag on my patch pants. We stand rabies pride in this chat. Hat cat boy vibes. No, he's a snake boy. He's actually a snake boy, kinda, sorta. He's a snake boy, kinda, sorta. It's complicated. He is not a cat boy. He is a problem. You know what? Can I one sec. I'm gonna have to briefly, in the VOD, mute my desktop audio for a second, but I'm gonna show y'all, this shit real quick. Yeah, there's a bunch of time loop shenanigans. There's so much going on. I was extremely invested in this, work of fiction for a long time. I care about him. This was my shit for a long time. He's basically he's one of the antagonists in the series. He's horrible, and I really, really liked him. I really, really liked him. He's so bad. He's such a problem. I have bad tastes. Hot villains are a theme. Listen, listen. We in the queer community love our hot villains. Just keep making this look sick as hell. So someone asked me about like my earliest gay crushes, and I'm like, this guy's on the list. This guy's on the list. So this is from Kagero Project. Kagero Project is it's a whole like multimedia series. There's a series of Vocaloid songs. There is a anime, there is a manga and a light novel series, as well as a short film, and all of them are different timelines. They have a canonical order. It is too much for me to explain, and I haven't like properly refreshed myself on like the order of the timelines in long enough to properly express it. But there is so much happening. This is a hell of a rabbit hole. But know that this series was like fundamental to who I am as a person. He's so bad. Welcome back, Darkwood Rider. But yeah, it's called Garo Project. It sounds like they have a canonical order. Good luck finding out what it is. Part of the issue is that a fair bit of the media related to the series has not been translated into English. So like there's a lot more information on the series in Japanese that hasn't been fully translated because the fandom's very tiny. Hello, Donut. Someone in chat asked me about like my first fictional crush or my first gay crushes. So I'm explaining. Give me a moment. I can pull up like a little more about the series in general. There actually have been like very recently a handful of video essays that dig into like the history of all of it. Also, it's lovely to see you, Donut. Hi, 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 hi. Donut's a cool recent friend. There have been a couple of video essays that have come out like talking about Kagero Project. Either like explaining its story or talking about its influence, because yeah, it has had a lot of influence. I think the source where it gets a lot of its popularity was from Kagero Days. That's probably the song that it's best known for. That would be this. So if you know it from anywhere, it would be this video. Honestly expecting something from Genshin. I mean, Zhongli is also on the list. It's not video game crushes. No, this is a away from an anime light novel series and series of Vocaloid songs. That particular character is not involved in this bit, but this is like probably the most famous piece of media related. I swear Link from Legends of Zelda is the reason I'm gay. Valid as shit. We love twinks. If I asked my ex-girlfriend, she'd probably know about this fandom. Very possibly, but it was a really, really small fandom. Oh no, I might have heard this. You're welcome. How many views does this have? Yeah, this has 24 million views. Like I said, this is about as popular as Kagero Project ever got. In fact, they changed the name because the name of this song is Kagero Days. They changed the name of the project to Kagero Days following the success of this particular song. Remember trying to get into Kagero, being completely confused and falling off of it? Oh, I was hyper fixated on this shit for like 2 years. She uses an incredibly huge amount of all things Vocaloid. Oh, she probably knows it then, yeah. It's one of the better known like Vocaloid series. It's really good. But yeah, I fuck with it heavy. This is super nostalgic shit for me. Older people are like, why is everyone gay or furries these days? Gonna throw things like Lola Bunny at us when we're kids, and things like Link at us when we're teens? Yeah, yeah. I'm not surprised that we're gay as shit. But how is it, everyone? I'm doing all right. I'm doing all right. It's been a very fun night. We are vibing on the community vintage story server. I just needed the opportunity to explain Kagero Project to people. Um, I feel like if someone wants to like just get a general vibe of what's going on in the series, there are a couple of good video essays explaining the story and talking about its influence. Um, and then of course like a great place to start with the series is Children Record. It's a good song to start with because it is just kind of like an overview of shit. If I was born in the 50s, I'd probably be gay for Audrey Hepburn and said, real and valid, real and valid. We all would have found our way eventually. Debbie says time for bed. No worries, you take care of yourself. Do what you gotta do, Ollie. So this gives you like an overview of all the characters and shit. That's my favorite. That's my guy. That's my boy. He's so trans coded. I love him. Coffee obtained. Hell yeah. This would have ruined my life if I found it when I was younger, got super deep into it. It ruined my life. Hello, Bellwether, welcome on in. Hi, we're playing Vintage Story, but I'm currently introducing my community to Kagero Project. Do you know Kagero Project? Please tell me you know Kagero Project. Welcome on in. Hello, everybody. Hi, I'm Archivist. I'm your resident chaotic Enfield. I'm normally much more handsome than this, but Chat's decided that it's my turn to be scuffed. Hope you're all having a wonderful evening. It's lovely to see you. Everyone on my end, make sure you give Bellwether some love. Amazing content creator, friend of the channel, someone absolutely deserving of your time and attention. Oh, are they making me normal? Oh, do I get to be normal? Give it a second. Ah! I'm handsome now. But it's a pleasure to meet everyone. Everyone go give some love to Bellwether. My pronouns are he, him, or they, them. Loud punk bastard. You get the gist. This is Kagero Project. With pickaxe in hand, we raid this land. Thank you for the bits as well, Alien. I appreciate it. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Let me say hello to everyone. Hi to Double McPounder to Bonus Day, to familiar access to a wild yammy. Is Shaku. Lovely to see everyone. Phantom Master Zoro. I saw it, I had to raid. Hell yeah, I cosplayed Mario as your I used to cosplay Kuroha. I used to cosplay Kuroha. Hell fucking yeah. No, this was my shit when I was a teenager. I used to cosplay Kuroha. That's amazing. Holy fuck. Holy fuck. That's amazing. Someone in chat asked me about like my first like, you know, gay crushes when I was younger, and I was like, I have to be perfectly honest with you. It was Kuroha. I thought he was so hot. Can you tell that I'm mentally ill? Listen, we're allowed to be mentally ill. It's okay. He explaining the origins of his questionable taste in men. Listen, I was screwed from the start. I was screwed from the start. I cosplayed Kano. Hell yeah, I love that. Kano Hiroka and hell fucking yeah, that's actually cool as shit. I love that for you. Aren't we all? You know what? Fair point. We are currently on Twitch.tv. I don't think anyone here is normal. I need to also show y'all though, like my favorite boy, my favorite boy. Normies aren't worth knowing. You're so right. You're so fucking right. I might be about to go back on the Kagero Project deep dive. This is my beloved boy. He's so me coded. He's so trans mask coded. I can't be the only one who thinks that that fucking Kano is incredibly trans mask coded. I cannot be alone in that. I'm mostly normal, but I'm abnormal in a biological sense. I'm very abnormal in every sense. He's my little guy. He's just a trickster and a liar, and I love a trickster. Trickster is my beloved. Aww. He's so good. He is such a T-boy slouch. Exactly. Wait, y'all will see it in a second. Where does he do the thing? When does it do the thing? I'm paying attention for the thing now. There's like literally somewhere in this song a art of him where he's like a girl. It's in the fucking music video somewhere, and I don't remember where. I love Seto so much. Oh, he was such a sweetheart. Oh, I miss him. Aww. Wait, okay. There it is. There it is. He's so trans mascoded. He's so trans mascoded. I love him. He's my little guy. He's my little guy. Sorry, this is bringing me back to being like an angsty 16-year-old, and I have no regrets. The aesthetic of this is also peak. Oh, 100%. I feel like Kano in particular absolutely like influenced my style. It wasn't where I started being punk, but it definitely did something to push me in that direction. Like, I'm not punk because of Kagero Project, but I won't pretend this didn't do something to like my aesthetic. There will also be an ad hitting soon. I do apologize, folks. Twitch just forced me to renounce. Y'all know the drill. God, it's so good. He's just a silly little liar. It definitely watered the punk seed. Absolutely, absolutely. God, I missed this shit so dearly. Listen, chat, I'm not going to encourage any of you to go down this rabbit hole because you will absolutely like lose your lives to it. The depths of research you have to do to understand this series are absurd. But if you do choose to go down it, it's worth it. In any case, ad's about to hit. I'm gonna get back to Vintage Story. But thank you for tolerating my my like teenage hyperfixation in action. Ishaku and I could go on such a deep dive with you. I would be so down to yap about it sometime. Fucking hit me up. You have my Discord. All right, let me get the music back on in here. Apologies for that complete distraction. I have no regrets. It's my channel and I get to choose the music. What's that one quote? It's my whatever the fuck, and I get to choose the mental breakdown. That's me right now. Ishi and I were both into the novels and music, so I know I own the first three of the light novels. I own the first three. I never got to read any of them after that. Um, I did watch the anime. I read some of the manga, but also didn't get an opportunity to finish it. And I owned the first three light novels. I never got to finish the light novel series. I thought the anime wasn't terrible. It is kind of its own like timeline, you know. I I honestly really fuck with the way they like conceptualize everything as a bunch of distinct timelines. I think it's really cool that like each individual piece of media is kind of its own timeline, which are all part of like a greater narrative context. I think that's fascinating. Apparently Twitch obliterated it too because right after the ad started for me. Damn. Oh no. Okay, no, my rate's fine. Thank God. Like everything is canon, but each is different. It's such a unique experience or like approach to storytelling that I think is unfortunately inherently like less accessible because you kind of do have to like engage with all of these separate art forms in order to get a full grasp of it, but I honestly still regardless really appreciate it. uh, and I wish more media was willing to try similar shit. Had to be in the moment type of deal. It's always been a shame to me how small the fandom is. Boy, I was grateful to be a part of it while I was. My teenage years were fucking defined by Kagera Project. I swear to God. I missed cosplaying it particularly. Honestly, it was my dream cosplay group when I was younger. Before COVID hit. Like even after the peak of like my hyperfixation on with it, but even like into COVID, it was my like dream cosplay group to get a like massive group together for Kagera Project. One day I'll do that. Literally, follow because you're on the tangent. Personal interest, such taste tangents vary so much in love. That real and valid, real and valid. I mostly talk about like queer and leftist and punk issues around here, but listen, I gotta let the childhood hyperfixation breathe a little bit. Hell fucking yeah. Where is my grass? Am I out of grass? Oh no. I don't suppose I can use you. No, I cannot. This is a very sad day. It's fine. I should have some outside. Alright, we're fine, we're normal. I'm so incredibly normal. I've never done anything weird in my life. I... Dry grass... Torch. Okay, okay. Me being so normal, exactly. God, oh, you reminded me of how much I want to play Pocopia. I am so mad right now that I don't own Pocopia, that I don't have a Switch 2 yet. It's something I'll get eventually, but oh, I'm so angry. Eventually, eventually. Thankful that I had an opportunity to have a group of about five for it. Real someday. Listen, someday I'm gonna make it happen. Still, I I haven't gone to conventions in a while, really like since COVID, aside of Megaplex because I am a furry. I but I want one of these days to like go to a convention again and get back in the cosplay scene. Hello? Oh right, I need to have you in my main hand. My bad. There we are. Alright, now we have our basement. Beautiful. Basement acquired. Very lucky to have a GF with a Switch 2 and had gift cards. You know what? Good for you. Kills you with my teeth. Currently playing a voxel game about super specific survival mechanics and eldritch horror. Being normal was never an option. This is true. Went to a local furry con last year and I miss it. Might volunteer there this year. Do it. Why not? I had the time of my life at Megaplex. I was not sober for most of it. It was a good time. Oh, so happy. Yeah, literally. Like I'm so happy for you. I stay baring my teeth. Silly affectionate. Volunteering for cons is one of the most fun things ever. Absolutely encourage folks to volunteer for the local cons and whatnot. I'll admit, never got the opportunity. I was a child when I was most actively going to them, but like one of these days, I want to get back into that scene. Oh, hello. I am going to be going to Offkai this year, and that's going to be like one of the first proper cons I'm going to in a long time. Very nervous for that, but you know what? I'm also kind of excited. Going to be a pretty different vibe than a lot of the other cons I've been to, I imagine, but I'm looking forward to it. It should be enjoyable. Used to sell a lot of used to sell at a lot of cons and can say working cons is 1000% better than just attending. Interesting. That is fascinating because like I've never been on the like working a con side of things. You definitely have me curious though. Just start people in a ranked match as Wolverine. Congratulations. He was the panelist for a This is true. This is true. I have been a panelist at a convention, but I don't think that counts as working a con. I've been a panelist. It was not for the Vor panel though. It was not for the Vor panel. Have a volunteer application form for my local Splatoon LAN open right now. Gotta finish filling that bad boy out. Attending plus DLC. Okay, listen, I went to Megaplex not really knowing what to expect. It was like the first con I had been to in a long, long time. I do end up having the time of my life. It's great. No regrets whatsoever. Where was I? Before my brain so rudely interrupted me. Did I just turn that all into I hate myself. I just turned that all into firewood. God fucking damn it. No, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. But I went to Megaplex not really knowing what to expect. While I was there, I happened to be friend of a friend with the folks who were running a Cult of the Lamb themed panel, and they needed some support with setup. I helped them with setup. One of the people who were supposed to be part of the panel didn't show up, and they were needed for like a funny joke bit. And I was like, "Hey, I'm drunk off my ass right now. I am extremely, extremely drunk. I will do this bit for you." So I played the role of a dissenting cultist where I basically like stood up in the middle of the con, started yelling things, got chased out by a couple of the other panelists, and like forcibly dragged back into the room. It was very funny. I was the perfect amount of drunk for that bit. Fully recommend the experience of being drunk at a furry convention, chat. Didn't someone once like spit alcohol into your mouth at a convention? Okay, no. That was first of all, that was at a music festival. That was at Fest in Gainesville, Florida. Uh but they did not spit alcohol into my mouth. They poured, what was it? I forget if it was rum or whiskey. They poured something directly into my mouth out of the bottle. Okay? While I was in the registration line. They did not spit alcohol into my mouth. They call him Beer Santa. His name is Beer Santa, okay? Okay? Put respect on Beer Santa's fucking name. I don't want to hear any of you disrespecting Beer Santa. But also it's a weird place. No, you're totally fine. You're totally fine. I'm being belligerent because it's funny. I'm being an asshole for the silly. I think it was a perfectly appropriate place to get drunk off my ass, actually. I have no regrets. For Fest, I spent that entire time some form of inebriated. The entire weekend I was either drunk, high, or both, and I regret none of it. That is the way to spend a music festival, in my humble opinion. If you are someone who has a healthy relationship with substances, please keep yourself safe first and foremost. Margaritas for all, you're so right, in my humble opinion. Drive to Gainesville more often. I am actually gonna be in Gainesville soon. I don't mind talking about events that I am going to go to. I drive around the state pretty often, and if I'm going to a larger event, I don't mind talking about it. I'm going to be at what is it? Big, which is a music festival in Gainesville, and I think April. A couple bands I like are going to be playing. It should be a good fun time. If anyone happens to be going and recognizes me, you're free to say hi. Just don't take photos of me or anything of that sort. I don't mind getting recognized at events so long as people are chill about it. Don't go to an event just to find me. But if you happen to run into me, like, people are welcome to say hello, chat, etc. Whole state needs a purge, but wildlife is great. Yeah, I adore Florida. I think the wildlife and ecology of Florida is something absolutely beautiful and willing or deserving of protection. And I care a lot about this state. It's why I, am still here. I want to protect this state with my life. I think there is so much in Florida that is absolutely worth fighting for. The ecology, the very unique culture here. I love Florida, and I have no plans of leaving it anytime soon. Literally a swamp girly at heart. Real! I miss the Everglades. God, I miss the Everglades. I should drive to the Everglades one of these days. Day trip to the Everglades. Who's with me? I still owe you guys the walkie stream. I owe you guys the walkie stream. We love and respect our swamp puppies? Yeah. Would like to see Fest and someone wrestle alligators? Archive road trip, let's go! Walkies in the Everglades! IRL stream in an airboat? You're so right! That is, like, such a fucking equipment risk. That would be such a miserable stream, too, with the background noise, but you're not gonna lie, I'm tempted. I need more oak. Does anyone have more oak? Gonna call it a night. No worries, Thomas. You take care of a lovely rest of your evening, alright? Self-care absolutely comes first. Do what you need to do. I hope you all know that you should take care of yourself first and foremost. Your well-being is more important than a VTuber on the internet. That said, it is always a pleasure to have y'all. I'm stealing all of this oak wood because I don't care. It's mine now. I am a terrible person. I love being a problem for everyone around me. I hope you know you're awesome. Oh, I know, I'm awesome and incredible, but also I love to be an inconvenience to the people around me. Both can be true, both can be true. I can be, like, super awesome and cool while also being a bit of a bastard. You know, thievery is afoot. Always. I am nothing if not a thief. You have such a unique laugh in a good way. I'm glad. It is very fox-esque, so I have been told, which would make sense because I am, in fact, part fox. I actually got bullied for my laugh quite a bit when I was younger. People would like tell me it sounded like a puppy getting stepped on and shit. I was insecure about it for a long time. And it wasn't until I started streaming that I let myself kind of embrace it more again. I like my laugh. I think it's a little bit silly and whimsical. Uh, I enjoy having a handful of like very unique vocal fixtures that, you know, are recognizable and enjoyable. Apparently people really like my sounds. Feed the Fobs Burmese Python barbecue. I wonder what Burmese Python would taste like. Do people, because I know there's, you know, of course, large efforts to remove Burmese pythons from the Everglades. They're a horrible invasive species and all of that. But I wonder if people have tried eating them, actually. I've certainly not heard of any efforts to eat them, but, like, I wouldn't be shocked. Love the laugh, it's fun, thank you. Let the world have more whimsy, this is true. Chat, we need more whimsy in the universe, genuinely. There is a severe lack of whimsy in this day and age, and I think that's unfortunate. Uh, while I may be someone who talks much about political issues of the era and fights constantly to better the world and whatnot, I am not immune to whimsy. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Even if I am someone who like is very politically active and talks openly on that shit, we are still allowed whimsy here. I am an encourager of fucking whimsy. Enjoying yourself and your weird little hobbies is resistance. I agree. I agree. In a world that like insists that the things we do are only valuable if they're like making a fucking profit for a CEO, screw that. Embrace your whimsy. Embrace your joy. Whatever the hell that joy looks like. For me, sometimes that joy is being a silly little guy on the internet, and that right there is fucking radical and beautiful. Ah, less than ideal. Okay, wait, I fuck with this. I fuck with this. The question then becomes if I want to do this lower area in birch or also in oak, and I think the answer is birch. I think birch, and I might redo this down here in oak, honestly, because I kind of like the switching back and forth. Bites you, host. Hello, Rampage Jester Clown. By the way, lovely to see you. Big house, big house. This is gonna be my permanent home, I think. We're figuring things out. Do I know how to play Vintage Story? Not really. Am I having fun? Yes. That's what kind of matters here. Finding cool sticks to make Blair Witch totems in the wood. Real and valid? Question mark. Can you make shag carpet in this game? Good question. If not, I'm sure there's a mod for it. You can make like just, you know, carpets. Can you not make these? Or are they just like a thing that you get from the okay, apparently from the furniture trader. That's kind of lame. It's kind of lame you can only trade for them. That might be a problem that a mod has to solve. The server is lightly modded and I'm not opposed to adding more, so that might be something I resolve later. Okay, I need a couple. Oh, I have more. There we go. How do I feel about this? So you walk in, You have the birch, you have the oak, you have the birch again. I think I fuck with it. I just need to replace this block. I think the layering kind of fucks. Alright, alright, alright. You take care, Bellwether. Have some lovely, lovely rest. I appreciate the hell out of you. Thank you so much for the raid. I gotta chat with you more. I've just been busy as shit lately, but you take care of yourself. And hello, Slothboy. Lovely to see you as well. Glad you enjoyed your Resident Evil 7. Big house needs a chair. I'll furnish it eventually. It'll get furnished in due time. I promise. It's not going to be left in this unfurnished state. Not for long, anyway. Alright, we're figuring it out. No, don't do that. There we go. Alright, alright, alright. The fuck are you walking in my house for? What are you looking for? All good, life and living is busy, real as shit. I do appreciate the hell out of you. God, life has been so incredibly busy lately, but you know what? I don't regret a thing. It's been busy mostly for good reasons, and we like it when things are busy for good reasons. Rather things be busy for good reasons than bad. Nope, don't do that. It's fine, I'll go downstairs and grab it in a second. Actually, let me just, like... Why not? It's fine. I'm gonna have to come back down here in a second, but it's chill. I'll still need to... Oh, never mind. There is already a torch there. Got it. Alright, alright, alright. I eventually do need to figure out better lighting situations, but you know what? Problem for future me. Many problems are for future me. Future me can worry about much of this. I'm of the mind that most of my problems can be solved with my future self. He'll know better than I currently do anyhow. Nope. Jesus. Oh, he's doing his best, chat. He is doing his best. And I think what I'm gonna do just to make this, like, not look terrible, because I don't really want to waste the... Well, no, I think I actually just replaced the rest of it. I think that's a smart option. Alright, we got this. Hello, Impulse! Thank you for the raid. Mods, if we can get a shout out. Hello, everybody. Hi, I'm Archivist. I am your resident Chaotic Enfield. I stream Not Queer Retro Games and do art here on Twitch.tv. How are y'all doing? It's lovely to see you. Bart, bart, bite, bite. Hello, folks. We're currently playing some Vintage Story on the community server. If anyone's interested, the IP should be in the pinned comment. It is lovely to see y'all. Loud Punk Bastard talking about queer leftist shit. How are you doing, Impulse? Everyone on my end, make sure you give Impulse some love. What have you been up to? Vintage indeed. Vintage Bori. Chat, I'm storying my vintages. I'm vintaging my stories. These stories, they're so fucking vintage. Holy shit, y'all. You're not ready for how vintage these stories get. I've never read a story this vintage. Something like that. Hope you're all doing absolutely incredible, though. I send my love and my bites. But mostly my bites. Silk Song Fighting for My Life. That sounds about right for Silk Song. I hope you're enjoying it at the very least. It's definitely a relatively intense and difficult game. Anyone who knows this game, by the way, does it matter if my ceiling is wood? Is that going to impact the efficacy of my cellar? Or am I chilling? I never know how in-depth things are in Vintage Story, so sometimes I'm like, I'm not sure if doing something is going to fuck me over in the long run or not, and it's so hard to tell. Alright. Your cellar being what should be fine, not optimal, but fine. So do I want to make it a different block? It shouldn't? Alright, I will trust. Oh, technically it does affect it slightly, but not a huge amount. Okay. I mean, I could just, like, put another layer of stone. I could just do that. That's an option. But, you know. I need to see how I do a trapdoor. I barely know what I'm doing in the game, being so incredibly real. But we'll figure it out as we go. I'm okay to figure things out as I play. Oh, I fucked up. I always do that. Okay. Can I break this back down, actually? Is that a thing I can do? I can. Nice. Alright, so now I have a solid oak trapdoor, which I can place at the top of the ladder. You can make a cellar with dirt? Alright. If it's not going to impact things too much, I think I'll just leave it. Because otherwise this is probably fine. And we'll just be filling this up with all of the stuff that needs to be, like, stored underground. Like I said, hanging out with someone so I can stick around. No worries, you take care, machine. All the best, as per always. I send my love. Alright. I fuck with this, though. The one thing I think I want to do is take this all and make this birch. Because I don't like how the rammed earth looks there. It looked fine when I was using the rammed earth floor, but then I decided I wanted this to be... Actually, what if I did oak? Terrible ideas. But what if? How much? I have 11 oak planks left. Is that going to be enough? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That is enough. I could just do this. Oh, I kind of fuck with it. This one block I might make birch. No, I'm not fucking with it anymore. He's figuring it out. It's fine. You can tell that I'm a Minecraft, or that I was a Minecraft player. You can tell that I was a Minecraft player. Okay, I think that works. I think it kind of fucks. Alright, okay. House is very large, but you know what? I'm pretty content with it. What do we think? If you get a sec, step outside and witness the pit of animal suffering? Alright. Finally overcame my nausea. Welcome, or congratulations, Groggy. I'm glad you're no longer nauseous. You're doing amazing. Proud of you. I think I fuck with it, Chad. I think I fuck with the house. Oh, hello there. So we have here the bear pit. Those aren't bears. I mean, this will be useful for me when I start, like, hunting. It'll be good for me when I start hunting. When I start doing my leather working, managed to trap everything but bears. Listen, this is gonna be great when I start all of my my shit, you know? Twink escape hatch. Yeah. Don't worry. Listen, I'm planning on doing all sorts of like leatherworking stuff, and we have the butchering mod and whatnot. It'll be great. It'll 100% go fine. Nothing is gonna go wrong. So with this little floating, you know what? I'm going to ignore it. All right, but we have a house now. I have my little dock. I want to set up a little garden in here. We're doing pretty okay for ourselves, if I do say so myself. They haven't gone through metamorphosis to become bears yet. The goat is needed for this process. I'd believe it. I'd believe it. All right, all right. Well, house acquired. What do I do with myself now? I just hope nobody lights a match near your house. Yeah, that'd be less than ideal. It's a very flammable abode, but like, don't act like you haven't also made a very flammable abode. Oh, hello, sir. How are you doing today? Just shambling by my abode? Good for you. Yeah, it's time to furnish house, I guess. What do I need to make a kitchen? I'm gonna guess there's like a stove. Actually, there's culinary artillery mod. What do we got? So we have hot clay ovens. We have to worry about a fire pit. Um, a meat rack. We'll probably have to put the meat rack downstairs, I'm going to imagine. Um, okay. And then there's the fruit press. I think someone else already has a fruit press going. So we need an oven. I'm gonna guess there's no stove, unfortunately. What do we need for a clay oven? How do I make you? Oh, I probably. Oh, hi, Neko. Thank you, Nekuya, for the raid. Welcome on in, folks. Mods, can we get a shout out? Hello, everybody. Hi, I'm Archivist. I'm your resident chaotic Enfield. I stream not quite retro games and do art here on Twitch.tv, and I just watched my friend die right in front of me. We're currently playing some Vintage Story. It is a community server if you're interested in joining. The exclamation or the IP should be like in the pinned message. But everyone on my end, make sure you go give Nekuya some love. A very talented artist and rigger, someone absolutely deserving of your time and attention. Gaze upon our pearls. Oh my. Oh my. Hello, Toothy Cat as well. Barbara my bite. Something got this cool pearl. That is a cool pearl. I love this pearl. Thank you for sharing your pearl with me. And I would like to share with my audience, Nekuya. Give your love. Give your love. That is a threat, by the way. Hope you're all taking care of yourselves. Lovely to see everyone. Hello, hello, hello. We're vinting our stories. I just finished building this house. I need to figure out how I make an oven, and I think I need clay for that. Chat, it's time to in the cold, eat hot the cold. Nods, 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 nods. That's how words work, right? Hi, how are you? Oh, saw please, yes. Thank you. Alright. I will real quickly put this this jug in my cellar. Pretty sure this counts as the cellar. If I put this down here, let's see, fresh for 3.1 years, which I think indicates, I'm pretty sure that's longer than it was outside for sure, or in my inventory. Hello, add normal. Arrarara. A crisp 1:30 in the morning my time when I'm feeling it, but sleep eludes me. It's also 1:30 where I am. But God knows that I fear no time. I fear no such thing as time. We need an apiary for bees in need. That is something we do eventually need to figure out. I don't know if anyone's interested in the beekeeping. We'll figure that out. I require clay and the materials to make an oven. I need to oven the cold, out hot, eat the food. We have a little bit of red clay, probably not enough. Is this where I oven? Okay, this is not where I oven. How do I make an oven? What the fuck is a coke oven? Coke is to coal, what charcoal is to wood. Okay, okay, got it. Oven. How do I acquire you? Material ceramic. How do I make you? Give you the powdered calcified flint you need for fire clay? Okay, thank you. DMUCC thing, thank you, I appreciate it. Sleep is for the weak, and the responsible, and I'm only one of those things. Real. If you listen closely, you may hear Fennel telling AE and Bug to go to sleep already in a tired big sister voice. I don't sleep. Sleep is for the weak, and I'm not weak, actually. I'm very, very strong and powerful, and you should respect me. I think sleep is for the pretty boys, sure. Okay. Did anyone post how to make oven? How to oven? Yes, dirt mining is not a good idea in this game. You need to prospect. Unfortunately. Ignite using a fire starter or torch. Once fire is burnt out, oven's ready for use. I just don't know how I make the clay oven. Have you got fire clay? Someone gave me something that I apparently need to make it? I'm not seeing it in my inventory right now. I'm still very new to the game. I'm figuring it out. Did I put it in here? Oh, okay, here's the powdered calcified flint. Okay. Hi. Thank you. How to make fire clay itself? Can I just grab... Alright, fire clay. How do I make you? Alright, bunch of clay and then the powdered clay. Got it. Cool. I'm learning. Thank you everyone for your patience as I slowly figure this stuff out, by the way. I know it's not like the most engaging content in the world to watch a guy who does not know how content or how a game works figure it out in real time, and I appreciate everyone's patience and guidance as I do so. Uh, Shit's hard. We're doing our best. God, my tool modes. That's lame. Okay. We're figuring it out. Nope, not what I wanted. Select tool. I keep forgetting that I cannot hold that down if I want it. Alright, we're figuring it out. Oh! What were the other ones? This is gonna be convenient as long as we're just duplicating shit. Alright, we got this, we got this. Wait, AE, will it live here? It will live here, you make it, huh? Wait, so I can't move it once I make it. I can't move it, is what I'm understanding. Is this correct? You can move it, I believe? Neko Boy Blue says I can move it. Imagine if molding clay was like this in real life, just putting a million blocks of clay down. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, this is kind of what it feels like. I've done work with clay before. Yeah, this is basically what it feels like. You're just kind of building something up bit by bit. I do miss it, honestly. I do miss it. Alright, and then I need to grab this. Alright, and then we're gonna go back to the duplicate layer, because fuck it. I would trust your cat dad and jar him if he's wrong. This sounds about right. Thank you, father. You're my dad now. Feel about that however you want. I can't control you. As decided by Lakin, you're now my dad. Wait, did I run out? No, no, I'm dumb. Alright. And then I need to just erase these two. Alright, and then we go back in with the duplicate layer, because it's easy. There we go. No, I wanted the duplicate layer. Yay! Congratulations on the FOP on getting adopted. I know, right? And then I need to grab you and just... Incredible. This is so cool, Loki. This is so cool. Alright, we're figuring it out. I'm smart. I'm capable. Okay, I'm out, which means I need to make some more. Okay. Oh! I'm starving to death. Case in fucking point, I suppose. Case in fucking point. I'm doing my best. Congrats on the papa getting adopted. At the very least, you'll have to bake it with wood from the inside. That's fine. I can do that. Chad, imagine getting baked from the inside. It's called taking edible. I put you in a box to do somehow still hurt yourself. I'm doing my best. Father, when will you let me go out on my own? Oh, hello, sir. I playfed the kid to do work and this happens. I'm doing my best. You're a terrible father. You are a horrible, horrible father. I can't believe you do this. I can't believe you trap me in a box and then yell at me. Okay, I need my firewood, which I do not. Actually, I can make some pretty easy. That's chill. That's fine. That is a hammer. Okay, I think I've done it. Hopefully. Kid playing with Play-Doh in the playpen. How have I been reduced to this? SMH. Also, hello, Raccoon Outlaw. Bark for my bite. Big stretch. Big stretch. Alright. Can we make the obvious joke about your new dad? Yeah, absolutely. Have at. So long as he's okay with it. Did I do it right? Is it done? I can't tell if it's done. Single parenthood is hard. Okay, I hate it. I hate this actually. I despise this actually. Hey, Nika, that sounds like your problem for adopting me. I think it's done. I think I did it. Eats AE, eats you. I think I did it. I think I own an oven now. That's so cool. I'm trying to think about like what else. Oh, there goes one of my lights. Hello, sir. I'm trying to think what else I need to make this. Oh, I need to like break and reset y'all. Shit. Didn't think about that. Okay, so I'm gonna need a couple new ones then. Don't know if I still have any. I do have some. Or I have one little bit of grass. It's not enough though. I'm gonna have to go get more grass in a minute. That's fine. It's fine. I'm back. I kind of just dropped that there was a tornado warning for us. Feel the need to come back and drop an update. We're all okay. I'm glad that everything's okay. The tornado was apparently 3 miles away, so we got hit, but all of us in the little bit household are okay. I'm so glad to hear. No, no, no. I appreciate you stopping on back in and like making sure we know that you're chill. I promise. I would not get mad at you for like, taking the time to let us know that you are alive and well. All right, I'm trying to think what else I need for this kitchen setup. Oh my god, hi. Thank you. I appreciate it. Do. So I think I need armor so my son doesn't fucking die. Real as shit, real as shit. Okay. So apparently some of my stuff needs to be cooked over a fire pit. Question mark. Thank you so much for the 5 gift subs. What the hell? You did not have to do that. I promise. Like, this is a chill, safe space, and I appreciate you very, very much. I promise. I appreciate you being here, genuinely. Okay. You take your monster kicker, all the best. We probably won't be live too much longer. We are cresting the 7 hour mark, and I probably won't push past 7:30, especially because I got plans at 8, and I need food between now and then. But ah rah rah rah. Ah rah rah rah. Enjoy your lurk, Equus. I'm just trying to figure out the kitchen setup before I end. apologies for the chaos. I'm trying to figure this out. So we need like a hot fire pit, I guess, for a lot of this still. Fire pit. Every time, I'm gonna be so real. Every single time that I see, uh, like my arms come around the side of my body, my brain goes, "Oh, there's something behind me. I'm about to die." Every single time, my brain's convinced that like, "Oh, well, time to perish." I think, okay, if I put the fire pit directly on the wooden planks, am I going to endanger myself? Is it dangerous to put a fire pit directly on the wooden planks? After the last bit of stream, couldn't sleep. How's favorite streamer? Doing well, doing well. Like, real world logic tells me putting a fire pit here would be a bad idea. Fire pit does not spread fire. Beautiful, thank you. The real world logic tells me that it's a bad idea. The game does not. So I need to briefly come downstairs. Let me reset you. I need to grab a couple of you. Alright, so we're gonna have a fire pit. Alright, so we have our fire pit, then we can put our oven off to the side. And then I need some kind of block to act as the countertops. I might just use like oak as the countertops, and if anything else kind of eventually strikes my fantasy as a different style of countertop. Actually, no, I don't have enough. Never mind. I could use the birch log as the countertop. My logic was torches don't burn house down, maybe fire pit won't. And you were correct. Congratulations. Alright, and then I fucked up with the oak log. It's fine. It's chill. I could birch log and have that be our countertop. So welcome to my humble kitchen. You're so good at making cute little houses. I'm just a little guy. I'm just doing my best. I put a lot of effort into it. We're figuring things out. Which side do I want to have it on? And so we stack up our firewood over here. So now we have this firewood pile that we can draw from and use with the fire pit. Nice. Adorable little guy with a big brain. Ah, rah, 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 rah. Ah, rah, 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 rah. Now let me see if there's anything else I want to do with these. Yeah, because we can make our saucepan out of this. Okay. You take care, Consterfuss. All the best. Bye bye bye. We're figuring it out. We're figuring it out. I really do vibe with this. I really do fuck with like the clay system. Uh, there's something very cozy about it, honestly. All right, so we can use that to make our saucepan, and then we'll need to make a bunch of the other like little auxiliary bits and pieces that make the kitchen functional. But that shouldn't be too hard. We should be able to do that without too much problem. Oh my god, hi! Hello, hello! Oh, right, sorry. I just saw the message. Apologies, my bad. How do I do that again? One moment. Because I'm pretty sure I did it for everyone, but I might have fucked up. I allow player to. Okay. Slash player Nakia allow carousel once. Oh, hello, Gremlin Transmian. Lovely to see ya. Bark, bark, bite, bite. All right, all right, all right. So I'm gonna have to fire that. I got that. I need to figure out. I guess just make the rest of my shit. Because I'm definitely gonna need as well a cooking pot. I don't think I need 4 cooking pots. I think just the one should be fine. So I'll make a cooking pot, and then I'll make a bunch of bowls. There we go. Listen, I'm very eepy brained, alright? I'm doing my best. It's hard. I've been awake so much lately, chat. It's honestly partially my fault because I got high this morning. I didn't get enough sleep and then I got high. It happens. I've never claimed to be responsible. I've never claimed to be responsible. What else do I need? I need Crocs. Yes, I will need Crocs. I want to see what Nekuya is gonna become. I want to find out. We back from the horrors. Apologies for ads, folks. You returned to me safely. I probably won't be going on too much longer because the eepy is very much starting to hit, and I do have my plans at 3 a.m. But we are vibing nonetheless. I hope everyone's doing absolutely incredible. All right. We went longer than I honestly expected. I was expecting to get tired at around the 6 hour mark. We've hit 7, and I'm not going to let myself go past 7:30 just to make sure I can get some food in my stomach. But honestly, thriving. Proud of me, chat. I'm proud of me. Clay. Hello, that trans knight. Lovely to see you. How are you doing, friend? I hope you're doing well. Arara. All right. Hello, how do I pick you up? Why can't I pick you up? Hello? Oh, there we go. Okay. Figured it out. Nice. All right. And then I just need bowls. No, those were not the bowls. Those were another thing. I'm good vibing. Hell yeah, we love to see it. Guys, Trans Knight's a lovely content creator. Absolutely someone deserving of your time and attention. So then I need bowls. Uh, bowls. We have bottles, bowls. There we go. Alright. This is a pretty simple one. I might honestly just autocomplete this one. These are the bowls in question. We need to make sure that we have a full setup in place for food shit. So we're gonna get this all done, we're gonna fire all of this, and we're gonna call that a win. Okay. I want to also create, let's see, we have the saucepan, we have the crocs. Oh, a goat! A goat has entered the building! Hell yeah! You look lovely. Yeah. Oh. I love this. We're winning so hard here, chat. We're winning so hard here. I am clay thinging. The eepy is hitting, but we're fine. Alright, crucible, I need a few storage vessels, I think. I need storage vessels. Also swap to Taylor for more diversity. Hell yeah, hell yeah. I'm planning on doing a lot of personally leather working stuff on here. I'm excited about that. Nokia involved into Nekia, but more coatings. You real and valid. Precious stiff repeatedly in excitement. Yeah, that's how you express your joy in games like this. You know. Yeah, you can become Go, Baphomet. If you haven't already been given the ability, I tried to give everyone the ability to redo their character selection. If you would like to redo your character selection and like make yourself a goat or I'm a lizard, I can give you that ability. Just let me know. I did the like one that should give it to everyone, but it looks like it did not in fact give it to everyone. Because the game's stupid sometimes. I think I have it. Yeah, it should just be dot carousel. Yeah, no pressure. But you can become a goat, you can become a robot, you can become a I'm a kobold. There's also apparently a wolf one that I need to look into and make sure it's compatible with everything going on the server. But I might add that. I don't want to add too many mods, but you know, you take care hopefully free. Burp I might. I'm also considering adding voice chat. I'll probably not have, or if I'm gonna turn on voice chat, I'm gonna need to ask that folks like be chill and respectful and try not to like constantly interrupt me if I'm streaming. Um, so it would have to be like a hey, if I have VC on, like don't be constantly talking in my general vicinity when I'm streaming, just because I like to yap a lot and I don't want it to like. I don't know. I'm a little bit controlling over my stream sometimes, but apparently I don't have the ability. I can fix that. Slash player. Uh, or rather, it should just be. One sec. What's your username? I think I have the console pulled up. One moment. You are not on. Oh, this you are on right now. There you are. All right. Player. Baphomet. Allow care cell once. All right. You can now run dot carousel, and you should be able to redo your character selection. Oh, of course, Omega. I thought I did it for everyone. Apparently, I fucked up. Because it told me it enabled it for everyone, but apparently not. Let me get it for you as well, Astrazy. Listen, we're doing our best down here. Alright, everyone should be good. If anyone else needs it, just hit me up. So much clay, Christ. In the beginning, everyone was fops. Yeah, so apparently what I did not realize is that the particular fox mod that I had included was actually not like a normal, you know, player model mod where, you know, it just like adds a new player model to a list of potentially selectable models. It was actually when it like overrides the rest of them acting on like the client side. So everyone was forced to be fox, which is very unfortunate because I really liked the fox model, but we're not allowed to have joy or whimsy in this world, apparently. The universe said you will all be fops or none of you will be fops, and I decided. I accepted I got forced fops and went with it. Yeah, a lot of people, unfortunately, everyone got forced fops, but I've undone that, so you are no longer forced to be fops. Surprised you didn't pick up wolf or lupines. I hadn't already set them up because I was worried. Oh, come on. Oh my fucking god. No. Just shy on the clay. God damn it. This is such a sad day. Hi. Oh, congratulations. I just noticed the new skin. Congratulations. Thank you, Necofly Blue. Thank you, Father. Thank you, Father. Yeah, I should go look at those and probably add the. Oh, hi, buddy. How do you get in here? I mean, I recognize it's pretty dark in here, but hello. Can you stop spawning in my house? Hello, Pyron. How are you? Bark, bark, bite, bite. It's lovely to see you. It's so lovely to see you. And Ari, how dare you? How dare you just walk into my house like this, huh? 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 Alright, we're doing our best down here. I need to just grab like any block. Here, alright. So I should be able to now do this. And we're gonna fire all of these. Last time I checked your streams, there was one of those in your house. Yeah. Yeah. I'm not very good at keeping my house safe and secure is what I'm learning, but it's okay. I'll figure it out eventually. Alright, so we can put like these in here. We can put you in here. I have... Oh, I have 5 things. Shit. We have our crucibles. And we'll just put a separate thing over here. And we'll put our saucepan in here. And then I need to grab a bunch of peat. And a bunch of firewood. Just remembered something? It's 2 hours late, but med check? Don't worry, I'll make sure I am medicated. I'm gonna be up really late tonight, so I'm not taking my meds quite yet, just because they will put me the fuck to bed. But I promise I will, meds before I sleep. Now, where the fuck, would the peat be? Where the fuck would a bitch find some peat? Those are my hides that I set up the other day. Yay! Peats and crates outside? Okay, okay. Thank you. I appreciate it. Alright. I forgot how much peat I put in here, but we'll figure it out. No worries, you're totally good, Jam. I appreciate you nonetheless. We appreciate the med checks around here. Wait, is it firewood? And then peat? Oh, I'm trying to remember. Shit. I'm not good at this. I do not have experience. How do I fucking do this again? Came with a laser instead of blasting. Hi, Safi. How are you? Lovely to see you. I've gone way longer than I anticipated playing some vintage story, but I'm probably not going to be going too much longer because OG. You know? Cannot place this block here. Okay, so what the fuck am I doing wrong? What does your character feel unnaturally tall? Oh, I am unnaturally tall. This is just true. This is literally just true. Oh, grass first. Okay, I'm doing my best. Thank you for the clarification. I'll figure it out eventually. I'll get good at this eventually. Alright. AE is built different. I'm built worse. I am built worse is what I am. I'm built wrong, physically. Alright. So dry grass. Firewood. Or was it Pete next? Huh? Does it want sticks? It wants sticks. Can I make sticks out of firewood? What if I, like, took my firewood and chopped it into tinier sticks? I feel like I should be allowed to do that. Life is cruel. Life is fucking cruel. Thank you. I don't know if I did this right. I'm hoping I did. Alright. Oh, beauty right there, chat. Beauty. This game is so fucking hard. And chat, all of this is just to, like, get some bowls and shit. This is all for my cooking setup. The whole game is like this. It is just aggressively difficult constantly. And it's kind of just part of the vibe. Oh! I can't tell. Yeah, that's not supposed to be like that. Whoopsie. I made an error. Please stay away from my house. Oh no. Oh fuck. Oh shit. Where is my knife? Oh god. Fuck. Fuck 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 fuck. Oh no. Chat, I didn't think about what I was doing until it was too late. I did not think my decisions through. Oh no! Chat, oh no! Oh no! This server really is just like babysit AE the game. I'm so sorry. One of the first things in the vintage store is put a kiln inside my wooden house. Chat, before I accidentally burn my house down, please make sure I don't do something like that. Please make sure I don't burn my house down at some point. It was sating my ravenous hunger. What happened? I definitely didn't almost burn everything down. Chat, that might be as much fucking indication as I need that it is time for me to fucking sleep. Chat, that might be all the evidence I need that I need to go lay down. I'll probably come back like sometime tomorrow to finish out my kilning. But hey, we finished the house. We finished the house. And there's only occasional monsters spawning inside of it. Is my house too big to be considered a house or something? Is it not getting considered a house? For some goddamn reason. I don't know. Whatever. I'm not paid enough for this. I don't get paid enough. That's just my new friend. It's my roommate. It's not the best dynamic in the world. All that said though, let me go find someone to raid. Let me see which of my buddies is online, so I can go lay down for 30 minutes, eat food, and then play Silent Hill 2 with the prince. It'll be a great time. I'm looking forward to it. Who all do I know who is currently streaming? Who all do I got online? We do have Semi on. Do I have anyone else catching my eye though? Because we rated Semi the other day. We could always say hi to someone new if anyone catches my eye. Hmm. When's the last time I rated Maisie Corgi? Not recently. Let's go say hi to Maisie Corgi. Looks like doing some community night shenanigans. I will next be live. When am I next gonna be live? When am I next live? Here for your gun's extended warranty. You're just in time for the raid, Aestheti. I'm so sorry. I'm going to be live on Friday at 7 p.m. EST. We're gonna be checking out some short horror games for Friday the 13th. Hope to see you then. If I don't see you then, hope to see you again sometime in the near future. Signing off from the archive. Y'all take care of yourselves. All right. Good night.